I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. I was trying to adjust my uh my my light. I was trying to adjust my light. How is everybody today? Excuse me. So today I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to actually start off the stream with a remembrance. Good morning, Cindy. Hey, Muffins. So Cindy, I don't know if anybody else comes in. If you can just kind of control them for a moment. I'm going to start off with a remembrance. Today is 9/11. It's a very memorable. It's going to be hard for me to talk about. It's a memorable day for me. So I just kind of wanted to go over it. I've put something together that's just, let's see. I'm going to read what I put together. And this was some information that I got from some sites that I put together. Exactly. You'll never forget. You'll never forget. So with that, I just kind of want to read this for a minute, something I put together. And then I want to play one this is hard for me, guys. One remembrance song. And then we'll get into the stream today. But I did want to make the presence known that today is 9/11. September 11th attacks, also known as 9/11, were four coordinated Islamic terrorist suicide attacks by Al-Qaeda against the United States in 2001. 19 terrorists hijacked 4 commercial airliners, 2 of which were flown into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York City, and the third into the Pentagon, which is the headquarters of the U.S. Department of Defense in Arlington County, Virginia. The fourth plane crashed into a rural Pennsylvania field at the site of a present-day Flight 93 National Memorial during passenger revolt. The attacks killed 2,977 people, injured thousands more, and gave rise to substantial long-term health consequences while causing at least $10 billion in infrastructure and property damage. It remains the deadliest terrorist attack in history, as well as the deadliest incident for firefighters and law enforcement personnel in American history, killing 343 and 72 members, respectively. The crashes of Flight 11 and Flight 175 were the deadliest aviation disasters of all time, and the collision of Flight 77 with the Pentagon resulted in the 4th highest number of ground fatalities in a plane crash in history. Hundreds of thousands of toxic debris containing more than 25,000 contaminants, also known as carcinogens, were spread across lower Manhattan when the towers collapsed. Exposure to toxins in the ground zero in the debris alleged to have contributed to the fatal or debilitating illnesses among people who were at ground zero. In 2020, the NYPD confirmed that 247 NYPD police officers died due to 9/11 related illnesses. September 2022, the FDNY confirmed that 299 firefighters had died due to 9/11 related illnesses. Both agencies have believed that the death toll will rise dramatically in the coming years. For many, the story is truly not over. There's pending legal cases still. As of September 2025, legal proceedings for the accused 9/11 conspirators at Guantanamo Bay have not yet been concluded, leaving some victims and families without the justice they seek. And this is what I really wanted to touch on, was the health issue of all this. I really wanted to talk about the health issues about all this. Long-term illnesses. The collapse of the World Trade Center released toxins of clouds contaminants, including asbestos and lead. Decades later, first responders, recovery workers, and residents are still developing serious and often fatal illnesses, including various cancers, respiratory diseases, and digestive disorders. Mental health issues. Many people who witnessed or were directly affected by the attack suffer from long-term post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety. The mental problems and consequences can worsen over time and are often intertwined with physical health problems. higher death toll from exposures. The World Trade Center Health Program estimates that more people have now died from the illness caused by exposure to ground zero toxins than died in the initial 9/11 attacks. So with that, I want to take a moment. I'm going to turn my camera off. Okay, so I know I always preach we don't talk politics, we don't talk religion. I don't like talking about it. It's just my preference. But no, it's okay to not be okay, as I did my stream last night. It's okay to not be okay. And today may be a hard day for many, many people. And I wanted to point out that it does affect mental health. I do know where I was. I remember. I remember I remember standing in my living room and looking at the TV, and my child was at school. And all I could think about was, is she okay? Are they going to talk about this at school? I remember talking about, we didn't talk about the explosion. I was in elementary school when the Challenger exploded. They didn't talk to us about that. So I always had curiosity, and I never talked to her about it. But Muffins is here. No, she's here. They were talking about it. And we've never had this conversation. Me and her have never had that conversation. I've never had this conversation with her. So this is totally interesting. Here it is for the world to see. I remember standing in front of my TV wanting to know, is she okay? Did the school talk to her about it? Because I know when the Challenger happened, we didn't get talked to. The TV was rolled away. It was over. The conversation was done. We were all like, oh my God, what just happened? I remember as a child, I think I was about 6 or 7, maybe 8, and thinking, what the hell just happened? Not what the hell, because I was a kid, but what just happened? So I remember standing in front of the TV and watching that second plane hit the tower. And I thought, oh my gosh, are they watching this in school? Did somebody talk to my dad? And when she got home, we did talk about it. I talked about it with her and her brother. But, it was just a fear I had. And I've never expressed that. I've never told her that. But again, it's the mental health. So you were in choir class, and the teacher brought out the rollout TV, and everyone was quiet. Really? You've never told me that. Never knew that. See, here I am, 53 years old, learning things about my child. Okay, with that, we are going to jump back into Dinkins. Sorry for the derailment. I just needed to take a moment today to put that out there, to know that there is still damage from this. There are still people suffering, and it will be for a long time coming. And I was amazed to find out today, and I never really thought about it or put it into perspective, but the children born today knew nothing of 9/11. The 20-year-olds, the 21, 23-year-olds, they don't know anything. They weren't here for 9/11. So it's very interesting to put that in perspective, that there's people that wasn't even around. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's me taking things in. I'm just babbling. So you're confused because everyone's picking up their kids. I'm sorry. I didn't have a car to come get you. Daddy took the car to work. Okay, we're gonna go back to Dinkins. Yes, and thank you all for being here. And I just needed that moment to express my heartfelt about 9/11, and it is what it is. You love me anyways. All right. Okay, so we're on to Dinkins this morning. We're gonna pick right up where we left off. They had taken a break, and we were on the stand with the medical examiner. I'm going to change my screen back to my typical one that is like right here. Okay. Come on. Here we go. No sound. There we go.
Dr. Cruz, can you please describe what's depicted?
Let me boost the sound. Give me just a second.
16-24.
Yes, this is a photograph of Breasia's right scapula.
Okay.
At the bottom left corner of the bone is a defect corresponding to a gunshot wound.
All right. And then if you could, just so that we've got some perspective right there, certainly. And then let's go to the upper right corner, that dark portion there on the scapula. What is that attributable to?
And so that's most likely attributable to the postmortem interval being outside or some animal scavenging, just the process of the bony breakdown being out there, which is one of the reasons why Dr. Garden is so helpful in interpreting those.
Certainly. Let's go to State's Exhibit 16-25. What are we seeing in this particular photograph?
So here, it's the other side of that bone. So where the bone was protruding, on the other side here, you can see the actual hole that was created by that bullet.
Absolutely. And then just go ahead and point to that again so that the judge can see what area you're referencing. But for the bullet impact, would that have been solid bone there?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 16-26, what are we seeing in this image?
This is the right scapula again. So turn to the side, and we see that bullet hole again. From different angles, you can appreciate more of the jagged bone around it a little bit better.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 16-27.
This is a similar photograph, more from an inferior angle, again showing the hole that the bullet created.
Okay. Does this give us probably the best perspective of the hole created by the bullet?
I think so, yes.
Certainly. State's Exhibit 16-28.
This again is showing that bullet hole, which is not as nice because you don't have the blue behind it, but the hole can be appreciated and the irregularity of the bone around it.
16-29.
This is a photograph of the tag that was inside the body bag and attached to the body itself. It's attached to a rib here. And here it's labeled with adolescent doe, the same name on the outside of the bag and the same identifying information with Dr. Malcolm's name.
And at this point, are we going to start to examine the hair that came in with the body?
I believe that might be next, yes.
State's Exhibit 16-30.
So this is a photograph of the hair that was received with the body. It's dark in color, affixed into dreadlocks, and there are seashells.
That we can see throughout. Okay.
Yeah.
16-31.
This is another photograph of the hair showing the seashells. Sometimes I like to take multiple photos to see which one shows up best on the computer.
Certainly. 16-32. As we look at this particular photograph, are we now going to start to see where the bullet was located at?
Yes, near the center of the photograph is where the bullet was recovered.
All right. And just going back in your testimony earlier, is that consistent with the possibility of that bullet having traveled through the mandible, through the C3, C4, and out and got caught in the hair?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 16-33.
And this is just a closer view of that bullet when it's still in the hair.
16-34.
Another view of the hair with this bullet.
16-35.
Even closer view of the hair with the bullet.
16-36.
This is a photograph with the hair. In addition to the seashells and the bullet, a tooth was recovered from the hair, which can be seen here. Many of the teeth, as we had seen prior, were not within the skull.
All right, thank you. Then did you take photographs of that bullet that had been removed from the hair?
Yes, I did.
16-37.
This is a photograph of the bullet after it had been removed, showing it has significant color discoloration and still has hair attached to it.
16-38.
This is that same bullet just flipped over, showing it still has hair and looks like some other debris attached to it.
16-39.
So this is the photograph of that tattered light-colored shirt that was recovered with the body and intermixed with the bones and the mummified tissue.
Now, as we look at this photograph, is there more than one article of clothing that is depicted?
It's hard for me to say if there should be just the shirt.
Just
there
the
was
shirt?
a bra that was received that was a similar color, but there's a separate photograph of that.
All right, thank you. And as we look at this T-shirt, can we see what the color of the T-shirt would have been, but for its exposure to the elements?
Most likely, I think the color of this T-shirt is probably best represented by the center of the photograph, white or a very, very light color.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 16-40.
This is a photograph of the tag on that T-shirt, which is clearly imprinted with the brand Cotton Zone and the size 4XL.
And when we consider the size 4XL, would you attribute that to being a child shirt or an adult shirt?
An adult.
A man shirt or a female shirt?
Could be either, but a large adult male is probably most likely.
Certainly. Going to State's Exhibit 16-41.
And this is that light colored sports bra that was also received with the body.
16-42.
This is the other side of that sports bra, and here the tag is also visible. It shows a size 36 and Fruit of the Loom brand.
All right. State's Exhibit 16-43.
These are the perforated black shorts that were also received with the body.
Give me a moment, Dr. Cruz. We're all struggling with colds, so. As we look at this photograph, do you show areas or do we see areas of discoloration on these shorts?
Yes.
Explain.
The bottom part of the short, similar to the shirt, probably represents the true color, which is black color. And then there's discoloration up near the band of the shorts, the whitish sort of discoloration.
And does that seem to extend across toward the center portion of that shorts?
Yes.
States Exhibit 16-44.
This is the back. We were looking at the front earlier. This is the back part of the shorts.
Is the same discoloration present on portions of the fabric on the back side of the shorts as well?
Yes, it is.
States Exhibit 16-45.
This is a close-up of the tag. The tag did not have any writing that I could make out.
Certainly. But as we're looking at the waistband, with this close-up, do we get a really good perspective of the discoloration that was present in the fabric?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Cruz, let me throw a question out there. I don't know that this is something that you can speak to, but I'll throw the question out. With bullets being out in an environment like this, do you have any training experience as to how the elements would impact the bullet itself?
As part of my training, I was always told that we're often trained with tissue, human tissue. So any sort of human tissue or blood can degrade a bullet. And similarly, being exposed to elements, rain, dirt can also degrade a projectile. But further defining that would take someone who has greater expertise.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I will first just ask, your profession would involve or include detecting possible deaths by either sharp force trauma or blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Just briefly, can you describe what those two things are?
Sharp force trauma involves injury with any object that essentially has a sharp surface. We commonly think of a knife. It can be glass or something similar. So when that object makes contact with the skin, it cuts and divides that skin and cuts and divides soft tissue and everything underneath it. Blunt force injury involves the impact of an object that has a flat surface. You have a lot more options there. Once that object with the flat surface makes contact with the skin, it has more of a crushing sort of injury. It can cause abrasions or scrape off the surface of the skin. It can cause contusions or tearing of the blood vessels under the skin. It can cause lacerations, which is actually just tearing of tissue, which is in contrast to a cutting wound, which is a nice, neatly cut and divided area of tissue. And it can also cause fractures of bone.
So you mentioned a lot about tissue right there. What I'm wondering then is, can you detect either sharp force or blunt force trauma just in bone, like the mummified remains we just discussed?
Yes, so sharp force injuries, for example, with a knife, if that knife comes into contact with bone, there are defects or cutting wounds that can be appreciated. Same thing with blunt force, where you would get more of a fracture, so breaking up the bone. That's very difficult when it's a long postmortem interval and the body's been outside. So that's when I employ a forensic anthropologist like Dr. Garvin, and she has expertise in identifying those injuries.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but with the remains of Breasia Terrell, you didn't identify or detect any sharp force or blunt force trauma in that bone, did you?
Correct.
Okay. And then you did mention Heather Garvin, who was the forensic anthropologist. She didn't report to you that she found any sharp force or blunt force trauma, right?
That's correct. No acute trauma would account for the person's death.
Can you just describe to me what that means?
She does mention in her report there are some areas on healing, I believe on the skull, which may have represented a previous injury, but nothing in the general time of when Breasia died.
Okay, so we couldn't know any one way or the other.
In her expertise, they were old.
Okay. And then, so the manner of death, I think you indicated was homicide, right?
Correct.
And then it would have been defined or explained by 3 gunshot wounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so can you indicate through your expertise and training the distance that those 3 bullets were fired from?
No.
Can you indicate how many assailants fired those bullets?
No.
And because that homicide was the determination or the manner of death, I think you alluded to this a little bit during direct examination with Ms. Cunningham, but you couldn't tell me how long Breasia Terrell was dead, right?
Correct.
And specifically, you couldn't tell me an exact date of when Breasia Terrell had died.
Correct.
And the reason is, I'm imagining, but correct if I'm wrong, animals could have gotten to the body, rain, sunlight, worms, insects, that sort of thing, correct?
Correct. It was a long time.
Sure. So it could be July 2020, it could be August 2020, it could be September 2020, all the way up until March of 2021 when she was found.
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked a little bit about the coloration of those shorts. In your experience, what could cause that discoloration?
Different sort of chemicals like bleach, but also with a garment that's exposed to the environment, the sun, other environmental factors. I didn't do any sort of testing to say what caused the discoloration.
Okay, didn't test for bleach.
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware whether those shorts were tested for bleach?
No.
And then
I have to honestly say it looked like sun fade to me. If you leave a piece of clothing out in the sun too long and it's crumpled up, and when you open it up, there's parts that are dark and then there's parts that are faded. I'm just saying, from my experience, that didn't look like bleach spots to me. Bleach spots would have been a lot more color diluted, or I don't know what I'm trying to say, but that they didn't, it didn't look like bleach spots. It looked like something you just left out in the sun too long. I mean, we all know we've left that, rag out there in the sun, or that t-shirt left hanging on the fence or something like. It's my redneck coming out. T-shirt hanging on the fence. But, and then you pull it off and you got one part that's still dark because it was folded over. So I don't know. That's.
So in your training and expertise, you couldn't tell me one way or another whether it was bleach or the sunlight or the elements.
That's correct.
Okay. And then just from my knowledge, how many bones are in the human body?
Oh my goodness. Off the top of my head, I actually can't think of exactly how many.
206 or 207?
A lot,
Does that sound
yeah.
right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Did you, as you were performing this autopsy, did you find is it a practice of yours to keep a log of how many bones you found?
That's where I defer to Dr. Garvin,
Okay.
and she logs them, and she knows exactly how many bones are in the body.
Sure.
Thank
And
you,
then
ma'am.
obviously you would be
She just said it's
relying
not
on
her
her-
job.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, but
In
then
a
your
roundabout
job
way.
is to receive this information and essentially just define what the manner of death was.
I define both cause and manner. I use the information she provides. It's similar to a toxicology report where I would have to use someone else's expertise, but ultimately the decision is mine.
Sure. So the cause was then 3 gunshot wounds and the manner was homicide.
Yeah, multiple gunshot wounds. Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just coming in.
Yes, Shauna, thank you. Dr. Cruz, in speaking to the issue of the discoloration in the fabric on the shorts, you had mentioned that can be caused by chemicals
Yes.
as well as environmental exposure. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. For fabric that's out in the sun for an extended period of time, would we expect to see some fading?
Yes.
All right. But relative to fabric that's been out in the sun for a significant period of time, wouldn't you expect there to be consistent fading across the entire surface of that fabric versus what we're seeing on these shorts?
I think you would expect to see consistent fading in all the exposed parts of that fabric.
And then let's speak further to that. If a body has been disposed of in an area that is heavily wooded, as well as a significant amount of vegetation that's present, would you agree with me that there's going to be a limited ability for that fabric to be exposed to sun to create that sun fading?
Yeah, I think there might be a lower likelihood that it were exposed to the sun.
Okay. John, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I'm going to put up before you what was previously introduced as State's Exhibit 43. And I'm going to direct you, if you could give me this pointer, to an area down this access road and right about here. Just as you look at that aerial view, does there seem to be a significant treetop surface up above the ground there?
Yes.
All right. And so just looking at that from an aerial view, does that appear to be a location that it would be difficult for sun to get through to fabric lying on the ground below there and cause that fading?
With it looking like that, yes.
All right. Relative to sharp force trauma, does human skin and the presence of tissue really give us an opportunity to discern whether or not there was sharp force trauma?
Yes, tissue would be desirable for interpreting that type of wound.
And even if there were organs, would that also make it easier to determine whether or not there was sharp force trauma?
Yes,
Was there an absence of organs with these skeletal remains?
correct. There were no organs.
And then other than the mummified tissue that we observed, was there a total absence of skin and human tissue?
Yes,
And then when we talk about blunt force trauma, can I safely assume that there is some type of blunt force trauma that if there's enough force used, it could actually break a human bone?
yes.
All right. But the issue of force, is that really the determinative factor? How much force was used before you might see a fracture to a human bone?
It's force and location of the actual blow.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters,
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
you may sit down.
Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Joseph Adams.
Sir, if you raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Joseph Adams, Joseph, ADAMS.
And what city do you live in?
I live outside of DeWitt, Iowa.
How long have you lived outside of DeWitt?
23 years.
And are you familiar with an individual named Jared Brink?
Yes.
How did you know Mr. Brink?
Oh, through work at one time.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
We were pretty good buddies.
Unfortunately, has Mr. Brink passed?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
2 months ago.
Now, back on March 22nd or 23rd of 2021, at some point, was Mr. Brink over at your residence during that time period?
I don't know the date for sure, but yes.
Can you describe why Mr. Brink was over at your house that day?
Well, he was just stopping in to say hi, just, had a beer with him and, kind of talking back and forth.
And at some point, did the topic turn to the discovery of a body near Kunal Implement?
Yes.
Do you recall how that came up in conversation?
I think we were just saying, I heard that they found a body up by Goon House, and that's how that started.
And prior to that day where Mr. Brink was over at your house and you were discussing this body, had you had an occasion where Mr. Brink had told you about pulling somebody out of the ditch?
Before that time?
Yes.
No.
Okay. While you were discussing the body that was found around Kunal Implement, did Mr. Brink bring up the topic of pulling somebody out of the ditch?
Yes.
And describe how that came up in the conversation.
Well, he said he was in that area. He was going to work early in the morning and he pulled a guy out that was stuck. And I said, well, they're looking for a vehicle that was up in that area or could have been up in that area.
And did he describe the vehicle that he had pulled out of the ditch at that time?
No, I said that they have a flyer on the phone that they've been kind of circulating. And I asked my wife to come out and show Brink the picture. And he goes, yeah, that's the car I pulled out.
And so your wife showed him the flyer
Right. It was on a cell phone.
on her cell phone.
Mhm.
And what was his reaction to seeing that flyer?
He said, yes, that's the car that he pulled out.
Hey, approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 105. Does this exhibit contain the photograph that your wife would have pulled up on her phone and shown to Mr. Brink.
Yes.
Which of these photographs? Okay. May I call this, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, Mr. Adams, there's a pointer there right next to you. Could you again point to the vehicle that Mr. Brink identified?
Right here.
And you're pointing to the middle photograph that appears to show a maroon Chevy Impala.
That's correct.
Did he describe the individual that he saw with the vehicle that night?
He said it was a black male. And he didn't mention anybody else that was there, just that fellow.
So he just indicated it was a black male.
Right.
After this topic got brought up in conversation, did you encourage Mr. Brink to call law enforcement to report this information?
Yeah, I said that they're looking for people that have information or have seen this car to call I think it was the Davenport Police Department, or it could have been the Clinton County. I don't recall which.
And was that something you encouraged him to do?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he follow through with that?
Yeah, I think he did.
And at some point then, were you contacted as well by law enforcement to?
Yeah, it was a while before they contacted me because we were up in Wisconsin, and the Davenport Police Department, I think, called me, and I didn't know at the time it was them because I didn't recognize the number, so I never answered it. And then when I got back home, they called again and left a message on my phone that time, so then I called them back.
And when you were able to make contact with them, did you relay the same information that you shared here today with us?
Yeah, I did.
Right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Waters?
Mr. Adams,
Yes.
right? So essentially what you've testified to was that you and Mr. Brink were having beers one night, right?
Yeah, we could have been. I don't recall having.
Well, regardless, you were hanging out with him.
Yeah, we're together working on a project.
Do you remember when that was?
The date?
An estimation.
I couldn't say for sure. No,
You know if it was after March of 2021?
I can't recall.
Okay, and then was it you that showed him the picture of this flyer that we've discussed?
Actually, my wife showed me that picture a day or so earlier.
Okay, and then you showed him that picture.
Then I had my wife show him off her phone that flyer.
Okay, and then he looks at this Impala and says that that's the car?
Yeah.
Now, when he said that, did he tell you that it was a maroon Impala, or did he say that's the car?
No, I believe I told him it was a maroon Impala.
Okay.
He didn't tell me. He knew it was a GM vehicle, and he knew what make and model because he is a mechanic or a gearhead.
Okay, I just have to stop. I like that. I mean, y'all, come on. He called him a mechanic or a gearhead. I haven't heard somebody. This is he's our age, at my age. I say our age. He's my age because that's something I'd say. Gearhead. I was Miss Mechanic the other day. I walked outside. There was some guy broke down in front of my house. He's over there trying to put a battery charger on his battery. I looked down. I'm like, hey man, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but you're not going to go far because you're missing your whole belt on the front end of your car. So yeah. Anyway, sorry. Sidetrack.
And I think I showed him that flyer, and then he says, "Yeah, that's the car I pulled out right there."
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
She said,
When Mr. Brink said, that's the car I pulled out,
he said Miss O'Donnell, and the thing said mistletoe. I'm sorry, comedy in the chaos, y'all. Comedy in the chaos. He said Miss O'Donnell. It said mistletoe. I'm gonna have to take a break and run to the restroom in just a minute. So I'm waiting for him to be over when they get to the video. I'm gonna take my phone and do my things.
he seemed pretty confident about that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did to me.
No further questions.
Mr. Waters?
I don't have anything further.
You may step down.
Okay.
Mr. Waters and Mr. Freeze are like, nah, we're good. Okay. see who's next. He's in his 70s. My dad was a mechanic, so I grew up with it. I mean, it was in my house. I mean, he did that on the side, you know, and so I grew up around cars. I grew up working on cars. Rebuilt my own engine in my Volkswagen van 4 different times. Yes, and that was for failure of not knowing what I was doing. But it was a learning lesson. That's what my dad taught me. Learning
Raise your right
lessons.
hand. Do you sort of tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please state and spell your name for a record?
My name is Michael Tate, it's spelled Michaeltate.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a criminalist with the Iowa Department of Public Safety, Division of Criminal Investigation, Criminalistics Laboratory.
You said criminalistics laboratory?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you work with a certain department within the DCI crime laboratory?
I'm assigned to the firearms and tool mark section of the laboratory.
And how long have you worked in the firearm and tool mark section of the DCI crime lab?
Unofficially, I started working with them late 2007. Officially, I transferred in April of 2015.
How long in total have you worked for the DCI crime lab?
Next month will be finish up my 34 years.
And you've alluded to this, but have you worked in different departments throughout your almost 34 years there?
Yes, I have.
Where all have you worked within the DCI crime lab?
Well, I was originally hired in as a drug chemist. That lasted about a month, simply because I have a background in toxicology. And they had one gentleman and only one gentleman doing toxicology cases. So the lab director shifted me out of the drug chemistry section into toxicology. Fairly soon during that time, I took on learning to work with and work on the breath alcohol instruments. So I'm mechanically inclined. And I worked with both sections for quite a few years. In 2001, I was moved out of toxicology into the breath alcohol section because the gentleman there had passed away. And I was there until 2015 officially. In 2007, a gentleman who was in charge of the reference collection and the Guns for Destruction program retired, and they needed help. And I didn't have a lot to do when I was at the laboratory. So I offered, and that's what I was doing in my spare time. I don't like it to be idle.
So in 2007, then you unofficially started assisted the firearms and tool marks division. In what different ways were you assisting them?
Well, the primary way was to take in guns that had made it through the system, as in the case had been adjudicated. And by the code, as I understand it, the guns have to come through the laboratory first before they're destroyed to see if they can be used in the reference collection or used by other departments for their use, their law enforcement use, and then get funneled out the road to be destroyed. That I looked after the reference collection to make sure that was kept up. I also was trained in the use of the NIBIN system, which is a ballistics identification system that basically takes a picture of the head stamp area of a fired cartridge case, and uses that picture and compares it against computerized photographs and sees if there's a lead, and that lead gets passed back to the law enforcement.
You've mentioned the reference collection a couple of times. What is that?
That is a collection of firearms that have been, most of which have come from cases here in Iowa turned in by law enforcement over the years.
And what is the purpose of having a reference collection?
It gives us an ability to, well, let me back up for a moment. There's a reason for it. They wanted it initially so you could find parts to make things work. The gentleman who left that I took over for back in 2007 had instructed his examiners that if you have a gun that comes in non-functioning, you can't just say it doesn't work. You need to find out why and see if you can make it work. Well, those guns that are in the collection are used for spare parts quite often.
Otherwise, they can be used as reference material if somebody wants to, they think they have an idea what kind of gun this was, so it can be presented to them and say, did it look like this? Or it can be used to demonstrate in court.
And do you have any idea how many guns you have in the DCI reference collection?
Roughly 4,500.
Then it sounds like in April of 2015, you officially would have moved into the firearms and tool mark section. How did your role change at that point?
Well, I stepped away from everything else and I began my training in firearms and tool mark examination. It comprised a year-long schooling with the ATF and followed by a year of 100% casework review by our lead examiner, after which, and I'm going through a number of proficiencies and such, they said I was good to go and I was a firearms examiner now.
And are you a certified firearms examiner?
No, ma'am, not by anything. There's no certification here in this state.
That was my next question. Is there such thing as a certified firearms examiner?
There's a certification process that's put on by an outfit known as the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, AFTE for short. I have chosen at this point in time not to go through that process, only because I was told that you should have at least 5 years under your belt before you do it. And quite honestly, I have about a year left before I retire.
So you do have to engage in regular proficiency training.
Yes.
What does that entail?
An outside company provides us with a challenge, whether it's bullets or cartridge cases, or we also do tool marks. So it's something that was damaged by a tool of some sort, and we will go through and perform our examinations and comparisons on those items and prepare a report. And then that report gets sent into the company that we purchased the product from.
Just to go back briefly, can you describe your educational background for us?
Yes, I have 2 bachelor's degrees. One is in the administration of justice from the Pennsylvania State University. The other is in forensic and toxicological chemistry from Westchester University, which also happens to be in Pennsylvania. Fairly soon after that, I joined the laboratory here in Iowa. Since that time, I've taken classes and attended seminars and such that have been put on by the FBI, ATF, the DEA, other instrument manufacturers, equipment manufacturers, and then most notably, I'm a 2016 graduate from the National Firearms Examiner Academy that ATF puts on.
Now,
But he's getting too old and he's getting close to retirement, so he doesn't want to take that course. Okay, sir. Okay.
turning to this particular case, were you provided items regarding the investigation into the death of Breasia Terrell?
Yes,
Did you author any reports regarding any examination or findings that you may have made in this case?
2.
2 reports. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibits 55 and 54. Starting with State Exhibit 55, do you recognize this exhibit?
yes, State's Exhibit 55 is a copy of my report dated April 16th, 2021. It's our report number 2 as our sequence goes.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the report you would have authored on April 16th, 2021?
Yes,
And handing you State's Exhibit 54, do you recognize this exhibit?
yes, State's Exhibit 54 is a copy of the second report, report 4 as the sequence goes, dated 4/30/2021.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the report you would have authored on April 30th, I believe you said, on 2021?
Yes,
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 54 and 55 into evidence.
No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
At this time, the state would ask to publish.
You may.
Starting here at the top of State's Exhibit 55. Now you indicated this was report number 2 in the lab sequence reports. What does that mean?
It's simply the number that came up when the report was generated.
So there's a number here at the top, this 202016859. Is that the lab number that the DCI crime lab would have assigned to this particular case?
Yes,
And so any criminalist doing a report would have tagged in their reports under that same number.
yes,
And so, for example, there may be a DNA report that would have been tagged under this case number, and that would have been report number 1 or 3 or something along those lines.
yes,
So report number 2 just simply means you were the second report authored under this particular case number.
yes.
So moving on then to this section under firearms, tool marks, and examination report. Can you describe how many items we're talking about in reference to this report?
3
And what were those items?
recovered bullets.
So starting then with lab number 4, what is the description provided for that particular item?
This is a box containing projectile from a hair.
And right above that, does the report indicate that that item would have come from the state medical examiner?
Yes, it does.
And then moving down to the next 2 items, lab numbers 17 and 18, what were those items referring to?
Those were 2 bullets that were recovered, and Jennifer Pullen from our laboratory would have submitted those.
Was your understanding then that the items number 17 and 18, would those items been collected from the actual scene where the remains were recovered?
Since it didn't come from the medical examiner, I'd have to say yes.
Versus the item number 4, which came from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were handed these 3 items, which appear to be bullets, how do you first begin your examination of those types of items?
Well, I would have requested the items from the evidence room, gotten control of them, and taken them back to my work area and gotten out the appropriate paperwork. We have worksheets for all the different items that we have to look, whether it's a bullet, a cartridge case, a gun, something that created a tool mark, that sort of thing. We've gotten out the worksheet and checked, make sure everything was sealed, broke the seals, and then went about making notes about what I found.
And what types of things are you looking for when you're examining bullets?
I'm looking for the makeup of the bullet, what sort of shape it's in. By makeup, does it happen to have a copper or a brass jacket? Does it have a steel core or a lead core? What sort of shape is it in? Has it been smashed into anything? Has it picked up debris that I can see? And then ultimately what I'm looking for is does it have any use for me in making comparisons to a test fire, say, if it was provided to me later on. And in this case, I made some measurements that would give me an idea.
Can't see
of
my
what
CD.
we did then. It's called general rifling characteristics, and there's a list on this next page that I believe I used the FBI's listing for, and provided that as part of my report.
So when you're referring to general rifling or class characteristics, what exactly does that mean?
Well, what it means is what I've done is gone and measured the bullet to see what the diameter was, measured its weight, and then when a bullet is fired out of a rifled barrel, which most of the things we have these days are, with the exception of shotguns, the rifling actually will leave marks behind on the bullet jacket or the outside of the bullet. It can have enough detail to allow us to make an identification of a bullet back to a test fire from a particular gun. But in the least ways, it gives us ideas by the widths of the impressions on what we call the bearing surfaces. We can plug that into a database, which is that list on the second page, and get an idea of what the possible guns were that could have done it. It's not an all-inclusive list, but it gives us a start, and it's an investigative item for departments.
So essentially, you're trying to look at the different marks, the weight, the things that you can visibly see on these bullets to try to determine if you can determine what type of firearm this bullet would have been fired from.
Yes.
Now, are you able to make that determination by just looking at a bullet itself?
There is one particular type of firearm that's currently being made. That is the Generation 5 Glocks that do happen to make they have a land and groove impressions that I have not seen in any other firearm. And if I were to see that, I could tell you, and we would narrow it down to that kind of firearm, a Glock Generation 5. But that's about the only one I can tell you about.
So
That's so definitively.
for all other bullets then that don't show the same class characteristics consistent with being fired from a Gen 5 Glock, what would you need in order to actually make a determination about what type of firearm those bullets came from?
The weight gives me an idea. The diameter also adds to that. And then the width of the land and groove impressions are the final components. And the number of them, I'm sorry.
Would you need a known gun in order to make some of those comparisons as well?
Well, if you want to make an identification to it, yes.
Okay. So how does that then work when you have a potentially known firearm?
Well, I'm assuming you're meaning that somebody has presented me with a firearm as well to work with. In that case, once I go through checking it through, I can test fire it, collect the bullets and the cartridge cases that have come to me as part of the test firing, and use them to compare against the unknowns. Say, for instance, that I was presented with a revolver. I could compare them against, as I recall, 17 and 18 on this list. 4 had no useful information for me. I could have tried to use 17 or 18, but unfortunately, corrosion had done its dirty work and damaged it beyond my ability to make an identification.
So let's talk about then the results from just your visual examination of these particular bullets. And again, referring to your report, what were you able to determine about just their general class characteristics?
From experience, it looked like those bullets had probably been fired from a 38 caliber, which includes 357 Magnum, 38 Smith & Wesson, 9mm. That's all under the 38 caliber. But from its bullet weight, it was fairly typical for a 38 special. The land and groove impressions, it was a 6 right, as I recall. That's fairly common. That doesn't help at all, really, when it comes right down to it. But had there been individual detail that was visible in those impressions, then they would have been useful for going back and making a comparison and possibly an identification to an unknown or to a turned in firearm.
Now, just in comparing the bullets to each other, did you make any observations about whether the markings were consistent with just each other?
Yes, the 3 of them looked like they probably came from the same firearm.
And what were your findings in regards to that?
Well, I didn't have anything to identify them definitely to each other. However, the weights and the land impressions, the widths and such, as I had mentioned, were very similar.
So they all contain roughly the same weight, the same, did you say land impressions?
Yes.
And the width of each of those bullets all appear consistent with one another.
Number 4 I couldn't get a measurement on it because the damage was so severe. But from appearances, it looks to be very similar to 17 and 18.
And as you included here in your report, then, because of those consistencies within the same bullets, did they appear to all be fired from the same firearm?
That was my conclusion, yes.
Referring then to the bottom paragraph of page 1 of your report on States Exhibit 55, You indicated that these were fired copper jacketed bullets. What significance is there to the fact that these are copper jacketed bullets?
It's just what the loading was for that particular cartridge.
Okay. And all three of them contained that same type of copper jacketed bullet?
Yes.
Now, as you've indicated, they were all determined to be consistent in size, design, and weight with either a 38 Special, a 357 Magnum, or a 9mm Luger cartridge. Are those all different types of ammunition?
Yes.
Now, items number 17 and 18, you indicated reflected 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist. What does that mean?
The rifling within the barrel would have, when a bullet is fired down a barrel, it's going to expand and seal itself, if you will, to the inside of the barrel. The pressures are going to push it down the length of the barrel. But as it seals itself against it, it's pushing against, in this case, 6 raised areas. And part of it's pushed into 6 grooves. The pressures that are going on that are pushing, both expanding the bullet and pushing it down the barrel, are forcing the bullet jacket, in this case copper, to take on the form that they've been forced into.
Now, I do believe you testified that based on the weight of these bullets, you thought they were probably most consistent with a 38 Special type of ammunition. Is that fair?
That's my experience, yes.
Now, referring then to page 2 of your report, what is it that you've listed here?
What I have done here is taken all that information I mentioned earlier, the bullet weight, well, not so much the bullet weight, but the land impressions, the number of them, and the widths of the land impressions and groove impressions, the number of them, and placed them into a database that, in this case, we have one the FBI puts together. I believe that's what this one's from. We also have one that AFTI puts together. And these are the names that the database spit out based on the information I gave to it.
So then turning to the next page in this exhibit here, what are all these that are listed?
Well, this one happens to be, I recognize this style. This happens to be an AFTI search. They set theirs up a little bit differently than the FBI. And what you have is the search results, the manufacturer, model, and firearm type.
And so essentially are the remaining pages of exhibit 55, again, just all of the different types of either ammunition or firearms that were consistent with the general rifling characteristics that you observed on these, at least the 2 bullets, items 17 and 18.
Yes.
So turning then to page 54, I'm sorry, exhibit 54. This would have been the report you authored on April 30th that you've labeled report number 4. At some point then were you provided with a firearm to attempt to do some sort of comparisons with?
Yes.
Is that listed here as item 20 in your report?
Yes.
And the description here is a stainless steel revolver with a serial number of 184998. Do you recall, is that an accurate serial number for that gun?
The serial number is accurate. The description is not.
Okay. And why is the description not accurate?
Well, what I noted, the gun came to me in a bucket. The bucket was full of water, which is how we asked that any submerged firearm is submitted to us. It prevents rust from taking over and destroying whatever we could have worked with. Once I got it out of the water, cleaned up, I noted that the bluing, which is effectively rusting of the metal, but it's done in a controlled environment and deliberate, was worn away down to what I know as it's a condition called the white. That is a unfinished surface of a barrel or of a piece of metal. I was told it was called being in the white before it actually has a painted or bluing or whatnot applied to it. So stainless steel, I can understand why you could see it like that when you first pull it out, but to me, it looked more like a barrel that had lost its bluing, a firearm that had lost its bluing.
The stainless steel description, is that perhaps because there appears to be some silver elements to the gum in color?
It does when you don't have the bluing, yes.
And so when the bluing kind of wears away or kind of fades away, then what's underneath there appears to have some silver color to it.
Yes, it gives that impression, yes.
Okay. Now you've already talked about then the appearance of this firearm when it first was presented to you. You mentioned that it was in a bucket and still in the water that it had been found in. How do you proceed with that firearm, especially one that had been in some sort of water, in order to examine it?
Well, I got it out of the water, rinsed it off as much as I could, tried to remove any debris that I could so I could see if it would function. And then, quite frankly, I covered it with WD-40 to coat the surfaces so I didn't have to worry about rusting right away. And then went about my normal collection of information, making notes of
I was muted. I'm over here talking.
the appearance of the gun, what I saw as far as manufacturer, serial number, that sort of thing. And then got it to a point where I could test fire it. And I test fired it, and that's the end of that.
So turning to the results portion of your report, you have listed here the Llama Model Comanche 2 38 Special Revolver. When you're referring to this item as a Llama Model Comanche 2, what does that mean?
Llama is what I know it as a trade name. The manufacturer is something else. It's a long name, La Sierra or something or other. I really don't remember the whole thing.
He is testifying at a murder trial, and he's, I don't remember. What? What is happening, y'all?
Built in Argentina, but Llama is what I know it to be called as a trade name, and the model is the Comanche 2.
So just for example, if you're talking about a vehicle, we heard testimony in this case about a Chevy Impala. Chevy Impala would be the trade name of that vehicle, but the actual manufacturer would be General Motors. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So is that kind of similar to what you've done here, where you've listed the trade name, the Llama Model, even though it does come from a different manufacturer, though, La Sierra or some.
Yes.
Okay. And again, as you indicated, it had that serial number of 184998.
Yes.
We've indicated you had to remove any debris and dirt before test firing. And when you first would have opened this revolver, could you see if there were any either cartridges inside or bullets inside of that?
All I noted was cartridge cases, which is a fired component of a piece of ammunition.
And how many cartridge cases were inside of that revolver?
6.
Are you able to determine then the type of ammunition that had been in that firearm based on the cartridges that are left?
The head stamp provides me the information of the original manufacturing of that ammunition.
And what did the head stamp indicate in this case?
It was a Winchester 38 Special Plus P cartridge.
And so you were able to determine then that the ammunition that had been fired from this firearm was 38 Special Plus P.
Yes.
What does a plus P mean?
Extra power.
So would you have then removed those cartridges in order to test fire?
The cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. So then once you test fire, what does it mean to test fire then, first of all?
Well, after having collected all the information, as I'm looking over the firearm, I will look to make sure that it's in a condition that I would consider it safe for me to handle and subsequently test fire. That is, I'm going to look for cartridges that are, in this case, we have an ammunition collection as well. Pull 30 Winchester 38 Special Plus P cartridges from a box of that same ammunition and use that when I do the test fire. We try to test fire like for like if we can.
Once you test fire the firearm, do you then make those same type of observations with the test fired bullets that you did with the previous bullets that had been provided to you?
Yes.
And once you do that, do you attempt to try to compare the test fired bullets to the other bullets that had been provided?
What I would have done first is to look at the test fired bullets and look for anything that might have been useful in, number one, orienting them one to another, and then two, looking for points that would allow me to identify a test fire to the unknown. In this case, the damage to the unknowns was to the point that I would not have been able to make an identification.
So the bullets from the test fired rounds, were you able to observe sort of those general rifling class characteristics on those particular bullets?
Yes, I was.
But you weren't able to do that necessarily with items 17 and 18, those unknown bullets. Is that fair to say?
No, that's not. What it was fair to say would be I wasn't able to find individual detail on 17 and 18 that would have assisted me in determining whether or not they had been fired from the same gun that just produced those test fires.
And what type of factors affect the individual details on bullets?
Initially, it's the manufacturing, the tooling that goes into cutting the rifling, producing the back portion. We're talking about bullets, all right?
Correct.
Okay. What cuts the rifling, and then from there, it would be how is the firearm cared for? Has it been cleaned regularly, or has it been misused, or thrown in the river or thrown in water? That's going to start affecting the surfaces because they're going to rust.
Are there environmental factors that can affect the individual detailing on a bullet?
Yes.
Explain.
Nature in general. If a bullet comes in contact with chemicals or just passes through something or into dirt, commonly what I see is something that passes through wood or drywall. Those two surfaces, if you will, tend to damage the bearing surface where the land impressions and the groove impressions are, to the point that it makes it very difficult to identify a bullet back to a firearm. Another chemical portion is if the bullets happen to have passed or been caught up in human or animal tissue, the chemistry of the body acts on the surface of the bullet and can erode or corrode the surfaces to the point that it makes identification difficult, if not impossible.
And in this particular case, again, when you're talking about the individual details on items 17 and 18, had you been provided any information that those bullets had been outside for a period of time?
Being outside would definitely cause corrosion.
And again, if these particular bullets had also been at one point inside a human body, would that have also led to additional corrosion
Yes,
that could have affected your ability to see those individual details?
yes.
Now, while you weren't able to make an exact identification in this particular case, your report does indicate that the test fire bullets still had similarities with items 17 and 18. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what were those similarities?
The general bullet weight, the 17 and 18 were lighter than the ones I test fired, but that's a natural point of things. If something passing through and impacting something, you'll lose some of the weight. The land impressions, the measurements I made, and the land and groove impressions were all similar to each other. But again, this is not the only firearm it could have been, given that, and that's why I provide you the list on report 2.
So while you can't make an exact identification, you also can't rule out this firearm. Again, based on the similarities you saw with the test fired bullets and the similarities on the items 17 and 18.
That's correct.
In fact, were the land and groove impressions, in your opinion, very similar to the unknown
Objection
bullets?
as to the term very similar is vague and ambiguous.
He can answer the question.
One moment. Sustained, please reverse.
I have to say, I like how the judge has he's got like a reader there that he goes back and he rereads before he says sustained or object, or sustained or, go ahead, whatever. My mind's not working right. I have something going in the background over here. But the judge is very, very aware before he rules one way or the other. Whatever he does, he reads something. I've been watching that. The Adams guy is your friend Rachel's husband. Aw. Were you here when he was on stand, right? Or is that that's not who's on stand right now. This is Michael Tate. Oh, Adams, he's the one that passed. Is he the one that passed? See, look, I'm getting all over the place. No, Jared Briggs. Oh, Joseph Adams. He was the one that was on previously. Okay. He was the one that was on before.
What similarities did you note? You mentioned the weight already. Did you note additional similarities between the test fired bullets and items 17 and 18?
In particular, the width of the land impressions and the groove impressions are very similar.
Hey, Sienna, I'm sorry, love.
Oh, I want to go back quickly then to your first report, item number
Is it still
55.
beeping? I ignore it. I don't hear it beeping.
The page number 3, that first page of the AFTI results that lists out the different types of manufacturers. Do you see a 38 special Lasser SA Comanche 2 listed as a potential firearm for the type of general rifling characteristics for that you noted on item 17 and 18?
Yes, it's there.
Now, included in this report is several pages of potential firearms regarding 9mm Lugers. Is that also fair to say?
Yes, it's part of our practice, my practice, if it's a 38 caliber, I'm going to try and cover everything when I don't have at the time when I created this, I did not have a cartridge case to go with it. Otherwise, I could have narrowed it down very quickly and say, if I had just a 38 special cartridge case, I would not have included 9mm in the database search.
And why not?
The likelihood, if it would have told me that you've got a 9mm cartridge case, it may have come from that 9mm. Now, if I still have any question of it because of the bullet weight, because my experience, 38 specials, a lot of them are roughly 138 grain weights, 130 grains. That's the bullet weight. I don't see that a lot in 9mm. However, there is a 124, in which case I probably would have included it anyway, the 9mm.
Okay. And then specifically from this list here, and realizing that this was created before you knew what the cartridge cases were, does this list include a 9mm SCCY pistol?
No, it doesn't.
And so, again, could those bullets have been fired from a 9mm SCCY pistol?
No.
Now, once you finished your examination of the revolver, what do you do with it?
Pack everything up, put it back in the box and seal it and return it to the evidence room.
And when you return it, in this case, back to the container it was in, do you include any ammunition or cartridges or anything like that inside of it?
The unknowns, if in this case, because the unknowns were already in the gun, I would have included it, and I would have included the test fires as well.
But the gun itself is not actually loaded?
No,
Okay.
I didn't leave it loaded.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what we've marked here as State's Exhibit 108. Does this appear, or do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is the bucket that the revolver came into the laboratory.
And is this what you would have returned the firearm to when you were done with your testing?
It's, yes,
And how do you know that this is the same bucket and the same firearm that you would have examined?
now I'm looking around and I'm seeing my handwriting on some of the seals. And I would have put the seals, I would not have put a seal on this until I actually opened it. Well, I would have opened it, done my work, put the lid back on and put the seal on.
And so based then on your recognition of the bucket and the fact that you have signed on some of the seals, this is the same revolver that we've been talking about here in terms of your examination in items, exhibits 54 and 55.
Yeah, but it's still hiding in here.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibit 108 into evidence.
I think the witness just said if it's still hiding in here, so we probably should open it.
Do you want some gloves? This or some scissors?
Sorry, I didn't bring scissors myself.
You have scissors? Thank you.
The reason I made a point is because that's not my seal on there. Do you mind if I stand up for a moment?
You may. Not a problem.
What was the condition? Thanks.
Do you want gloves? Or do you
No,
want?
I'm okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
You may.
Yeah, this is the gun.
Okay. Go ahead and put it back in there.
You asked me to use. This is the box with my test fires.
Okay.
Here's the cartridge cases that I recovered from the gun when I first saved it.
So all of that would be then included in this bucket?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I see 6 envelopes of it.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibit 108 into evidence.
No objection.
That exhibit will be admitted.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Mr. Tate, just so I'm clear, you can't tell us to any degree of scientific certainty that the 3 projectiles you were asked to test were fired from that firearm, right?
That's correct.
You're not representing that those are 38 special projectiles either, are you?
They're consistent with what I've experienced in my time,
Well,
but they could be, again, from a different particular, from a 9mm or a 357 Magnum.
it could be from a long, that long list of manufacturers as well, correct?
Fired from, as far as fired from a firearm?
Yes.
From that long list? Yes, sir.
And when you were talking to the state about bullet weight and things of that nature, that's kind of specific to the ammunition as well, correct?
Yes.
And how many millions of rounds of Winchester plus P38 special do you estimate are out there on the market today?
I have no idea, sir.
It'd be a lot, right?
Yes.
And each one of those is going to have the same bullet weight, basically, right?
Yes.
And each one of those is going to have the same grains of powder in them, for the most part, correct?
For whatever the manufacturer cares to do, yes.
True. And they're also going to leave, if their manufacturing standards are consistent, lands and grooves, pretty similar no matter what firearm they're shot from, correct?
Yes.
So the fact that this is a 38 special plus P Winchester bullet doesn't really help us much in this particular case, does it?
That's not up to me to decide, but
You didn't draw much inference from the fact that these bullets were Winchester 38 special plus P, did you?
I wouldn't even have known that. I honestly, I fired what cartridges that were similar to,
And the 38 caliber firearm could be 357, 38 special, or 9mm. I think we need to explain to the court exactly how close those calibers are to one another. They're minute in difference, aren't they?
yes, they are.
And just exactly how small is that difference, sir?
Oh, approximately 2/1000ths of an inch.
Okay. In fact, I get this wrong all the time, but the 357 can be shot out of the 38 special or vice versa.
Vice versa.
Okay, so if I have a 38 special, I can shoot 357 through it, right? Or did I get it wrong again?
You got it backwards.
Okay. So
Let me help you out for a moment. The 357 Magnum is physically longer than the 38 Special. If you remember it like that, you know that the 38 Special can be fired in a 357, but not the other way around.
thank you.
I like his snort. That was good.
Now, you talked about this particular firearm and the trade name Llama. Llama's sold a lot of firearms in the United States, right?
Yes,
And when you buy a Llama firearm, they stamp their name right on it, right?
they may. Yeah,
It's not particularly a high-end firearm, correct?
that is my experience. Yes.
Okay.
I've never heard of a llama.
You inspected this firearm and got the serial number on it. and-
Babe, have you ever heard of a llama
Yes.
firearm?
Did you looking for the trade name on there?
A llama?
No, I don't remember
What?
seeing it on there. I was actually looking at my
Okay.
notes and I didn't have it in my
Got it
notes.
right? No? Okay.
So my practice in that case would have been to do an internet search based on the model name. And that's where Llama came up.
Because in evidence already is the fact that on the barrel is the name Lacer. Is Lacer the manufacturer of that firearm?
That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
Okay, because that list you provided in exhibit, I believe, 55. Lacer makes a Comanche 2, and
Yes.
Llama makes a Comanche 3, right?
Yes, there is a difference there.
What's the difference?
As I understand it, the Comanche 2 is a 38 Special, specific to fire. The cylinder, the chambers within the cylinder will only handle a 38 Special cartridge. A Comanche 3 is one that's, the cylinder is large enough to hold and withstand the pressures from a 357 Magnum.
So there is a difference between a Llama and a Lacer in this particular circumstance.
I couldn't tell you what it is.
Okay.
I'm over here screaming at y'all and I got it muted. I'm going to be quiet because maybe I wasn't meant to be heard.
But your testimony is after physically examining the firearm, you couldn't tell the manufacturer or the trade name.
Oh, I could tell you what the manufacturer was. The trade name I got from the internet search.
Okay. But looking at the firearm without going to the internet, you could tell me the manufacturer?
Yes,
And that was Lacer.
yes.
And you were given 3 fired projectiles, but there's been 6 fired from that firearm. That's your testimony?
Well, there were 6 fired casings.
Right. The indentations on the primer from the firing pin, can that tell us anything about this particular firearm? Can that help you
Well,
identify?
If there's a firing pin impression on a primer, it will usually fire the cartridge.
But can you then look at that cartridge and then do a test fire and compare the cartridges to say these 2 cartridges were fired in the same firearm?
Yes.
Did you do that here?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Why not?
I found the cartridge casings in the gun. I didn't have any reason to believe they hadn't been fired in that gun.
Typically, do people put fired casings into a revolver or leftover cartridge cases into a revolver?
I can only speak to myself, and the answer to that is no.
Can't approach the Elmo. I'm showing you here, we have as states exhibits 20-8. I'm going to zoom in here. This appears to be one of the markings on this firearm. Are you able to read what that says?
Yes,
And what does it say?
it was a Comanche 2.
States exhibit 20-10 What are we looking at here?
That would be with the location of the serial number and that's the serial number that I would have written down.
And this is State's Exhibit 20-11. What is written there on the side of the gun?
That's the manufacturer.
And that again is that Lacer SA, something else that's written there as well.
Yes.
And then showing you State's Exhibit 2013. What are we looking at there?
That is the edges of two of the cartridges inside of their own individual chambers in a cylinder.
And are you able to see there what type of cartridges those are?
Well, I can see enough information to say they're probably Winchester. I see 38 and looks like an SP on the lower one. But the cylinder shroud at the back here blocks the rest of it.
So if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, this particular firearm, the Comanche 38 Special Revolver, cannot fire 357 cartridges.
If it would be able to chamber one, it could probably fire it. But in my practice is to actually use a cartridge. Since it was a Mark 38 Special, I will take a 357 Magnum cartridge and insert it in the chamber and see if I can actually close the cylinder up into the gun. It's easy enough for me to tell whether or not I'll be able to, because if the bullet tip is protruding from the chamber, outside the cylinder itself, it's not going to be able to close, because the gap between the cylinder and the forcing cone where the bullet first passes into the barrel is too small. So if it's sticking out, you're not going to be able to fire it in there.
Okay.
Wrap it up closely.
And can a 38 Special Revolver fire 9mm Lugers?
I believe you could probably use what they call a half moon or full moon clip and fire one in there.
So it's possible, but you're not really sure. It would depend on the specific type of bullet.
Well, a 9mm cartridge is not meant to sit in a revolver.
Right.
It's meant to be used because of the design of the cartridge case itself. It's meant to be fired in a semi-auto or a single shot.
And so typically then, a 38 Special Revolver is going to use 38 ammunition.
You would think so.
And that's what you found when you opened up the revolver and saw the cartridge cases.
Yes.
And then the bullets that were provided to you were consistent with the weight and land and groove impressions of the test fired bullets that you used that were also 38 Specials, correct?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
Mr. Freeze, you may step down.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll take our afternoon break. We'll reconvene and
of this year. He was.
Okay. I think this is where they're going to read in the testimony for the deceased man.
Of this year, he was to
Okay.
Ms. Cunningham, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to make a record, we are at that juncture in the state's case in chief where we're going to be presenting testimony related to Jared Brink. As the court is aware, Mr. Brink died of a massive heart attack in June of this year. He was deposed in May. These are issues that we had discussed in pretrial matters. And so at this juncture, we are going to put on testimony that was provided by Mr. Brink during a deposition that was conducted in May of this year. We have investigator Billy Thomas who will play the role of Jared Brink. Then once we conclude with his deposition testimony, the state would then call Detective Sean Johnson, who the parties had agreed they would want his interview also introduced into evidence for completeness of the record.
Thank you. Mr. Freeze?
She's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, I would swear you in that you are going to correctly read the deposition as it has been transcribed.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, for the purposes of our record, I would inquire, whether the deposition will be introduced as an exhibit. If it is, then that would relieve my court reporter of the obligation to transcribe the testimony as it is presented in court.
Your Honor, we have marked it as State's Exhibit number 49. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. And
Yes.
so the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 49 into
Give
the
the
record.
court
And that would
reporter a
reflect the
break.
deposition of Jared Brink taken before Jane Fitzgerald, a certified shorthand reporter at the Scott County Attorney's Office at 11:15 a.m. on May 8th of 2023.
I have no objection to that.
All right, the, Exhibit 49 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, for the record, we're going to read this into the record verbatims. I took the deposition, so I'll be reading first.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. State your name, please.
Jared Brink.
Mr. Brink, my name is Chad Freeze. I represent Mr. Dinkins. This is Mr. Waters. He also represents Mr. Dinkins. Have you ever had your deposition taken before?
No,
Have you ever testified before?
no.
Okay. Nothing tricky going on here, okay?
Okay, I had to think about it, but no, I've never testified.
Good for you. The purpose of this is to just get some information about what you know about the case, a little information about you. I'm not trying to pry, but I do need to know some basic information about you because we're set for a jury trial. And one of the things we have to ask the jurors is if they know witnesses. And of course, that would be you at some point. And just to get an idea of what your knowledge is and get a story from you under oath, okay? So the first thing I want to talk to you about is some ground rules. First one is that you are under oath. You understand that?
Yes,
And the oath you took today is no different than the oath you take from a judge in front of a jury or in front of a judge for a court hearing, okay? It's the same one. It has the same force, the same effect, okay? You understand?
yes,
That brings us to rule number 2. We aren't recording anything here with a video camera or a digital tape recorder, anything like that. Everything is done by the lady sitting here to my right. So she's actually typing down everything we say. So you know in a few weeks, she'll kick back to me a transcript of everything we say. And she can't do that if we're doing head nods, head shakes, or using words that we do every day like uh-huh or uh-uh. I do that to her every time, so I make her type out something. So the answers here have to be audible, okay?
correct, very well.
The final thing really is that it's really important that she makes a good record for us as she can. That's totally dependent upon how you and I communicate. And I'm as guilty of this as anyone who sits in that chair. When we have conversations, we aren't always the best at letting someone finish and then start our answer. Sometimes we want to get that answer in as soon as we can, or start the next question before you've totally answered. That's just the nature of conversation. We have to refrain from that here because although she's the best at what she does, she can't take down 2 people talking at once. So please let me finish my question and then answer, and I'll try to afford you the same respect, okay?
Correct.
Very good.
I'll try to do my best.
There is no wrong answer, okay? Only if you guess. I don't want you to guess at my question. If you don't understand it, tell me you don't understand and ask me to rephrase, okay? I'm not trying to trick you here. I'm just trying to get information. So if I ask you a question that's a bad question that you don't get, that's unclear, and I do that because sometimes I get ahead of myself and I'm thinking 2 or 3 questions ahead, that the one I just asked is absolutely horrible. Just tell me, I don't understand, and I'll reconfigure it into a question that you can. But don't guess because then we get in all kinds of trouble, okay?
Okay,
How old are you, sir?
48.
Okay, had to think about that.
My wife told me I was going to be 49, so I keep that in my head,
She wants you to be older.
evidently.
You don't need to tell me your address, but generally, where do you live?
Northeast of DeWitt.
And you keep your address current with the county attorney, so if I need to get a hold of you,
Correct.
I can go through them, okay? Agreed?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
Shop supervisor at Linwood Mining.
How long have you worked there?
5 years.
And you're married?
Correct.
What's your wife's name?
Jessica?
Do you have children?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And you're 48. Are you talking about high schoolers or college age?
One just graduated high school. The other one is in elementary.
So you're getting into the expensive years.
She's pretty self-sufficient.
Okay. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes,
What's your understanding?
for being a witness,
As to what?
pulling a gentleman out of the ditch.
So you live up in the DeWitt area, and there was a period of time where I understand you were going to work one morning, right?
Correct.
And somebody was in the ditch?
Yes.
Walk me through what was going on that morning. What's your typical morning? What's going on? How do you encounter this person in the ditch?
It was about 4:30 in the morning. I came off a gravel road behind Kunau Implement and got on Highway 61 South. And then after 3/4 of a mile, there was someone on the side of the road or on the white line on the left-hand lane of the southbound.
So on the passing lane,
Yes,
heading southbound on 61,
yes,
there was a vehicle,
no,
a person.
a person.
Okay. Describe that person for me.
Black man wearing white shorts, white shoes,
Okay, describe his physical features. Was he tall, short, heavy set, thin?
similar to my height.
How height? What's your height?
6'2", about 6 foot, little heavier build than me.
Okay,
I mean 250, 260,
this is 4:30 in the morning,
real close.
and this guy is just walking down the highway.
No, he jumped out in the lane in front of me.
Okay, what did he do?
I stopped the truck. Good thing I was paying attention or else could have had an accident.
Sure.
He come up to the driver window and asked me to pull him out of the ditch.
All right, so you're pretty close to this guy?
Oh yeah,
I mean, you roll your window down. He comes up to the driver's side window.
correct.
Did you notice anything about his face? Could you describe his face for me?
Black man.
Was he wearing glasses?
I don't recall him. He had a mole right here.
You say right here, you're pointing to your left cheek.
Oh, I'm sorry, right here.
Right cheek?
Yeah,
Okay. How about, you can't recall glasses, right?
no,
Any facial hair?
I don't really recall.
Was it light out at this point in time?
No, it was dark.
What time of year was this?
I don't recall.
Did you notice anything about his teeth? Anything about his teeth that stuck out to you?
Nothing.
How long did you talk to him alongside the road there?
20 seconds.
So he asked you to pull him out, right?
Yeah,
What'd you do?
I said, go ahead and hop in.
Okay.
Then he drove down the road, then we drove down the road, probably another half a mile. And there was a turnaround in between the lanes. And I took that and he directed me back.
So you drove back 61 north,
61 north, got off at Kunau Implement.
got off at the implement store there.
Yeah, turned right.
Okay, took a right, and then you were going east
East then on the old highway,
on,
on the old highway.
that kind of goes in front of Kunau.
Yeah.
What did you do then?
Then we went down the gravel road by the old quarry there.
There is an old quarry down there by the,
Yes,
okay, is that where the car was?
yes.
Down by the quarry, or is it on the gravel road?
Gravel road, not quite, right at the beginning of the quarry.
Okay. This quarry you talk about, to get down to the quarry, you kind of have to go down a deep or steep little,
No, we were on the gravel road,
but to get there, you have to go down a steep little driveway, right?
further down the road.
So you were back from that?
We were towards the highway from that.
Okay. And kind of across from the driveway to get down into the quarry, there's kind of like some, I'm going to call it junk,
Yeah,
construction junk and stuff.
concrete, dirt and stuff.
Yeah, were you near that?
We were to the south side of that, just to the very south side of it.
What kind of car was this?
Maroon Malibu,
Did you see any plates on it?
don't recall.
How was the car positioned? Which direction was it pointed?
It was on the west side of the road facing east. The back end was facing west towards the Kunau Implement. The front was facing east.
Okay, and was it in the ditch or just off the shoulder a little ways?
No, I was sitting perpendicular to the road like he was doing a 3-point turnaround.
Okay,
I know the right rear tire fell off into the ditch, and that's why he couldn't pull up. The front tires were dug down in the gravel road a little bit.
how did you get him out?
I had a chain in the back of my pickup. I was lucky. It was a 4-foot chain. I crawled underneath the front of his car, hooked it up to the cross member, and drove my truck, and it just come out easy.
So when you jerked him out real quick, you had hooked the chains and drove away?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you ever get the guy's name?
No.
Was there anybody with the guy?
No.
Could you see inside his car?
Yes.
There wasn't a child with him?
No.
And was this time of day, this is your usual shift, like 5 o'clock a.m.?
Somewhere around there. I'm a supervisor, so I come and go as I see fit.
Was this springtime, summer, fall?
I thought it was odd to be wearing shorts. It was cooler that day. I don't remember the time frame.
And you said Malibu.
Yes.
Did you see the color of the interior?
It had bucket seats with a console shifter
Okay.
and a tan with maybe some black highlights in the seat.
A tan, like a light tan or dark?
Light tan, lighter tan.
Did you notice any type of bumper stickers or stickers in the window or anything?
No, I was only by the car for maybe a minute, minute and a half. That included pulling him out.
Pretty easy pull out, it sounds like.
No, yeah, 3 people could have pushed it out.
So after you pulled it out, did you have a conversation with the guy Did he say thank you and stuff or offer you any money?
He was very appreciative, and more than once, he offered me $100, and I didn't accept it. I just said, do something nice for somebody else, and went on my way.
Had you ever seen this guy before?
No,
Have you ever seen him since?
no.
How did you become involved? How did you then become involved in this particular case?
It was after they found the body.
Okay.
I was at a friend's house having a beer, and that's when he said they found a body, and we were talking about it. And I just said to him, what's weird about that is that I pulled the guy out of the ditch there about a year ago around that area.
Okay, so you saw a picture.
No,
You just said you pulled a guy out.
a guy out. He asked me what kind of a car it was, and I remembered what kind of car it was. He had his wife send me a picture of the flyer that was posted around town or whatever, and that's when I decided I had to call the police department.
So the car looks similar.
Identical,
Pardon me?
identical.
Did anybody ever have you look at a photograph or a photographic array and try to identify the person who was with the car?
I can't recall.
So no one had you look at a picture and say, is this the guy?
I can't recall, no.
But you recall it being a cool day, right?
It seemed cool for shorts.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brink, what time did your shift start at your employment?
At that time, I was going in at 5 a.m.
Okay, and then so when you leave your house, what do you need by way of drive time?
35, 40 minutes.
All right,
So it's probably closer to 4:15, 4:20.
all right, so 4:15, 4:20 in the morning, at that point in time, was it dark out?
Yes,
Were you up to the car where you could actually see inside and verify that there was not another individual inside the car itself?
yes.
Okay,
I walked from the front of the car down the right side to see how it was stuck in the ditch.
okay,
And I seen the right rear wheel was dropped off. And then I walked back up beside my car.
now during your testimony, you indicated that you'd observed something on the individual's cheek and had pointed toward the nose. I missed what you had said. What had you described?
Just a facial blemish.
Okay, all right, so the subject that you were dealing with, race,
Black,
sex,
male,
and then with the facial blemish that you described, where was it located?
on the right side of his nose.
And then additionally, as far as how you describe this individual's physical build, how would you describe his physical build?
6 foot tall, 250.
Okay, and when you were speaking with law enforcement, do you recall telling them that you didn't remember him being that bigly built, but they did have a big frame?
Yes,
Now, during your discussions with law enforcement, did they ask you whether or not you would be able to pick him out of a photo lineup? And you indicated that you didn't know if you would be able to do that?
yeah, I don't remember that part of the conversation.
And I've got a report here of your interview with the officer. I don't know if it would help you if you would want to review that real quickly. That way we could definitively put that issue to rest.
I don't have my cheaters.
Oh, you don't have your cheaters? Okay, so I will do this.
He is 48.
Yeah, at 45, it went downhill bad.
All right. And the time frame then that you would have had contact with this individual, would that have been about what time?
That morning,
Right.
about 4:20, 4:15, and 4:30 somewhere.
Now, you gave a very specific description of clothing. Do you recall telling the detective that you remember him wearing some type of white denim shorts, and you were asked if there was any design on them, and you stated you could see there was some blue design on the shorts, like they were screen printed? Does this sound familiar?
Yes,
And then there was some discussion about a shirt that he was wearing, and you described it as a darker t-shirt. Does that sound familiar?
I think during that interview, I said I could not remember the shirt he was wearing.
Sure.
I think that's what I started at that time.
All right. And then did you describe him wearing some jewelry, but nothing really flashy?
I think I said he was wearing a necklace.
All right.
I think I stated that then.
Then let me get to the point where you had the discussions about your ability to be able to identify him. During the interview, did Detective Johnson ask you, if you were to see this guy again, would you be able to pick him out? And you stated you didn't know. Your response is, if you put 2 pictures of them there, he isn't sure if he'd be able to pick him out. Jared, you stated if you put 6 of them there, he still doesn't know. You did acknowledge that you observed a flyer with a black male on it prior to coming to the station to speak with him, but the officer didn't present those to you for purposes of doing a lineup. Would that be fair?
Yes,
All right, and then I know finally the last topic of conversation. During the interview, had the detective shown you an image that had been captured from a quick shot video at about 3:30 a.m. on July 10th of 2020?
yes.
And when you were shown that image, what did you advise Detective Johnson?
I said, that's the shirt he was wearing.
Okay, all right. And was it the shirt or the shorts that you told him that the guy was wearing?
No, I was very pleased. My memory served me correctly because I called the shorts out perfectly.
Okay, so did you call the shorts out perfectly? Yes, or perfectly?
Yes.
And what you saw on that?
And that's why I couldn't remember the shirt.
All right, absolutely. And then do you also remember telling the detective that you didn't remember her being that bigly built, but he did have a big frame?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Sean Johnson to the stand.
I'm sorry. Somehow I messed that up. That last guy wasn't Sean Johnson. My bad. I thought that's who was there reading. And I unplugged the bad AC and turned on the good one so we
You
won't
swear to
hear
tell the
beeps
truth,
the
the whole
rest of the
truth,
day.
nothing but the truth.
Please state your name for the record.
Sean Johnson,
Could you please spell both your first and your last name?
SeanJohnson,
Where are you employed?
City of Davenport,
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
approximately 9.5 years.
Could you describe your prior educational background and any training that you've received for the position you fill?
I have a master's degree in criminal justice from St. Ambrose University, and I graduated the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, a 14-week program out in Johnston, Iowa.
Once you completed that training, did you start your career with the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Detective Johnson, can you describe for us the different capacities that you've worked for the Davenport Police Department?
I first started out as a patrol officer and a sworn evidence tech. Then I was promoted to the Detective Bureau, where I've worked 5 years in Special Victims Unit and then about a 9-month span in property crimes.
Okay. What was your assignment in July of 2020?
I was working in property crimes at the time.
Were you on duty on July 10th of 2020 when the initial report came in of Breasia Terrell missing?
Yes, I was.
And were you involved in a lot of aspects of the investigation as it was developing?
Yes, I was.
All right. We're going to be more targeted as to topics of discussion that I think we really want to focus on. But during those initial stages, let me ask you this. Were you tasked with completing various applications for search warrants as the day played out on July 10th of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And as the investigation was ongoing, did you continue in that role where you completed various applications for search warrants?
Yes, I did.
As to those applications for search warrants, at some point in time on July 10th, did you prepare, well, no, let me ask you this. At some point in time, did you prepare a search warrant, on July 14th of 2020 involving the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-1. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-1. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 150-1?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 150-1?
This is one of the search warrants I wrote for the maroon Chevy Impala,
Okay. On what date was this application for search warrant prepared?
July 14th,
Of what year?
2020, sorry.
Whose name appears as the officer preparing this application?
Mine does.
What is the location to be searched?
The 2007 maroon Chevy Impala.
All right. And then relative to that application for search warrant, what specifically were you interested in trying to collect at that time?
DNA evidence, blood and biological evidence, and then collection of any and all forensic evidence.
Okay. Now, just for purposes of perspective, did the FBI actually become involved in this investigation?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And then did they respond to the Davenport area on or about July 14th of 2020 to process 3 vehicles that had been seized associated with the defendant?
Yes, they did.
And then, so had they applied for their own search warrant, which they utilized to go in and process all 3 vehicles?
I believe we wrote those search warrants, yes.
Oh, you believe you wrote those search warrants? And then, so then was this the search warrant that they would have utilized that would have allowed them access to that Chevy Impala?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Now, what I want to do is I want to go to attachment A. Is there an attachment A within this exhibit?
Yes, there is.
Very simply for our record, what does attachment A encompass?
It's the affidavit for the search warrant.
We're interested in whether or not you had included within your attachment A any observations noted by officers or an officer of the Davenport Police Department who had some initial contact with a vehicle on July 10th when it had been seized and brought down to the evidence bay of the Davenport Police Department to be photographed by civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster.
Yes.
Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, I am.
Could you speak to that issue?
As I was writing, as we're investigating this case, I believe I was writing a search warrant when Detective Beth Tharp came up to me and stated that she was just down by the vehicle and they were doing a cursory search. During that cursory search, the trunk was opened and she said that she got a smell of bleach coming from the trunk.
By virtue of that statement to you, did you then incorporate that information into attachment A as a portion of the basis to establish probable cause for the issuance of the search warrant?
Yes, I did.
All right. And then attached there too, is there the search warrant that was presented to a judge and signed and approved for the execution of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 150-1.
That object is hearsay, is redundant and cumulative.
The objections overruled, it will be admitted.
Detective Johnson, I want to then fast forward to events of March 22nd of 2021. Were you aware of the discovery of the remains of Breasia Terrell?
Yes, I was.
How did you become aware of that?
I received a phone call, I believe that night, asking me to be out of the Kunau area the next morning to do scene security because of remains that were found in the area.
Okay, then did you respond out to that location on March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Were you present then throughout the day as that area was processed and skeletal remains were recovered?
Yes, I was.
All right. By virtue of the development of that circumstance, were there news stories that were going out over TV or even social media platforms identifying what had developed out there at Kunau Implement?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, because of that, then, were you tasked with interviewing a gentleman that had reached out to the Davenport Police Department with information that he felt was relevant to provide concerning that area where the body was recovered?
Yes.
Explain.
We actually got information from Major Cundiff of the Clinton County Sheriff's Department, who said that he had someone contact him in regards to information that might be pertinent to the investigation of Breasia Terrell. Major Cundiff was able to give us his name and information, phone number, who was later identified as Jared Brink. I contacted Mr. Brink via phone and set up an interview for him that day.
Did Mr. Brink then come down to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
Yes, he did.
Do you know what date Mr. Brink was interviewed at the Davenport Police Department?
It would have been March 23rd or March 24th. If you give me a second, I can confirm that.
Sure. Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing the narrative that you prepared of that interview?
Yeah.
Could you please, Your Honor, may the witness do so?
You may. The exact date was March 24th.
And then what time did that interview start?
It happened around 10 o'clock in the morning.
Where did that interview take place?
The Davenport Police Department.
Where specifically within the department?
It happened in one of our criminal investigation division interview rooms on the second floor of the PD.
Are the interview rooms at the Davenport Police Department equipped with any video surveillance, well, not video surveillance equipment, but video recording equipment?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And whenever an individual is interviewed within those rooms, is that interview recorded?
Yes, it is.
In this particular instance, when you met with Mr. Brink, was there a recording made of your conversation with Mr. Brink?
Yes, there was.
Have you had an opportunity to review that recording?
Yes.
Is that recording a complete and accurate, complete and accurate as to the topics of conversations that you had with Mr. Brink?
Yes, it is.
All right. So let's just set forth a structure for the interview. And then once we've done that, we'll turn to the video itself. But explain to us how it was structured.
I asked Mr. Brink to start off and tell me everything that he remembers from the day in question, what he was there to talk about. He ran through everything that he could remember. And then I began asking general questions, more detailed questions about things that he did and where he went and stuff like that.
Okay. Does Mr. Brink live in an area near Kunau Implement?
Yeah, I believe it would be to the northeast of where Kunau is.
All right. Let me direct your attention, if I could, to State's Exhibit 38. Thank you. All right. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
Yes.
As you look at that geographical map, do you see the location of where Kunau Implement is located?
Yes, I do.
Could you take the pointer and show us where on that particular exhibit it's located? And then Detective Johnson, in your conversations with Jared Brink, what was your understanding of where his residence would have been located relative to that area?
It would have been further up to the north and east of here, so somewhere up in not pictured on this map.
Certainly, thank you. Go ahead and take your seat. In the course of your conversations with Mr. Brink, was there a discussion with him about where he was employed?
Yes, there was.
All right, and I'll give you a moment. It looks
Oh, you're
like
fine.
things fell off.
Yeah.
Where was Mr. Brink employed?
Linwood Mining here in Davenport.
Are you familiar with that particular entity?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What community is Linwood Mining actually located in?
I believe it's on the border of Southwest Davenport and Buffalo, Iowa.
All right. As we look at that map, then, can you give us or show us where on the map Buffalo, Iowa is at?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and take your seat. Was there a discussion with Mr. Brink about what highway he would take to travel into Scott County?
He said he would take the 4-lane south, which is commonly known as Highway 61.
All right. And then if you come south on Highway 61, what would be the most obvious route of travel that an individual would take to get down there to the area of Buffalo where Linwood Mining is located?
Probably 80 to 280 and then back down to 61 to get down to Linwood Mining.
All right. And then if you're traveling on 61 going south, will that also take you down to the area of River Drive?
Yes, it would.
All right. Did you have an understanding of what time he would have to be at work
Yes, I did.
and what time?
Jared said that he usually has to be to work around 5 o'clock in the morning.
And so then by virtue of that, is there going to be a bit of a drive time from where he lived to get down to Linwood Mine?
Yes, there is.
All right. And what was your understanding of typically how much, what time he would leave his home?
Jared stated it was around 4:30 in the morning every morning.
All right. And so is that the path of travel that he would always take?
Yes.
Okay. By virtue of his traveling south on Highway 61 then, was there a discussion of him having an encounter with an individual?
Yes, there was.
How was that individual physically described?
He stated him as a big stocky black male.
All right. And then in the course of conversations that you had with him, did he describe a particular article of clothing?
Yes, the shorts.
All right. Was his description relative to shorts that subject was wearing something then that resonated with you based on other video surveillance footage or still images that had been collected that you had seen?
Yes, it did.
All right. And then would you have taken a still image that had been collected from video surveillance footage and showed to him?
Yes, I did.
All right. And we'll talk about that. And then relative to that description, did he describe with you what occurred during his contact with this black male subject?
Yes, he did.
And very simply, what was the nature of the discussion?
That black male stopped him. He was stuck in a ditch and asked Jared if he'd be able to pull him out of the ditch.
Okay. Did you talk with Mr. Brink about the location where this subject had a vehicle that was stuck?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that bear any relations to the location of where Breasia Terrell's remains were found?
Very much so.
Explain.
The location of where the car was stuck at was approximately 75 to 100 yards south of the entrance to the pond behind Kunau Implement.
Okay. During those discussions, then, did you generate any type of aerial images of that area and have him mark on those images the location of where the subject's vehicle was stuck at?
Yes, I did.
And then did he provide you a description of that vehicle?
Yes, he did.
And what was the description of the vehicle that was provided?
He said it was a maroon Impala that was very clean inside, had tannish interior, and he did make a note of a white aux cord that was plugged into the cigarette lighter.
Okay. Did he also explain to you what had prompted him to reach out to law enforcement?
Yes, he did.
And basically, what's the nature of the discussion that we're going to hear about there?
It was a conversation that he had with a friend of his about telling him about pulling a guy out of that ditch area where the remains were found.
Okay. Does the name Joseph Adams sound familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
How?
I believe that is the subject who Mr. Brink was talking with.
Okay. And what was it during the nature of his contact with Joseph Adams that prompted this conversation?
I believe the news articles about finding the body down there, and then Mr. Brink was, I believe, shown a flyer of the maroon Impala.
Okay. One additional question that I want to ask you about before we watch this video. Did Mr. Brink describe for you anything that he noted as far as a feature on the face of the black male subject he had helped?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And is that something that we will hear about in the video?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 123. And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, there is downtime before the officer comes in and meets with Jared Brink, and then Detective Johnson will leave and go get some items and come back in, and then he takes the phone and he leaves and he comes back in. So for purposes of our record, we're just going to focus on the time where there were those conversations. And here's what we have for a time stamp. We'll start at 27 minutes and play to 46 minutes and 22 seconds. We'll start at 59 minutes and 24 seconds and play until 1 hour and 5 minutes. And then we will start back up at 1 hour and 9 minutes, and we'll play until 1 hour and 10 minutes.
One moment, miss.
Judge, we won't have enough time today, so it probably is a good time to break.
That's what I was wondering, Ms. Cunningham, and I apologize for that. I believe you all know, but I'm
Okay, so we're going to switch to the next day, and they will get in, and the first thing they get into is showing this video. So we're going to start with that. But I want to see if I can flash y'all some panties real quick. I'm going to flash y'all some panties. See if I can find it. I don't know where I put it. I don't know how to do that. Hang on, let's do this. Let's see. I'm going to show y'all just because y'all need something cuteness in your life for just a minute. There you go. That's today. We have black panties today. Lola is staying at my feet. She's right here by my chair. She loves her mommy. So, yeah, my poor baby. She's right here at mommy's feet. All right, well, let's get back to Dinkins. I don't know what to do for her, but just let her lay here and sleep. So, all right, let's get into the video.
Three.
you may.
Okay, so this is the video of Jared Brink as he was in the police station.
Before we get started, is it J-A-R-J-E-R-O-D? What's your middle name, Jared?
Samuel.
And then Brinkman?
B-R-I-N-K.
What's your date of
No,
birth?
just Brink.
Oh, just Brink?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your date of birth, Jared?
1/17/75.
An address for you?
2918 182nd Street, DeWitt.
Your phone number is 468-0641. Where are you working at?
Linwood Mining.
What's that?
Linwood Mining.
Linwood Mining. Yep, right down there in Buffalo.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a phone call from Major Conduct up in Clinton County that you had some information that you wanted to share with us. So I just asked that you go through and tell me everything that you can possibly remember from this incident.
Okay. I need to go south of my house on Humiston until I get to whatever the hell it is. And I take that gravel road that goes around the backside of Coon House.
Okay.
And then I jump onto the 4 lane and head south.
Okay.
So I got on the 4 lane and I went about a half mile on the corner, and a black man jumped off the road in front of me and waved his arms. And I kind of checked all the other areas, so I didn't know where he came from. And I didn't see anybody else, so I stopped. He said he was stuck in the ditch.
Okay.
And asked if I could pull him out. So he got in my truck. I had him down about another half mile. We turned around the median and come back up, got off at Coon House there, and went down in front of Coon House and took a left onto the gravel road.
Okay.
And there I seen his car in the ditch. And it was towards the south end of that pond. It was probably 150 yards off of the blacktop road, the old highway.
Okay.
So, and his trunk was facing to the he was skewed just a little bit, probably to the northwest a little bit.
Okay.
He wasn't exactly west. And he dropped the right rear tire. I don't think he dropped the left rear tire off the ground or off the edge of the ditch. And
I just spun around and backed up to him. I had shortchanged my chain in my truck.
Okay.
And pulled him out. He wanted to give me $100. I said, no, I don't need money.
Okay.
I said, just help somebody else out.
Okay.
And away we went. But after thinking about it, I'm pretty sure it had a tan colored interior. It had a console in there. And the car was extremely clean inside.
Okay.
But it was a tan leather interior. I'm not mistaken. Maybe it had a moonroof.
Okay.
But the interior lights were on. And it was like 4:30 in the morning, 4:45. But I'm pretty sure he was wearing a darker shirt, like a black shirt, and white shorts and white shoes.
Okay.
I just had a hard time seeing him on the highway because all I seen was the white shorts.
Yeah.
And they were up in the air.
Yeah.
So you're trying to figure out
Sun's still not up.
what the hell is that on the road from me?
Yeah.
And they're that close, I got to figure. So.
Okay.
But I do remember him. I asked him what the hell he was doing up here.
Yeah.
And he said he made a wrong turn. He was coming back from Clinton to Davenport. I'm almost 99% positive that's what he said. He was leaving Clinton to go to Davenport.
Okay.
And I said, well, Davenport's the other way.
Yeah.
So, and that's pretty much all I remember. And I'm liking to try to figure out what the date is.
Okay.
Or even somewhere close.
Okay. Do you remember any of the weather by chance?
It was cooler.
Okay.
And I thought, no,
Cooler because it was in the morning, or cooler because?
I think just temperature cooler.
Okay.
Probably around the 40 to 45 degree range.
Okay.
I'm like, you're a little cold to be out here in shorts. That's
Yeah.
I remember thinking that.
Okay. Do you remember that it was at 4:30 in the morning?
It was, yeah, right around there, within 15 minutes.
Okay. When you said, so you came down from your house and then headed west past Kunau?
Yeah.
And then got on the 4-lane
Yeah.
south?
Yeah.
Okay. And he did not come out until you did not see him until you were south on Highway 61?
Yeah, he was out on Highway 61.
Okay.
Probably a half mile south of that intersection.
Okay. He got in your truck. You guys swung back around.
Yeah.
Do you remember hairstyle or anything like that on him?
I don't remember much. Just dark hair. It was fairly short.
Okay.
He was a bigger dude. He wasn't fat by no means.
Okay.
I mean, he looked like he was pretty well
Stocky?
stocky,
Okay.
but he wasn't fat by no means.
Okay. When he was in your car, did you smell anything that kind of smelled out of the ordinary?
No, he smelled like perfume.
Smell like perfume?
Not perfume.
Or cologne?
Cologne type. He
Okay.
didn't smell like my stinky truck.
Okay. And you said when he was wearing shorts, like, are you talking about gym shorts or jean shorts?
I
or
want to say they were like white denim jean shorts.
white denim jean shorts?
That just sticks in my head.
Okay. Any designs on them, you can tell?
No.
Okay.
But no, they don't. I don't think they had a flower pattern on them or something, kind of blue design. For some reason, I see some kind of blue design in the shorts, like they're screen printed or something.
Okay.
But for some reason, I just got like white jean shorts.
Okay.
Like the,
And then the t-shirt, was it all plain black?
I don't remember.
Just remember a black t-shirt.
That was a darker one. I don't remember anything about that. And I really wasn't even gonna call because the information wasn't that great. And that's why I beat my head up and I went to work this morning and I went to my phone, dug, trying to find a text message in case I text somebody that I'd seen them, so I can remember the exact date. But I do remember it was probably 4:30 to 4:15 in the morning.
Okay. Was he wearing a do-rag by chance? Do you remember?
I don't think so.
When he got back to the car,
When I looked at him, I did not suspect anything like of an abnormal person.
Okay.
I mean, like a do-rag or, I think he was wearing a little bit of jewelry, but it wasn't flashy or anything like that, I don't think.
Okay. Do you remember the shoes at all? Just white shoes? Maybe white shoes?
Like I said before, I get up, I make my coffee, I get dressed up. That was probably literally from the time I got up to there, 25 minutes.
Okay.
From the
Still
time
a
I got
little
up.
sleepy-eyed?
Yeah.
Okay.
But enough to kind of look around and stuff before I even bother to stop to see if there's anything else going on
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna stop in the middle of the road for.
No, absolutely. So after you picked him up and circled back around, did you take that first right when you turned onto that gravel road in front of Kunau? So did you go in front of Kunau or did you swing back around Kunau?
In front of Kunau.
Okay, and then you took the left to come back around. Okay. And then you said the entrance to the pond.
There's an entrance to the pond on the north side, I think, a little gravel entrance.
Okay.
It was probably 75 to 100 yards south of there.
Okay. Okay.
I drove by this morning and I'm like, yep, it was probably within 20 foot either direction. Right here is where I pulled them out.
Okay. Because I remember there's two entrances. One looks like one where like side by side their ATVs go up, and the other looks like where a car would go down.
Yeah, the one the car went down would probably be on the north side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was on the one where the ATVs.
No, he just dropped off the ditch and I didn't look real close, but I
Okay.
did walk around the side of his car and I just seen the one tire was dropped off.
Okay.
And he had spun down into the gravel while he's trying to get out. But I think that's why I seen the interior of the car.
Okay.
The color,
And the interior. What color was the car?
I'm almost positive it was maroon.
Maroon. And the make and model.
I'm pretty sure it was a maroon. I can guarantee it was an Impala.
Okay. Guarantee it's an Impala.
I guarantee. For some reason, there's a charcoal gray, but for some reason, it's maroon.
Okay.
And when my buddy was asking me that, because when I was over at his house last night, I said, you know what's weird about them putting that body up there or whatever? I said, last fall. I said, I can't remember the date. I said, I pulled a black man out of the ditch there in the morning, like 4:30 in the morning. He's like, well, what kind of car was it? At first I said Malibu. I'm like, no, it was an Impala. He says, what color was it? I said, it was maroon. I mean, now you're thinking about it, and I have not seen that flyer because I don't watch the news and I don't go around anywhere.
So you didn't really know anything about what's been going on for the past 8 months?
I had no previous viewing of any of that stuff. You know, I heard about things. Possibly they were looking in the clear right after it first happened, and that's the only thing I heard.
Okay.
So that flyer that his wife sent me when he showed it to me, that was the first time I ever.
First time you ever seen the car?
Yeah.
Oh, on Fred or in the news?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I had never seen that.
Okay. Did you touch his car at all? You know, or did you
I
just?
probably couldn't. I hooked the chain up on the right front.
On the right front tire?
No, there's a little hole in the frame.
Okay.
Right in front of the lower control arm.
Okay.
I could real easily put my hand on the hood, and it probably would have been my right hand, and I reached underneath on the cradle.
Okay.
And hooked it up, or I hooked the side, or touched the side of the fender with my left hand when I was getting up on the two.
Okay.
The other car? No.
Yeah.
I would like just to walk by the right side of that car right now, and that would probably refresh so much of my memory.
Yeah. There was no one else in the car, or was there someone else in the truck? No. Okay. And
I don't think there was even anything on the seats or anything. There was a white aux cord for a phone plugged into the cigarette lighter, but that car was pretty much, it was immaculately clean.
Okay. And no, did you ever open the door or anything like that to the car?
No.
No, okay.
He got it in the left side, obviously, when I pulled a little bit, I pulled the brake in at me.
Yeah. Did you ask him if he had called anybody for any help or anything like that? No. Okay. And the only thing that he said was that he was on his way from Clinton to Davenport, but ended up 15 miles or 5 miles north of Duluth.
5 miles north of Duluth.
Okay. Have you ever seen a lot of people back in that area?
Maybe during the day, kids messing around or something like that, but.
Yeah.
And I don't ever take that gravel road because the other one, I'm straight on, there's no stop sign, and it just cruise around.
Okay.
The only reason why I went on that road is because I picked him up.
Okay. When after you pulled him out and you were leaving, did you see which direction he went? Did you follow you then for it? Well, I know. So did you pull him out and would you have been heading north if you pulled him out, or were you heading back south?
I had back south.
South.
And my best friend was to get back and forth.
Is he still there when you left?
No, I'm pretty sure people, after I left the tape, he would again wanted to pay me for it. And I just think I'll give you $100, I'll give you $100. He said that many times. And then after I left, he's like, here. He just, I'm like, no, I don't need money.
Okay. But don't remember which way you left him.
I'm pretty sure. I know he felt me.
Okay. I'll follow you
This
out
is
to
the top time. Which way he went off of that?
Okay. Trying to think of anything else.
Then he did your business card or something. If I remember anything. And like I said, I went to work. But I didn't but yeah,
So he just hears you just jump out and right around from here.
no, he was definitely.
I have no clue what happened. I have no clue what happened. I clicked on my screen and everything was gone. Sorry.
Coming against that road and popped up, you would have seen it.
Okay.
But
Okay. Was he dry? Or his clothes dry? Or was he wet or anything like that?
he was right.
He was dry. Okay. And just smelled of like an abundance of cologne? No.
It's like somebody that was fairly neat and clean cap. He didn't seem like.
No, Lola's asleep. I don't know. I have no clue. My computer just did this thing where everything went black and it came back. I have no clue. I don't know. It dropped everything off stage. That was so weird.
Like scuzzy, dirty, or anything like that.
Remember she was being dirty at all or muddy at all or anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay. He wanted to give you 100, was he trying to actually hand you the money?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If you were to see this guy again, would you be able to recognize him, pick him out?
Boy, I don't know. I only know the best way to do it. If you put 2 of them there, I'm not sure I can pick them out. And if you put 6 of them there, you know, I don't know. If you put 2 guys side by side, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe. Probably I was thinking about that before you started to show me pictures. I think, real honestly, it'd be best to put 6 out first instead of 2.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, he wasn't bad. He seemed like he was very
Well built.
And if you look at the picture, and I don't even want to look at the pictures because I don't want to corrupt my thoughts.
Yeah, I wouldn't look at that. I wouldn't look at any pictures.
Well,
Please. Okay, so this is kind of the area of your house and then Kuno. So I just want to make sure I got this right. So you came down, so.
I left my house, come down here, the gravel road.
Okay, so you drove right on the north side of Kuno.
Yep, and I probably picked him up right here.
Okay.
And that's where I picked him up, which is pretty much straight across the gravel. So he walked right across here to the 4 lane. And I probably came down here, turned around, went back in front of Kuno, pulled him out.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, he was somewhere, probably right in, well, he's towards the south side of the trees. I don't think I was right on the edge of the trees on the east side of the road.
Okay.
Probably 20 foot.
Okay, so he wasn't near that entrance to the circle drive at all. He was down the road further.
He was down here. I was pretty much straight even with the trees on the east side of the road when I was pulling him out.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense then. Okay. So then you just pulled me back in and then pulled him out this way and then went back 61 and took off. Okay. This is actually just I don't know if this one's a little bit better. So you picked him up further down here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go down there. And then so circle right where you believe him, where do you think he was at?
Boy. It makes it look a little different. It'd be easier if I was standing on the road. I'm going to say somewhere between here and here.
Okay.
On the road.
And he was backed in, so the trunk would have been facing that side?
Yes.
Okay. Was the trunk open at all?
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, I probably wouldn't be here if I didn't have any correlation with that girl missing. You know what I mean?
So I mean, obviously you said that you hadn't known about anything that was involved in the disappearance of that girl at all?
Well, I didn't know a little bit when it first happened.
Yeah.
And they're still looking for it. I knew that. But
Okay. You didn't know of any involved people or any involved vehicles or anything like that?
not a clue. The first time I thought about room car was last night after my buddy was bumping me, kind of interrogating me, and I come right out and said,
Yeah. So what was he asking you?
he's just like, well, we're sitting there having a beer, and I'm like, you know what's weird about them finding that body over there? I pulled a car out there.
So you brought it up?
Yeah, I brought it up. I said, you know what's weird about it is I pulled a car out of this last fall.
Mhm.
And he's like, what kind of car was it? And at first, I'm like, a Malibu? No. I said, it was an Impala. He said, what color was it? And I said, it was maroon. He's like, oh my God. He said, you don't know the maroon Impala? And I said, no, what? Well, that's that girl that's missing. That's they're speculating that's that car.
Mhm.
And he called his wife, and his wife sent me the text message of that flyer.
Of the flyer
with the car on there, and 2 guys in the bottom, and her picture. Actually, thank you.
Yeah, actually, get that. Yeah, I'll take it back there.
Right here, right.
This is the same one.
Oh, you already had it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Actually, this one, I'll use. So you-
I'm muted. Sorry. Those are some weird noises. I mean, in my ear, it just sounds so strange. baby? You okay? Lay down. You're good, baby. All right. They're zooming through him just sitting there looking at his phone.
There's my card. You have that right now. What time do you have to be at work? Whenever you want.
Basically, I'm there by 5, quarter after 5.
Okay, so you're there by 5 every morning?
Yeah, 5, quarter after.
What time do you usually leave your house?
Usually, I don't know, 4:30.
4:30. Okay. Do we have a direct supervisor that we just verify? Because we're trying to create the timeline of events that happened on that day, so we just kind of want to verify. Obviously, you're probably a little late on that day because you have to stop and pull them out.
I'm a supervisor, so I can come and go.
Oh, okay.
Just like now, I just left.
Okay. So, do you report to anybody?
Yeah, Mark Clemick, he's my boss.
Mark Clemick? You know, it's Mark Clemick. I'm guessing it's like Klemig.
I'm in here. Klimnek.
MEK. Okay.
Anyway, his phone number.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Uh, 563.
Yep.
340. 5228.
5228. And the guy you were talking to last night having a beer that you were talking with, what's his name?
Joe Adams.
Joe Adams?
Yeah.
Do you have his phone number by chance?
Oh, he's off the deep end. What did you get my phone number for? I was like, you're the one that told me how to call.
He's not in any trouble, that's for sure.
212-9230.
9230. Okay. That flyer that you got sent, can I see what flyer that is? I know that we put out a couple different ones.
His wife sent me that, you wonder.
Okay. So what did you see when you saw that?
He showed me on his phone. My phone was in the truck. He showed me on his phone.
Okay.
I just looked at it as he handed it like this. I'm like, yeah, that's the car. I never even looked at the pictures. And I'm pretty sure it's not that one. And if this guy lost weight, I could possibly say it was him.
Okay. Okay. So as soon as you saw that car, like that was the first time you saw that car since you pulled it out of the ditch?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And I got the chain at home. I'm pretty sure, depending upon where the wrecker hooked up, I could see exactly where I hooked up to it.
Okay.
I mean, just in front of the right front wheel, there's a T-slot. I used to rebuild cars, so I know there's a T-slot where you hook into. So and I didn't hook up on the right front of the car. And it was a pretty short chain. It was probably only 6 feet long, so I was pretty close to the car.
Okay.
When I backed up to it, because I knew that's the only thing I had.
Okay. So there's a couple other things that I'm going to ask of you to help us further this investigation. Okay. I'd like to take you down and show you the car, the maroon Impala. Then I'd also like to take you back out to Kuhnau so you can specifically show us where you pulled him out.
Today?
Yeah, today. Yeah, today.
So, no, that's no big deal.
Okay. And while we're doing that, we'd like to forensically download your phone just because our computers have more capability of pulling stuff out that you may or may not have deleted and not know about.
I don't believe that.
Okay.
Just recently I started deleting text messages, but
We'd like to just do that for our records going forward.
so you'd be able to pull the GPS on my phone when I turned around.
Yeah, we'd be able to pull stuff like
I
that.
can't believe you can come up with GPS on anybody's phone in there.
So,
So you'd be able to come up with the date.
Yeah.
But when I turned around, because I know exactly which route I took.
yeah, and that's kind of why we want to take you up there, so you can like specifically show us like where you picked him up at, where you pulled the car out at, and all that stuff. And while we're
When
doing
do you want to go up there?
like right now, we leave from here like right now.
I was gonna say, because if we did a couple hours later, I just stay home.
we would take you up there and bring you right back. So,
Okay.
and then while we're going down and showing you the car and then taking you up there, we'd have our guys download your phone real quick so it'd be done when we got back.
No, I can't make it on my phone, but that's just for,
Yeah.
how long would it take down?
It all depends on how much you have on your phone. Yeah, might take a little bit then.
So there's no sense of taking my waist and pictures out of there.
We're not in it for that. Trust me. I'm sure you can find better ones. Yeah, we're not in it for that. So
I can leave my phone with him right now. We can run down to the car quick.
yeah. Is there a passcode on your phone?
Yeah.
What's the passcode?
1233.
1233. Okay. Hang out. I have to go get someone that's going to come with me because there's going to be two of us that go, and then we'll get this moving and we'll take it down to the car, get this done, or we can hopefully have you out of here by 12 o'clock. Yeah, it shouldn't take that long. All right. All right. Thanks, Dr. Major.
Lay down, baby. Lay down. Lay down. You're okay. Just lay down.
Pictures of possible shorts. See if those jog your memory at all.
Mhm.
What?
I told you white with blue on them.
Yep. Those are the shorts?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. I don't recall the shoes though.
Okay.
But like I said, I already told you before, I don't know the shoes. But
Yeah.
I said white shorts with possibly blue screen print.
Yep.
Like some kind of design.
Yep.
So I'm not sure I remember a tank top, but.
Okay. But those shorts are pretty certain on.
I'd never seen the backside, I'd like to see
Yeah.
the front side.
But
I don't remember him being that bigly built. Like
Okay.
I said, he was big, but I don't think he was like portly. Big.
Yeah.
I mean, he looked like he had a big frame.
Okay.
But I said that to you, I
Yeah.
do remember possibly some kind of blue screen print on it.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Perfect. I'm gonna get
Don't look too far off.
No, not at all. I'm gonna keep looking out here, all right?
All right.
That video was hard to listen to with all that static, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Detective Johnson, let's put State's Exhibit 38 up there on the board. I'd like to direct your attention to that portion of the conversation where you were having Mr. Brink identify locations where, first of all, he had that initial contact with this black gentleman along Highway 61.
Okay.
Does that give us a good perspective there, or would another map give us a better perspective?
That gives a fairly good perspective of the route that he took. Yeah.
All right, go ahead and show us on State's Exhibit 38. Sure, oh, perfect, yes. All right, so go ahead and show us again.
This one, where he comes from, east heading west, turns down on 61, then does essentially the U-turn back up in front of Kunow, and then back behind Kunow with Honda.
Okay, thank you. When Mr. Brink had referenced going down a half mile further after he had picked up the black gentleman and having turned around at the median, is there medians along Highway 61 where you can utilize that to head back north?
Yes.
And was that your understanding of what he was explaining?
Yes, it was.
All right, now, let's go to State's Exhibit 41. Utilizing this particular aerial map, can you go back to the area of 270th Avenue and help us understand where he was locating that vehicle, the maroon Chevy Impala, along that roadway when they came down there?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
It would have been somewhere in this area of the property.
All right. For purposes of our written record, relative to the access road, and that would be that steep access road that would take you to the pond, would that have placed him further north or further south?
It would have been further south. The access road to the pond is right here.
All right. And just so that we're clear about the orientation of the vehicle, was the vehicle facing north or south, or was it across 270th?
It would have been across. The trunk would have been facing west, northwest, and then front of the car would have been facing east, southeast.
During your conversation with Mr. Brink, was there any discussion about how it appeared the gentleman was trying to do a three-point turn when he got stuck?
Yes, he did.
Okay, all right. And then so as for the portion of the vehicle that got stuck off of the roadway, help us understand what he was describing there.
The car would have been back up here and would have been the back right tire, would have been off the gravel road here, where there's an edge.
Okay, go ahead and take your seat. Detective Johnson, on July 9th, in the evening of 2020, was there a significant rainstorm here in the Davenport area?
I believe so, yes.
And then even when we had gone up there to recover the body, had the weather been fairly inclement during, well, no, I take that back. Okay. So had the weather been fairly inclement through the evening of July 9th and going to the early morning hours of July 10th?
I believe so, yes.
When you were up there at the time that Breasia's skeletal remains were recovered, what is it that you, well, I don't even have to ask you that. I'm going to backtrack. Did you drive up there with Mr. Brink on March 24th? Is that when you met with him?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Describe what happened when you drove up there on March 24th with Mr. Brink.
Mr. Brink was able to describe the location of where he remembers pulling out the maroon Impala.
Okay. Now, did you have a chance to look at the shoulder along the area of 270th Avenue?
Yes, I did.
How would you describe the shoulder relative to the traveled roadway?
There's probably about, it's very short, narrow, and then there's probably about I would say a foot and a half drop off from the gravel to the edge of the road.
Is that distinctly different from what we typically see if we're driving along the highway and we see just a flat level surface that would constitute the shoulder in a lot of instances?
Yes.
And so having been up there and viewed that, was it easy to understand how a vehicle, if it backed off the roadway, could get easily stuck?
Yes, it is.
Were you aware of the search warrant that had been obtained for the maroon Chevy Impala to drop the gas tank and determine how much gas was left in the tank?
Yes, I was.
And how were you familiar with that circumstance?
I believe I authored that search warrant.
Certainly. And then by virtue of the car being placed up on a lift, were you aware of additional findings that were made up underneath the vehicle itself, within the frame of the vehicle?
I believe I was made aware of possibly some soil that they had been located there.
Okay. And were those soil samples collected?
Yes, they were.
Now, there was something specifically that Mr. Brink mentioned seeing when he looked into the maroon Chevy Impala. What was it he described seeing?
It was a white aux cord that was, I think, plugged into a cigarette lighter.
What is an aux cord?
It's a phone or the cord that you can plug into your car and then plug in your phone to play music.
All right. Additionally, when Mr. Brink was talking with you about this black gentleman offering him $100 for pulling him out, in your conversation with him, did Mr. Brink speak to the man actually trying to hand him money?
Yeah, he stated on numerous occasions the man attempted to hand him $100 in money.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Or, yes, well, first of all, let the record reflect that I'm going to show counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 104-1 through 104-3. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 104-1 through 104-3. Do you recognize that group exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that group exhibit?
These are the photographs that I showed Mr. Brink during our interview.
104-1. What specifically is that exhibit?
That is showing his residence compared to where Kunal is and where he picked up the gentleman.
104-2.
That's a close-up of the area around Kunal where he marked where the vehicle that he pulled out of the ditch was.
104-3.
That is a picture of Mr. Dinkins leaving a store at 3:30 in the morning.
Would that be the quick shop where video surveillance footage was collected after he left the apartment complex at 3:30 a.m.?
Yes, it would be.
All right. And does 104-1 and 104-2 have markings on it to indicate locations that were being talked about specifically as it relates to the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 104-1 through 104-3.
No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Give me a moment here. Now, as we look at State's Exhibit 104-1, to the left side of the diagram, and if you could use your pointer that you have right behind you, is Highway 61 shown on this aerial map?
Yes, it is. It's right down here where it says the vineyard and winery.
Okay. And does it have the highway insignia listing the number of 61?
Yes, it does.
All right. Now, can you show us on this map what would constitute
the area of Kunal Implement, specifically where you would turn off Highway 61 onto 212.
Kunal is located right here at 212, right above where this X is.
There's been a description for the parcel of land that Kunal is located on, and it was described as essentially a pie-shaped piece of property. Would that be an apt description?
Correct, that would.
All right, so if you could, then show us what is 212th, that becomes 210th, show us 270th, and then show us 218th, or what would be Old Highway 61.
So this whole area would be right through here.
Okay, which of those paved roads is 212th?
It would be the road to the north here.
Which is 270th?
270th is, I believe, this one that goes north and south behind Kunal.
And which is 218th, or what a lot of people would recognize as the Old Highway 61?
It'd be this road coming straight down here.
All right. Are there any markings that were placed on this map as we look at it?
Yes, there is.
And then can you show us where those markings are located at?
The first marking up here in the upper right-hand corner, that would be where Mr. Brink lives. And then this marking down here just south of Kunal would be right about where Mr. Brink said that he picked up the mail.
All right. As to our written record, have you put some type of red dot on the map with Mr. Brink's address?
Yes, I have.
What is that address that's listed?
2918 182nd Street in DeWitt, Iowa.
And then the second marking, was that something that you imprinted, or was it something that was placed on it by a pen?
It was placed on by pen.
Okay, and so how has that location where the vehicle was across the roadway marked on State's Exhibit 104-1?
With an X right here on the bottom of the picture.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 104-2. In this particular aerial image, have you zoomed in so that we've got a better perspective of Highway 61 in the area of Kunal Implement?
Yes, we do.
All right. Now, are there any markings on this particular exhibit?
Yes, there are two.
Explain.
So the first one would be where Mr. Brink picked up the mail. And then these markings right here on 270th Avenue would have been where he said that he pulled the vehicle out of the ditch.
Thank you. And then finally, going to State's Exhibit 104-3, describe what we have in this exhibit.
This would be Mr. Dinkins leaving the quick shop wearing the white shorts with the blue pattern on them.
All right. Are these the shorts that Mr. Brink had indicated were like the shorts that he observed the black gentleman wearing?
Yes, it is.
This particular image, the activity encompassed within it, what date did it happen?
July 10th of 2020.
And was that after 3:30 a.m. when Mr. Dinkins left the Jersey Meadow apartment complex and would have arrived at the quick shop at 3:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that he actually had gone into the quick shop and made a purchase?
Yes, it is.
And then, so is that a still image taken from that video surveillance camera, which documented what he wore?
Yes, it is.
With Mr. Brink's clothing description of the black gentleman that he picked up and pulled out of the ditch on the area of 270th Avenue, does that then help to establish a date for when he would have had contact with the black gentleman up there in the area of Kunal Implement?
Yes, it does.
There's been testimony offered by Special Agent Richard Fennerin. Do you know in the course of the investigation whether or not the cell phone that you had collected from Mr. Brink, the GPS location information, was that analyzed by Special Agent Fennerin to see if the phone was hitting cell towers in the area of Kunal Implement on July 10th at 4:30 a.m.?
Yes, I believe it was.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'd like to approach and show you an additional exhibit. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's remarked as State's Exhibit 105.
May I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's previously been introduced as State's Exhibit 105. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
Yes, I do.
During the interview, Mr. Brink had shown you an image on his cell phone. What was within that image?
That image contained, as one of the flyers that we had put out during this investigation, it contained a picture of Breasia Terrell, the three involved vehicles, and then I believe there was a couple pictures of Henry Dinkins on it.
Okay. Now, in State's Exhibit 105, I would represent to you that we have removed any of the written information relative to that flyer that was put out. But the photographs depicted in the lower portion of State's Exhibit 105, were those the photographs that were in that captured image you saw on Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yes, I believe it is.
How many vehicles are depicted?
There are three.
Does that include the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, it does.
Of the three images, where's the maroon Chevy Impala located?
It's the middle vehicle on the bottom row.
Which of those vehicles does Mr. Brink identify?
The middle vehicle on the bottom row.
Your Honor, may I publish this image?
You may.
And before I take that from you, I want you to look very carefully at Mr. Dinkins' face and around the area of his nose. Do you notice any type of mole in the photographs for Mr. Dinkins?
Yes, I do.
Describe.
It looks like he has a mole, which would be, I believe, on the right-hand side of his face.
Where is it located relative to his nose?
Very close, within centimeters of his nostrils.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
As we look at State's Exhibit 105, where's the maroon Chevy Impala?
It's located here, the middle vehicle in the bottom row.
And as you look at the photographs of Mr. Dinkins, do we see the mole that I've asked you about?
Yes, we do.
Can you show us where that mole is at?
In the middle picture, it's located right here. The far right picture, I believe it's right there. And then very faintly, you can probably see it right there in this last picture.
Mr. Dinkins mentioned, or Mr. I should say Dinkins, Mr. Brink mentioned during his deposition that the black gentleman had a mole on the right side of his face by his nose. Is that consistent with what we see in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
After you finished your conversations with Mr. Brink there in the interview room, describe then what your activity consisted of.
After we were done with the interview, we took him to Service South where we store vehicles. We showed him the vehicle of the maroon Impala down there. He confirmed that was the vehicle that he had pulled out of the ditch. After we left there, we drove him up to Kunau to let him tell us where he pulled the vehicle out and where he picked up the man at.
And did that correlate with what you have noted in our state's exhibit, what was it, 140? Was it 143? Let me just double check that. Yeah, our state's exhibit 104.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit 1-1 through 1-11, and then 1-19 through 1-20.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Looking at State's Exhibit 1-11 through 1-1 through 1-11, look through those and tell me generally what's depicted within those photographs.
These are photographs of the exterior of the maroon Chevy Impala.
State's Exhibit 1-19 through 1-20.
These are images of the interior front passenger compartment, or the front seat compartment of the maroon Chevy Impala.
Of the photographs that you're looking through, does it show images of every perspective of the exterior of that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, it does.
And does it also show us the white aux cord that Mr. Brink had mentioned to you?
Yes, it does.
His description of there being a tan interior with there being a center console, is that consistent with what we see in this vehicle?
That would be correct.
Your Honor, may I publish this again?
You may.
Detective Johnson, State's Exhibit 1-1, just briefly for our record, what are we seeing here?
This is the ID card displaying the case name and reason for the call.
State's Exhibit 1-2,
That would be the rear driver's side of the maroon Chevy Impala.
do you see any dents on this portion of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-3,
It'd be the rear passenger side angle of the maroon Chevy Impala.
do you see any dents in
No,
this area?
No, I do not.
Why are you on this side? Go.
State's Exhibit 1-4,
That'd be the front angle showing down the passenger side of the maroon Chevy Impala.
do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
Make her get out. Move.
State's Exhibit 1-5,
The front view going down the driver's side of the vehicle.
do you see any dents in this area of
Hold
the
up.
vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-6,
That's the head-on view from the front of the vehicle.
do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-7,
Be the driver's side of the vehicle.
do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-8,
Be the front, rear driver's side of the vehicle.
do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-9,
That's the rear of the vehicle.
do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-10,
That is the rear passenger side of the Impala.
And are we getting more close-up perspectives around the wheel well areas of the vehicle?
Yes, we are.
You seeing any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
States Exhibit 111.
That's the front passenger side of the vehicle.
And in this close-up perspective, are you seeing any dents on this vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Now, I want to go to States Exhibit 119-1, the white aux cord that Mr. Brink mentioned. Can you see that in this photograph?
Yes, I can.
Can you take the pointer and show us?
It is located right here in front of on the floorboard of the driver's seat.
States Exhibit 1-20. Is this a better perspective of that white aux cord?
Yes, it is.
Can you show us with the pointer?
Yes, it's right here.
Thank you. What was the name of Mr. Brink's employer?
Linwood Mining.
And then did he give you the name of his supervisor?
Yes, he did.
What was the name of the supervisor?
Mark Klimick.
Why were you interested in collecting Mr. Klimick's name?
We wanted to verify what time he may have been at work on that day.
Were steps taken to see if there were any type of time cards that would show when Mr. Brink would have began his shift on the morning of July 10th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do they have time records for Mr. Brink?
I don't recall right off the top of my head, no.
But those steps were taken?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. In your conversations with Mr. Brink, at any point in time, did he ever describe for you seeing a dent anywhere on the vehicle?
No, he did not.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze.
You wrote the search warrant that has now been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 150-1, correct?
Yes.
And you collected all the information that's contained therein?
Yes.
And how many search warrants do you estimate that you've written?
For this case or overall?
Overall.
Hundreds.
It's very important when you write a search warrant affidavit that it be very accurate, right?
Correct.
And it's because you want the judge who signs a search warrant to have the most accurate information, because you are asking to search someone's residence or person or vehicle, something like that, correct?
Correct.
And also because when you sign that application for a search warrant, you're doing so under oath, right?
Correct.
What's that mean to you?
It means that everything is verified as true and correct.
Okay. Now, in State's Exhibit 150-1, you testified to this with Ms. Cunningham, but you included information about Beth Thorpe and her identifying the smell of bleach, right?
Correct.
She came to you with that information?
Yes, she did.
Who else came to you with information about the smell of bleach?
I believe it was only Beth.
Only Beth?
Yes.
No one else?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, have you reviewed the search warrant that is 150-1 in the record?
Yes.
Okay, so you would have reviewed where you wrote, when detectives, plural, opened the trunk, they, plural, could smell what they, plural, believed to be bleach, right?
Correct.
So that's not accurate.
I don't know how many detectives were down there at the time. I know that Beth Tharp is the one that came and told me what she smelled.
Right. She put in a search warrant affidavit that more than one detective opened the trunk and they, more than one detective, could smell bleach when they, more than one detective, opened the trunk, right?
That is what I wrote, yes.
And that's not true, is it?
I don't know how many detectives were down there at the time of the search, so I made a general statement of detectives and they, because there was more than just the detective down there. There's also the crime scene tech.
You don't think that's misleading at all?
No, I do not.
You didn't write in there, for instance, when Detective Tharp opened the trunk, she smelled bleach.
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, Mr. Brink, you are aware that he initially thought this vehicle to be a Malibu, right?
In his initial statement, he said he thought it was a Malibu, but was for sure it was an Impala.
Okay, when you interviewed him, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that in his sworn deposition, he went back and said it was a Malibu?
No, I'm not.
Okay. When you interviewed Mr. Brink, we're clear on a couple things. He hasn't varied his story on the fact that this black man was wearing a dark shirt, right?
Correct.
And the video surveillance you showed him from the quick shop with Mr. Dinkins was wearing a white shirt, correct?
Correct.
And you've been involved with all steps of this investigation from July 10th, correct?
Correct.
remind me of any evidence that we have collected, whether it be video or witness statements, that Mr. Dinkins was wearing a dark shirt on July 10th.
I don't recall that we do.
And Mr. Brink was also very clear that when he pulled this black gentleman out of the ditch, that this black gentleman was wearing white shoes, right?
Correct.
And the photograph you showed, Mr. Brink, of Mr. Dinkins coming out of the quick shop at 3:38 a.m. Mr. Dinkins is wearing gold shoes, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Brink said, I don't recognize those shoes, right?
Correct.
Right, so those are two factors which are inconsistent with Mr. Brink's story. We can agree on that.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Brink also said this car's interior was leather, didn't he?
He did, yes.
This car's interior is in fact fabric, right?
Correct.
And there's been some discussion about Mr. Brink's cell phone pinging off towers in that area on July 10th. We can agree on that.
Yes.
Right? Mr. Brink drives this area every day, right?
I believe so, yes.
So we wouldn't be surprised to see his cell phone pinging off a tower that day, would we?
Correct.
You reviewed Mr. Brink's cell phone records.
I don't remember if I did or if another one of the detectives did.
Are you aware that his cell phone pings off towers there pretty much every day of the work week?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That is a mischaracterization of the record. The phone was evaluated for activity on July 10th.
And he's reviewing what was said. I'm gonna make a decision after he reviews everything. Sorry, I'm getting my peas again. I'm hungry today.
Can you Question back, please.
Could you just
I'm
make it
just getting hungry.
Are you aware that that cell phone pinged off towers in the area every other day of the work week?
No,
Was it checked to see if it pinged off the cell phone towers in the area every other day of the work week?
I believe our search was only a shortened search for that location data.
For one day?
No, I believe it was just 3 days.
Okay. Did it ping off those towers in the same area during those 3 days?
I don't have direct knowledge of what it was on those other 2 days.
So you're telling me that the Davenport Police Department did not want to collect evidence to see if Jared Brink's cell phone would ping off those towers in dates other than the 3-day window around July 10th? Is that your testimony?
We were trying to corroborate his story pertaining to July 10th of 2020.
Okay. Jared Brink told you that the time of year was a time of year where it was colder, 45 or 50 degrees, right?
Correct.
And you didn't want to corroborate that time, that part of the story by cell phone towers, perhaps see if he was out there in, let's say, October.
At that time, no, we did not.
How about since that time? Have you taken steps to corroborate that?
His cell phone data?
Right.
We did the search warrant for his location data for the July 9th through July 11th of 2020, and just to corroborate his story pertaining to July 10th of 2020.
So you knew that the identification of Henry Dinkins did not include the same shirt, right?
Correct.
Did not include the same shoes, right?
Correct.
He couldn't pick Henry Dinkins out of a lineup, could he?
These peas were from me.
According to him, it's possible, but
Go
no.
ahead.
In fact, he pointed at a picture and said if he gained 50 pounds, maybe that would be him, right?
He said if he lost weight, that could be him.
Okay, so if he lost 50 pounds, that could be him, right?
I don't know if he said a direct pound, but if he lost some weight, that could possibly be him.
Okay. But you certainly don't call that an identification, do you?
Not a positive identification, no.
And in your training and experience and education as a police officer, we don't accept someone having a mole in their face as a positive identification, do we?
Not completely.
So then all we do is look for cell phone pings in the area that Jared Brink travels every day to corroborate. Is that your testimony?
Correct.
And we know Jared Brink travels that way pretty much every day during the week to go to work because he told us that, right?
Correct.
When you took Jared Brink out to the scene, was that videoed?
I believe I had my body worn camera on, yes.
And the same question for when you took him down to the
No, you can't climb up.
barn where the Impala was viewed. Was that on video as well?
I believe I also had my body worn camera on that day too.
Now, out there by Kunow Implement on that road where this vehicle was stuck, I'm going to say across the road from where the pond is. So I'm kind of confused as to directions. But across the road on that gravel road, there is an area where there's quite a bit of, I'm going to call it road junk. You understand what I'm talking about when I say that?
Yes.
There's broken concrete, broken asphalt, stuff dumped there. Seems like construction trash, right?
Correct.
Where was the vehicle in relation to that?
It would have been to the south. So if you'd have been looking across the road at that pile of stuff, it would have been down to your right.
How far?
I can't guesstimate right now it's been a while since I've been out there.
50 feet?
I would say maybe 50 yards. I don't know.
But you'd agree with me that somebody is taking gravel, concrete, asphalt, other construction items there from some other location and dumping them there.
Correct.
In the picture you showed, Jared Brink from the quick shop at 3:38 a.m. was a picture of Mr. Dinkins from behind, right?
Correct.
Why did you not show him a picture of Mr. Dinkins' face in the front of you?
I don't have an explanation for that at this time.
Wouldn't that have been a better choice?
Possibly, yes.
He could have identified the mole, couldn't he?
I don't know if a mole could have been seen from a quick shop surveillance camera.
Well, when he was dealing with this gentleman out on Highway 61, was he dealing more with this gentleman face to face or face to back?
I can't comment on that. It would have been to the side at least from riding the vehicle with him.
Would it be better practice when you're having someone try to identify an individual to have them see their frontal view or their rear view?
Be frontal, but the purpose of showing him that video was to identify the shorts.
And that's because you knew or had a feeling that the shorts would match, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Dinkins, if he's this person who you say Mr. Brink identified, Mr. Brink said he acted completely normal, right?
Correct.
Was not nervous, right?
Correct.
Not breathing heavy, right?
From my understanding, that's what he said, yes.
Did you ever say he smelled bleach, Mr. Brink?
No, just cologne.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. As we go back to your conversation with Mr. Brink in the exhibit that we've introduced, isn't it true that he mentioned to you, he told Joe Adams it was a Malibu and then immediately corrected himself and told Joe it was an Impala that he pulled out?
Yes, he did.
All right. As far as the description of clothing, Mr. Brink, in your discussions with him, what was the one piece of clothing that he was very definitive about as far as descriptions?
The shorts that he was wearing.
Was he very definitive about a shirt at all?
No.
All right. And then even relative to shoe color, was he even describing a shoe color, or were you the one who was suggesting a potential color for a shoe?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. And then when you were, suggesting a potential color of a shoe, do you recall the comment on the video where he said that he just wakes up, gets his cup of coffee and gets on the road, and so he's not really been awake that long?
That's correct, yes.
All right. So then the idea being that he could not identify those tennis shoes that was being worn by Mr. Dinkins as shown in that video from Quick Shop, he never ever latched on to that, did he?
No, he did not.
At any point in the interview, he never latched on to providing a description of the shoes, did he?
No, he did not.
Now, Mr. Brink, was he able to provide a definitive date as to when he would have pulled this subject off the side of the road?
No, he did not.
He did describe it as being cooler, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And with the significant rainstorm that happened the evening of July 9th and even going into the early mornings of July 10th, a cooler temperature would be consistent with a significant rainstorm. Would that be fair to say?
Objection calls for speculation that's beyond this witness's scope of knowledge.
Your Honor, it's just based on our life experience.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Well, I'll just ask this. In your experience, when there are significant rainstorms, do you notice changes in temperatures?
Objection, this witness is not a meteorologist.
Sustained.
He's not a meteorologist. Thank you, Lois.
Let's talk about just the various evidence that you were able to gather from Mr. Brink. So first of all, he's mentioned in the deposition a mole that this black gentleman had on the right side of his nose. Is that verified through that photograph?
Yes.
He's mentioning a maroon Chevy Impala. Is Mr. Dinkins associated with the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Is that, in fact, a vehicle that he was observed operating during the early morning hours of July 10th and even captured on video during daylight hours when he was out at Clinton at the Walmart?
Yes.
Was a maroon Chevy Impala the vehicle that last that Breasia was last seen standing by at 3:30 a.m. before he left the apartment complex, having gotten something out of his closet.
Yes,
All right. And then was that maroon Chevy Impala, in fact, identified as being in the Clinton area by virtue of a ping from his cell phone a little after 7 o'clock, 7:02 and 7:03 a.m.?
yes,
The discussion about bleach, when Mr. Brink placed himself out there and having his contact with this black gentleman, what time of the morning did he indicate that that happened?
around 4:30 in the morning,
And then what time did the purchase occur there at the Clinton Walmart?
approximately 7 o'clock.
So then to discuss the topic of whether or not he smelled like bleach, Mr. Dinkins hadn't even purchased bleach yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you find it significant that Mr. Brink has described shorts
Yes,
that Mr. Dinkins is captured wearing?
yes,
Do you find it significant that he's talking about contact with a black gentleman, which is a maroon Chevy Impala, and that fits the demographic of Mr. Dinkins, who drives a maroon Chevy Impala?
yes,
Do you find it significant that he described the color of the interior as being tan?
correct.
Does that match the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes,
Do you find it significant that he describes a white ox cord being in that vehicle, which was what was documented in that photograph?
yes,
And so essentially, if you go through that entire chain, the testimony, or I should say the statement provided by Mr. Brink to you, did it match up with all of the evidence that had been collected through the course of this investigation?
yes, it had.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Please let the record reflect that I'm showing the witness States Exhibit 150-1. Detective Johnson, I want you to go back in attachment A of that search warrant. I want you to read the bottom paragraph on that first page of attachment A, and then read the next two paragraphs as you go to the second page of attachment A.
Henry drove himself to the Davenport Police Station in the Chevy Impala, but his vehicle was not parked in the parking lots by the Davenport Police Station. I requested a patrol squad to drive around the area and look for the vehicle, which was located in the area of West 4th Street and Main Street. The vehicle was towed to the Davenport Police Station, where a cursory search was conducted on the vehicle. When detectives opened the trunk, they could smell what they believed to be bleach. When the trunk was fully opened, they observed an axe and a box of cleaning supplies. The civilian crime scene technician shined a blue light on a metal part of the axe and observed what she believed to be blood. The trunk was enclosed and secured for further search by the FBI.
Is that consistent with what happened during the course of this investigation?
Yes,
And in your reading, do you reference at least two individuals being down there in the area of the vehicle when the trunk was opened?
yes,
I have no further questions.
Do you find it significant in your investigation that there was no blood found on that axe?
I'm not aware of what was found on that axe or what was not found on that axe.
In your training and experience, there was no blood found on that axe?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's asking this witness to speculate, and this witness has indicated that he has no knowledge.
I'll
I got-
sus- I'll sustain that
I'll
objection.
withdraw my half question.
Your half question? Okay.
How many Chevy Impalas are there registered in Scott County, do you know?
No, you don't.
You check that?
Can I?
Have you?
No.
But you agree with all the things that Ms. Cunningham says match up. There's several items, in fact, that don't match up with Mr. Brink's story, right?
Small things, yes.
Small things like the color of the shirt, right?
He never definitively said a color of a shirt, just possibly darker.
Okay, well, darker and white are two ends of the spectrum. We can agree on that, right?
But there's also an hour time frame from that picture to where Mr. Brink pulled him out of the ditch.
So your testimony now is that Mr. Dinkins changed his shirt?
But anything's possible.
Okay, I got nothing further.
Snap. Anything's possible. Went home, changed his shirt. Where was little DL? That was a TCN question. Okay, they go to break when she comes back. And we get a new person on the stand. So that is all. Next person.
But the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat.
This is witness number
Can you
30.
state and spell your name for the record?
James McMillan, James McMillan.
How are you currently employed?
I am a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been a special agent with the FBI?
Since February of 2002, I completed the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia in June of 2002, then served my first assignment in Dallas, Texas until 2007. And then in 2007, I was transferred here to the Omaha field office, Quad Cities resident agency.
What are your duties as a special agent with the FBI?
To conduct criminal investigations involving a wide variety of federal violations. It can differ based on where you're assigned. When you're assigned to a place like Dallas, where you have hundreds of agents that cover a small area, 2 counties. With a large population, you might do a very specific thing all the time. You're assigned on one specific squad. But when you're assigned to a resident agency, or it's a sub-office of a field office, where here we only have 3 agents that cover 6 counties in southeast Iowa, you get to do a wide variety of things. So your case assignment is quite varied.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and the training that you've received in order to be a special agent?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of Iowa. I have a master's degree in clinical psychology from Middle Tennessee State University. And postgraduate school, I worked in mental health for a number of years and in hospital administration. I then switched careers and went into federal law enforcement in 1999. I was first employed as a fraud investigator with the United States Postal Inspection Service. I did healthcare fraud and disability fraud investigations for them, and then joined the FBI in 2002.
Once you joined the FBI, was there additional training that you received at that time?
Yes, there was a 16-week academy that ran from February of 2002 to June of 2002. And then throughout my career, I've completed numerous trainings on a wide variety of topics.
Now, back in July of 2020, were you working as a special agent with the Omaha field office?
Yes.
At some point, were you contacted by the Davenport Police Department regarding a missing child named Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that contact?
It was to engage the FBI in the investigation and to leverage any additional resources that the FBI might bring to the investigation. And that was on July 10th of 2020.
Now, at that point in time, what role would you have played as a whole with the investigation?
So I was involved from the very beginning. The case agent or the primary investigator for the FBI on paper was Special Agent Cameron Smith. And then I would have been what we'd call the co-case agent. So I would have been right there with Special Agent Smith throughout the early portions of the investigation. And then as the investigation ramped up, we ended up parting ways and accomplishing different duties throughout the course of the case.
Initially then, when you were a co-case agent with Special Agent Smith at the beginning, what role or what types of things would you have been doing?
So the first day that it was reported, Special Agent Smith and I responded to the Davenport Police Department. Most of that first day, I was engaged in liaison with then Lieutenants Brent Biggs and Kyle Chisholm and Sergeant Jeff Pfeiffer. And we were more or less game planning the investigation. What initial steps should we take? What has already been completed? What needs to be completed? So we were in on the very initial planning stages of the investigation and then on the initial execution of those steps.
And would that have involved calling in the evidence response team and executing search warrants on various vehicles?
Yes, as well as following any leads that had come in the early stages of any missing persons case, and especially with a missing child. You need to investigate those from the inside going out. So you want to start with the people that were closest to the missing party. In this case, we had information that Mr. Dinkins was one of the last people to be seen with Breasia Terrell. And so the investigation focused there. And so we spent a lot of time trying to establish Mr. Dinkins' location in and around the Quad Cities and other places. So there was a lot of investigation involving neighborhood canvassing for videos that may exist that would establish a location of Mr. Dinkins' vehicle or his person around town.
Now, you've indicated that in any missing person case, you start with the people closest to that individual and then branch out from there. Why do you do that?
Well, it's either to include or exclude those people as suspects. And so if we can establish a timeline, an accurate timeline as to when the missing person went missing and establish a location of where the abduction, if it was an abduction, or the missing, for lack of a better way to put it, took place, then we have a starting point and we can go from there. If we can focus on the people that were the last people to be associated with the missing person and rule them out, that's great. We can then focus our energy elsewhere and following other leads. If we can't rule those people out, then we need to continue to investigate those people either until they are excluded or until they're ultimately included.
And so having information that Mr. Dinkins was the last individual seen with Breasia Terrell when she was alive, fair to say your goal was to try to establish his whereabouts to either exclude him or include him as somebody who may have abducted her.
Yes, that's accurate.
So in addition to trying to establish his known whereabouts by virtue of canvassing and obtaining surveillance video, what other steps would you have done initially during the beginning of this investigation?
Well, that was the first few days, as I recall. And then from there, as the Davenport Police Department obtained search warrants to search vehicles, apartments, and things like that, then we were helping with getting pieces of evidence to the lab and getting lab examinations done in an expedient manner.
So would you have assisted Special Agent Smith with making those determinations about what items were sent to the FBI lab for further processing?
Yes, and in fact, I personally submitted 2 separate lab examination requests for dozens of items. I think it was around 50 items, and that was around July 22nd of 2020, so within 2 weeks of the initial event.
How did you decide which items of evidence to send?
I don't recall that I was involved in those decisions. I think that the Davenport Police Department and Special Agent Smith were more involved in that process.
And so we should rely on their testimony regarding how certain items were selected.
Right.
Now, at some point you mentioned that you and Special Agent Smith, your roles started to split a bit, where he would cover one area and you covered something else. Do you recall approximately when that would have taken place?
That would have been within the first week or so, because when you're the case agent in a large scale investigation like this, I mean, there were multiple agencies involved in this. At one point, we ended up having scheduled searches that involved hundreds of law enforcement officers and volunteers that were searching a lot of areas up and around Clinton County. And so when you're the case agent in a case of that scale, it's more important for you to be co-located in the command post area, which is usually located at the local police department, as it was here at the Davenport Police Department. And so you can kind of quarterback things for the FBI. You're the coordinator. You can delegate roles. You can tell people, hey, cover this lead, cover that lead. And that was Special Agent Smith's role. My role was more as an active investigator out in the field. And so as we branched out around July 14th, 15th, 16th, we were conducting those large scale searches up and around Clinton County. And I was, for example, I was a team leader for one of those search teams. And we had gridded off several areas and searched fields, creek areas, a lot of different places up there. So I was out doing active investigation like that. Special Agent Smith had assumed more of a coordinator's role.
So in coordinating those canvassing and search efforts, I believe you indicated you had led one of those searches near the Clinton area. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And why was it that you started to focus on the Clinton area?
Well, one of the things that we had done early was engage our cellular analysis survey team, our CAST team, to analyze cellular telephone records that the Davenport Police Department had obtained. And in analyzing those records, they had identified some activity near Clinton, Iowa for Mr. Dinkins' phone. And so we were focusing on those areas, believing that since that data was pointing outside of the Quad Cities, we thought maybe that would be an area that evidence may be located. So we focused our attention up there.
And do you recall which areas you would have searched?
Well, there were many fields that we searched over that 2 or 3 days. I remember most of our searches were along Highway 30, both north and south of Highway 30. There were fields there. was also involved in searches of creek areas. And then I recall on July 16th, while we were out searching one field, I was approached by a female who said, "Hey, I found some tracks in this field over here that shouldn't be there. You guys might want to check it out." So then we followed that lead and cleared that field. Didn't find anything, but it was things like that. So we were kind of all over the place up there.
And did any of those searches turn up anything that was eventually significant to this investigation?
Not that I know of.
At some point then, around March, did you start to take a more singular case agent role in this particular case?
So
March of 2021, I wanted to clarify that.
right, I understand. Following the discovery of Breasia's body in late March of 21, I was not involved in the body recovery process or any of that part of the investigation. Special Agent Smith was still the case agent at that point. Special Agent Smith ultimately transferred to the Kansas City field office in April, and then I became the case agent or the primary investigator on or around April 23rd of 2021.
Now, you've testified that you were not involved with the body recovery. However, at some point, did you go to the area around Kuhnau Implement in Clinton County?
Yes, I did.
And why did you go there?
So after I assumed the role of case agent, I spoke with Detective Evan Obert and told him that I was the new case agent. And we discussed what steps needed to be taken to further the investigation now that the body had been recovered. And also, a witness had come forward that had possibly placed Mr. Dinkins' vehicle in that area on the gravel road on 270th there near the body recovery site. And so Detective Obert and I discussed that, and we decided that it would be a good idea to collect soil samples from the area that the witness had identified pulling Mr. Dinkins' vehicle from the ditch.
At that point, were you aware that soil and debris had been collected from a Chevy Impala known to be driven by Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
And were you aware that other soil samples had been collected throughout the Highway 30 area and Credit Island area around Davenport and Clinton County?
Yes.
And so once that decision was made to take further soil samples from that road of 270th Avenue, how did you proceed at that time?
I had a soil collection kit that was provided by the FBI laboratory. I brought the kit up to the area. I had photographs that I had obtained from Detective Obert showing the area of interest that the witness had indicated. And so using landmarks in those photos, I established a collection area and then commenced collecting the soil samples.
Can you walk us through the process of collecting a soil sample?
Sure, it's very exciting. The area of interest was the west side of 270th Avenue. And this is an area that's I'd say within 100 yards of where the body was recovered, okay? And the area of interest was the west side of the road, including the ditch area. And so using the landmarks from the photos that Detective Obert had provided, I established the collection site and then collected 10 samples. Now, the way you do that, you have a soil kit. It has 10 plastic vials in it. They're short vials, about, I'd say they're 2 inches tall, and then, I don't know, a quarter size in circumference. And you have a digging tool. I had a small hand spade. You pick your first area, dig down about 2 inches, collect the sample, put it into the plastic vial, and then cover the vial with filter paper. It's a porous paper, so you don't trap moisture in there. You want the sample to dry, and then you screw the top on, and then you return that to the collection kit. When I collected each sample, I had a smartphone with me, and I dropped a GPS location pin at each sample site and then recorded the GPS coordinates for each sample. After the sample was collected, I then cleaned the collection tool, the hand spade, cleaned it thoroughly so that we wouldn't have contamination from one sample to the next. and then moved to the next sample collection site and repeated the process.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm going to refer you here to State's Exhibit. I can't read that, so hold on. $41. Do you recognize the area depicted in State's Exhibit 41?
Yes, I do.
What area is being shown here?
This is the area of the pond just south of Kunau Implement. Highway 61 is just to the west, and then there's a triangle that kind of forms around the pond. It's bordered on the east side by 270th Avenue, on the west side by 218th Street, and then by that dirt road to the north that's kind of a connector.
So right next to you here is a pointer. Are you able to show us on the map where you would have collected those soil samples from?
It would be right around this area here.
And it appears you're pointing towards the southwest portion of 270th Street.
Yes, it's closer to 218th Street than it is to the gravel road that bounds that triangle on the north side. I would definitely say it's to the southeast of the pond.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's the state's marked as Exhibit 138. Do you recognize this item? And we have opened it prior to your testimony today to make that easier for you.
Yes, I do.
And what is this exhibit?
So these are the individual soil samples that I collected from the area that I just indicated on States 41, I believe. And you can see with each of these samples, I wrote with a marker on each one of them and identified them as 1 through 10 to differentiate them as individual samples. And you can see that each sample is secured by a piece of tape across the top to ensure that they weren't accessed between leaving my custody and arriving at the lab.
And would each of those samples also been given an individual FBI evidence log number?
No.
Okay.
So for evidence logging purposes, these would be considered one item. Now, once they get to the lab, they were each assigned a specific number that the lab used. And so just to differentiate, these 10 samples would be considered FBI evidence number 1B191. But once they got to the lab, they were given lab designators and they were given number 83 through 92.
And so the FBI gave it one number, the lab would have separated those out into 10 different numbers.
Yes.
But you've indicated that your handwriting is on each of those, and so you can recognize them as the soil samples you collected from this area in roughly April of 2021.
Absolutely, and you can see my initials are here on the heat seal for this package that contained all 10 samples with the date of May 10th of 2021.
And let me clarify then, do you know the date that you would have collected these soil samples?
I collected these on May 6th, 2021.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 138 into evidence.
No objection. Exhibit 138 will be admitted.
So Special Agent McMillan, after collecting those soil samples, you've indicated that at some point they were sent to the FBI crime lab. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you recall when those would have been sent?
They would have been sent. So several things have to happen before they can be sent to the lab. I have to enter them into our evidence system. That entry has to be finalized by our evidence technician in Omaha. And then I have to prepare a lab examination request to the lab that then initiates the transfer of those items from Omaha to the lab. So I collected those on May 6th, and I believe they were shipped to the lab within the month. I believe that I transferred them to Omaha on May 12th, I think they were received, and then they shipped them to the lab that same month.
And to your knowledge, was there an additional examination of the soil samples you provided and compared to the soil samples that had previously been collected and provided to the lab taken from Mr. Dinkins' Chevy Impala?
Yes,
At some point, were you provided with the findings from those examinations?
I was. There was a report prepared by FBI geologist and forensic examiner Ian Sagnor.
Now, based on that report, did you prepare a map or diagram referencing 3 of the specific soil samples that you would have taken back on May 6th from the area of 270th Avenue?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you States Exhibits 156-1 and 156-2. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And are these the maps or diagrams that you would have created referencing 3 specific soil samples taken back on May 6, 2021 from this area?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer 156-1 and 156-2 into evidence.
No objection. Exhibits 156-1 and 2 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So showing you first 156-1, can you explain what we're looking at here?
So we're looking at an overview of the collection area, and you can see that there are 3 items labeled there, item 89, 91, and 92 on the area of the west side of 270th Avenue, near where I indicated previously on States 41.
And what are items 89, 91, and 92?
So those are the lab numbers for 3 samples that were included, using the lab's language, they were included samples, meaning that they were indistinguishable from the samples taken from Mr. Dinkins' car and the samples that I took from these 3 areas.
So then showing you States Exhibit 156-2, what's the difference here between 156-1 and 156-2?
So this is a zoomed in view, a closer in view, where you can see the 3 distinct collection areas along with the GPS coordinates for each collection. And you can see that the 3 collection areas are from distinct areas. One is actually on the gravel road. One is kind of in the shoulder where there's a little vegetation. And then one, it's not really reflected, the depth in this 2D map, but the collection point labeled item 92 is actually quite a ways down a steep embankment off the road.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Mr. McMillan, I think you said that you were involved in this case several days after the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, right?
I think it was the first day.
Okay, and then just to summarize, I think you were involved in executing search warrants and taking evidence from certain cars and an RV or an apartment, right?
I was not involved in those searches. I was aware that they were occurring, and I was present at some of those search sites, but I did not take place in those searches.
Okay, so you were just aware because you were assigned as some sort of case agent, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then really, these soil samples that you collected, there were 10 of them, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was on May 6th of 2021?
Yes.
So at some point before May 6th of 2021, you learned of information that Mr. Dinkins might have been up at that area of the Kunal implement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and now, did you learn that information from the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, so then I assume then that the Davenport Police Department tells you this information that he could have been up there, and then the FBI is sent up to this area, the Kunal implement area, right?
Right. As I discussed earlier, I had discussions with Detective Obert, and we discussed what steps needed to be completed to further the investigation, and the collection of these samples was just one of them.
Okay, so these 10 samples then that you've collected, I mean, you physically collected them with a spade and everything that you just told us, right?
Yes.
How long do those samples then take to get to that lab you were talking about?
So I believe that they were there within 2 weeks. So I collected them on May 6th, and I would have to look at the evidence log as to when they were actually shipped. But I think it was by May 19th, they had been sent to the lab.
Okay, so then you just told us essentially where you found these items. How do you keep track of that?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Well, these three items you just told us in State's Exhibit 156-1, how do you actually place those items in their physical location? I mean, how do I know that item 89 is right there where you say it is?
Oh, as I testified on direct, after each collection, I literally stood right on top of the collection point and dropped a GPS pin using Google Maps from my smartphone,
Okay,
and then noted those GPS coordinates.
sure. And if you could take that pointer to your left, can you tell us where the other 7 items are that you found? There's a next to you.
Oh, right here. So not exactly. I can tell you, Judge, do you mind if I stand?
You may.
I can tell you that this is what I called sample 10. Item 89 is what I called sample 7. And item 91 is what I called sample 9. Okay, so I can tell you where those were. I can tell you the way that I collected the other 7 samples. I started here, and then with sample 1, and then went about 5 meters to the north, collected sample 2, then collected sample 3 out here in the road, then 4 down here to kind of establish a perimeter for collection. And then worked my way from 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8, 9, and then 10. So kind of made that perimeter box and then kind of meandered through that box, collecting the remainder of the samples.
Okay, so then you did that at the direction or because of this information that his car may have been up there, correct? I mean, that's why you picked this area to take those soil samples,
Yes.
right? Okay, nowhere else did you take any soil sample, right?
No.
Okay, so then I guess maybe from that point of those 3 items, maybe a 10-meter radius in every direction you took the 10 soil samples?
Oh, not even that. I think that original perimeter box that I just described with the first 4 collection points was only about 5 meters north to south, and then about 3 to 4 meters east to west.
Okay, so I mean, it's just right around your personal presence.
Well, I mean, it's about the size of a car if you think of it that way.
Sure. And then after these soil samples, then all you do is just send them to a lab to be tested and compared with the dirt that was on the underside of Mr. Dinkins' car.
Yes,
That's it. You weren't involved in any of the testing, right?
that's right.
And then some report just gets sent to you and then you read that report.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
No further questions.
You may step in.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, the state calls forensic scientist Ian Saginaw.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Ian Saginor, IANSAGINOR.
Mr. Saginaw, what is your occupation?
I'm a geologist, forensic examiner at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 7 years.
Could you describe your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's in geology from Vassar College and a PhD in geology from Rutgers University.
When did you conclude your formal education?
Rutgers was 2008.
And then is that when you started your career in the field of geology?
Yes, I was a geology professor for 8 years.
Where did you teach at?
Keystone College in Pennsylvania.
After your tenure as a professor, did you join the FBI?
Yes, I did.
What is a geologist?
A geologist is somebody who studies earth materials.
All right. And within the context of that, as far as your functions at the FBI, what specific unit are you assigned to?
I'm in the trace evidence unit.
Can you define what the trace evidence unit does?
Yes, the trace evidence unit consists of geologists, anthropologists, and also hair and fiber examiners. So we look at a lot of small material things that you look at under a microscope.
In that capacity, do you receive and look at various soil samples?
Yes, we
All right. Were you involved in the investigation of a missing child identified as Breasia Terrell?
Yes,
And at what point in time did you become involved in that particular investigation?
I believe that case was assigned to me in January of 2022.
Let's go ahead and let's discuss the case if we can. Now, the child was reported missing in July of 2020. Were you aware of that?
Not at the time, no.
Was there a colleague of yours who had been involved in the investigation from the early stages?
Yes,
Are you familiar with Jody Webb?
yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with Jody Webb?
She's the other geologist in the trace evidence unit.
What types of responsibilities had Ms. Webb carried out prior to you becoming involved in this particular investigation?
She was involved in a provenance investigation. So I believe there was material of unknown origin, soil of unknown origin, and she was helping for investigative purposes to narrow down where that soil might be from.
All right. That being said, were you aware of soil samples having been collected from an area identified as Credit Island in the southwest portion of Davenport before you ever became involved?
Yes, at the time I wasn't aware exactly where those were from, but yes, she had multiple known soil samples sent to her.
From that location? And then were you also aware of soil samples being collected in Clinton, Iowa, along 300th Avenue and Highway 30?
Yes,
And again, you were not involved with those soil samples. Would that be fair to say?
yes.
Okay, just for purposes of perspective, before we go through and talk about your involvement in this particular case, did you have knowledge that those soil samples had been compared to soil samples collected from a vehicle of interest, specifically described as a maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes.
And then what findings did you note that Ms. Webb had made when she had compared the soil samples from the area of River Drive and the soil samples collected along Highway 30, 300th Avenue to the soil samples collected from the undercarriage of the maroon Chevy Impala?
She had excluded them as having come from the same source.
Okay, that being said, was your involvement triggered after the remains of Breasia Terrell were discovered in an area north of Clinton?
Yes, it was. I also performed a technical review on Ms. Webb's report.
Okay, thank you. And let's talk about that because she had indicated that she had also performed a technical review of your report. Describe your technical review of the processes that she followed and then the ultimate conclusion she reached by virtue of her analysis.
So the technical review, excuse me, is specifically a review of the standard operating procedures, ensuring that they were all followed. Basically, that's what the technical review is.
All right. Did you agree with her findings?
So the verification is a separate review, and that was performed by Maureen Buttrell. So I did not perform a verification of the results themselves. The technical review was more focused on the procedures.
Okay, all right. And you had no issues with the procedures that she had followed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, Ms. Webb has testified, and she gave us a very good education as to how you go about comparing soil samples. So what I'd like to do is I just would like just to get right to the heart of the issue, if I could. Are you familiar with FBI agent James McMillan?
Yes.
Okay. How are you familiar with James McMillan?
He was, I believe, the lead investigator, at least FBI investigator on this case.
Okay. And did you have knowledge of Agent McMillan having collected soil samples along the area of 270th Avenue there in Clinton County?
Yes.
Were those soil samples submitted to the FBI laboratory in Quantico to be compared to the soil samples collected from the undercarriage of that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes.
And were you specifically tasked with going through the process of comparing the soil samples from the vehicle to the samples that he had collected along 270th Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51. I'd like for you to look at that exhibit and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
I do recognize this.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 51?
This is the report that I issued for this particular case.
Okay. Now, on this particular report, how is it captioned at the top?
With the case ID OM3290265, is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. And then is there a laboratory number that appears on this document?
There is 2020-01448-31.
Does it set forth the communications that had occurred relative to this particular investigation?
Yes.
What were the communication dates?
July 29th, 2020 and May 13th, 2021.
The communications for July 29th of 2020, would that have involved the soil samples that Ms. Webb would have been responsible for analyzing and comparing to what was recovered from the undercarriage of the maroon Chevy Impala?
I would have to double check those dates get generated automatically sometimes when new letters are submitted.
Certainly.
So sometimes that can be a little confusing. I can't be sure exactly which one is which. I think I might have noted that on a copy of my report I have here, which if I may, I could refer to.
Absolutely. And would it help to refresh a recollection by doing so?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may the witness refer to his reports?
He may.
My understanding is that July 29th, 2020 was debris from the vehicle.
All right.
I'm sorry, July, yes. No, hold on. Submission 3 was clothing. That was July 29th, 2020. And May 13th, 2021 was submission number 6. Those were known soils that were submitted.
Okay, all right. Now, is there a subject name identified on your laboratory report?
There is.
And does the name of Breasia Terrell appear on this particular document?
Yes.
And does it also identify a discipline for this document?
Yes.
What is that discipline?
Mineralogy.
And then does your name appear as the FBI analyst who would have performed the analysis of various submitted items?
Yes, my name is on the final page.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 51.
I have no objection.
Exhibit 51 will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this exhibit as we talk through it?
You may.
Mr. Saganor, going to State's Exhibit 51, first of all, what I'd like to do is I want to discuss the various items of evidence that you would have received and performed an analysis of. So for purposes of our written record, if you could go through how many categories are we talking about as far as items that you were looking at? And when I talk about categories, I'm using that as a way of describing locations, essentially.
Okay. Items 57, 58, 59, and 60 were samples that were collected from a vehicle. That's how they were represented to me. Items 83, 84, 85, 86, 87.
And then going to page 2 of our document.
Item 88, 89, 90, 91, and 92 were soil samples with those coordinates that you can see right there.
All right. In some of these entries, I notice soil sample, and then there is a subcategory, for example, like with item 89, and then we see item 89-1. Can you explain the difference between what would be the item 89 as compared to the subcategory of item 89-1 so that we understand that?
Yes. In this report, all items that have a dash, -1 for 57-1, etc., are a black particle that I had removed specifically so that I could go look at it with a scanning electron microscope. So I pulled it out and identified it as 89-1 as black particle from 89. So I'm using them collectively with the item to which it refers. It was just given a separate item number for convenience so that I could transport it to the scanning electron microscope without being confused about where it was from.
Certainly. Now, if you could, I want you just to walk through then your analysis and how that process worked.
A soil comparison is the examination of soil to determine the color, texture, and composition of the soil. So the first thing that happens typically is looking at the color, and that's done side-by-side comparisons between soils that are being compared and documented with a Munsell soil color chart, and I can spell Munsell for you. It's M-U-N-S-E-L-L. If the color is found to be indistinguishable, then we can move on to texture. Typically that works with a stereo binocular microscope. And just to give a closer up overview of the materials that are in it, and you can usually see a lot of detail. And if at that point, at that point you're looking at things like how angular the material is, the shape of the individual particles, for example. And if that is found to be indistinguishable, then sometimes other things can be done as well, such as placing them on a slide, a microscope slide, for a petrographic microscope, and I can spell that as well, P-E-T-R-O-G-R-A. PHIC, a petrographic microscope, which is a compound microscope that has some special additions that geologists use to help them identify minerals. In this case, I also looked at a few particles under a scanning electron microscope.
Okay, what is it about the particles that you removed from various soil samples that was of interest to you?
They were difficult to identify. I wasn't sure what they were. And but most importantly, what I wanted to do was make sure that they shared the same characteristics, even if I was unable to identify specifically what it was, that they were the same optically and that they were the same chemically.
Okay, and what did you note when you had removed those particles from the various soil samples that had those subcategories?
So I had described them using the petrographic microscope, and they were indistinguishable in their optical properties. They were also found to be indistinguishable in their elemental or chemical properties.
Okay, and then so then you look at color, texture, is that what we've just discussed?
Texture and composition, yes.
Sure. And then so then once you've examined the color, texture, and composition of the soil samples, at that point then, how does the process conclude?
If they have been found to be indistinguishable, then we can write a report that says that that we looked at all of those different properties, that they were found to be indistinguishable in those properties, and consequently, the possibility that they shared a common origin cannot be eliminated.
Okay, does that mean that that's a positive finding?
We call that an inclusion.
Right. And so in layman's terms, the descriptor that you use as an inclusion, a layman would interpret as a positive outcome. Would that be fair to say?
I think that's true.
Certainly. All right. Now, the different findings that you can make, identify each of those different findings.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the
Yeah,
question?
identify the different types of findings that you can make when you're comparing soil samples.
So we went over inclusion. If a difference is found, then the examination can be discontinued, at least for that comparison. In that case, we could find an exclusion. Now, sometimes there's not enough material available, or that material has been altered in some way. Maybe it's been contaminated by some other material, or mold has grown, for example. In that case, I might issue an inconclusive, which just says that I can't say that it's included or excluded because I'm not able to perform all of the examinations that I need to do. So that's inconclusive.
Okay. Now, Mr. Saganor, I understand that from the maroon Chevy Impala, and I'm just taking out the subcategories, we had a total of 4 different samples that came to you. Is that correct?
4 samples from the vehicle, yes.
Okay. Now, for each of those samples, is there a descriptor for the location where that soil sample was collected from?
Yes.
All right. Again, I'm going to go back to the Elmo, and if I can publish this. And Mr. Saganor, I don't know if you have any understanding of this or not, but if you do, help us. For item 57, the sample that was taken from the passenger side rear footwear drain plug. Can you help us understand that location on the undercarriage?
I cannot. I don't know what that refers to.
All right, but at any rate, it's given it to us from the passenger side rear portion of that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, for 58, is it giving us a location?
Yes. Driver's side rear footwear drain plug of red Chevrolet.
And then go to item 59.
Debris from driver's side pinch weld of red Chevrolet.
And then go to item number 60.
Debris from driver's side rear brake line bracket of red Chevrolet.
Okay. How many soil samples was submitted by Special Agent James McMillan to the laboratory?
In addition to those 4?
Exactly. And I'm talking about samples that were collected in an area that we know to be 270th Avenue, but in your report, you're describing it how?
Yes, there should be 10 of them.
Okay. And what's the descriptor that you have in your report for those 10 samples that came in?
Soil sample from west side of gravel road, and then you'll see a whole bunch of numbers, and those are coordinates that I was given, so I just put those in here as well.
Okay. Are those GPS coordinates?
They are, yes.
Thank you so much. All right. Walk us through that process then. For the 10 samples that were collected on the west side of that gravel road with the varying GPS coordinates, when you compared those soil samples to the 4 samples taken from the undercarriage of the maroon Chevy Impala, what findings did you make?
May I refer to my report?
You may.
Thank you. I'm on page 3, where it says results of examinations. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. The first part of that says 3 of the soil samples recovered from the red Chevrolet, that's items 57, 58, and 60, cannot be differentiated from 3 of the soil samples recovered from the west side of the gravel road as represented by items 89, 91, and 92 by color, texture, and composition. Consequently, the west side of the gravel road is represented by items 89, 91, and 92 cannot be eliminated as a possible source of 3 of the soil samples recovered from the red Chevrolet, items 57, 58, and 60. See inclusion in the interpretation section below.
All right. Now then, just for purposes of our written record, item 57 came from what location then under the red Chevy Impala?
Item 57 was side rear footwear drain plug.
Item 58?
58, debris from driver's side rear footwear drain plug of red Chevrolet.
And item 60?
Debris from driver's side rear brake line bracket of red Chevrolet.
So essentially, every soil sample that was collected from the rear portion of that vehicle, you made an inclusive finding. Would that be fair to say?
An inclusive finding to those three known soil samples noted there.
And then if we go to item 59, again, give us that location.
59 is debris from driver's side pinch weld of red Chevrolet.
And so that was the only sample that you were not able to make an inclusive finding. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, the only one that was found to be different and thus excluded from all the known samples.
All right.
But just to be clear,
Sure.
some of those other ones, 57, 58, and 60, were excluded from 7 of the soil samples.
Certainly. All right. So of the 10, we have 3 that were inclusive of the soil samples taken from the rear of the maroon Chevy Impala. Would that be
Yes.
fair to say? And is that an accurate summary of the findings that you made when you went through and did the comparisons?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Dr. Saganor, just to be clear, your involvement in this case was essentially getting these soil samples and then comparing them to other soil samples that you already had,
Yes.
right? Okay, so no, I don't want to, just keep pushing this, but just to be clear here, 3 out of those 10 soil samples were what you deem to be inclusive as compared to the soil samples from the car.
2 items, 57, 58, and 60, yes.
Okay. And then just so I'm clear here, that the definition of inclusion is the possibility that these geologically derived items originated from the same source as the material collected from, in this instance, that car.
Yes, that possibility can't be
Okay,
excluded.
it cannot be eliminated.
Yes.
Okay, so then 7 of those samples, or 7 out of the 10 samples, as compared to the car, you're saying explicitly they are excluded as a possible soil sample as compared to that car.
Yes, because differences were found.
Okay, and then you mentioned on direct examination that you saw that these are defined by geographic locations, right?
Correct.
Okay, and is that just a common practice to be for these soil samples to be identified in their physical exact geographic location?
Sometimes they come in with coordinates like this and sometimes more general descriptions of their location.
Okay, are you aware that these soil samples then were collected very closely together?
Yes.
I mean, you would agree with me that it's mere feet together.
I don't know exactly how many feet. My understanding is that they are on that road and they're fairly close to each other.
Would it surprise you at all that the area that these 10 samples were collected is no bigger than a car?
No, it would not surprise me.
Okay, is that common practice?
It's common practice to collect numerous soil samples, and there's often variability even among soil samples that are collected within a restricted area.
So in this instance, in this restricted area, 70% of those soil samples were excluded as being the same dirt or soil as those collected from the car.
Yes, that's correct.
And then one of the samples was excluded from everything.
That is also correct.
That would be item 59.
Correct.
Okay. So then, again, just so I'm clear, inclusion is just the possibility that it cannot be, these samples as compared to each other can't be eliminated.
Yes, the color, texture, and composition was compared. And because of that, because they were found to be indistinguishable, that's exactly right.
Okay, and then the exclusion then is 100%. These are not the same dirts or soils.
Well, yes, that they did not come from the same source, even though that source may be fairly small. Yes.
Okay, and then as part of your involvement with this investigation or your involvement, you weren't given any other soil samples to compare against the car, were you?
No. I was not. There were other soil samples that Ms. Webb compared.
Sure, that you oversaw or you perhaps maybe agreed with?
No, I performed a technical review on that report, but I didn't perform a verification of her results. That was performed by Maureen Buttrell.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Mr. Saganor, help to educate the lay audience. I think maybe for I'm not even gonna say I think, for individuals who don't work in this field, it would be a natural assumption that if soil samples were collected from a specific area, that you could compare all of those soil samples to one another and that they would be the same in terms of color, texture, and composition. Is that the case?
No, I mean, there may be some cases where soil is is similar for a greater distance, but that kind of variability that you're describing is common. If anybody's ever dug a hole more than a few feet, you usually see several individual layers that you go through. So soils that appear different and therefore from different sources can be very close to each other, and also the boundary between them can be gradual, so it can slowly transition to another soil type, but it can also be fairly sharp. It just depends on the area that you're in.
What causes the variability that you would see amongst soil samples if collected from a given area?
There are a number of soil forming factors that arise to give soil its character, to give it its color and texture and its composition. So in a broad sense, climate is a big driver of that. So soils from rainforests tend to be different than soils from deserts. The parent materials, which is the rock or soil that was broken down to form that material, gives it a lot of different characteristics. The organisms that live in it process that material and add organic content, which can add to the color as well. And also time. So the longer soils develop, the more they can become degraded. And also those layers that I described as you dig a hole, those layers often form and become more distinct over time.
Certainly. Let me throw this out by way of an example. For any of us, who do yard work, let's say we work in a particular bed and we, in digging down into that bed, we find that there is a lot of clay within the texture of that soil that makes it difficult to plant various plants. But then you may move to another bed within your yard and you don't have that issue. Is that a good way of helping us understand how various factors may just change the composition, color, and texture of soil in very close proximity to one another?
Yes, and there's another factor, which is humans. So you're talking about a garden, but material can be added and subtracted during construction. When roads are built, material is dumped down, sometimes to provide a basis for it. So in addition to all the natural soil forming factors, anytime you're close to humans and things that humans have built or manufactured, that is another contributing factor that can lead to differences, which can be quite striking. You can have material that isn't native to that particular location. It's dumped there by a dump truck for whatever reason.
Okay. In this particular area, it was described as what was once a quarry, that there had been the development of a quarry that had since been abandoned. With my having indicated that, would that be one of those scenarios where you have a lot of human impact on soils within a particular area?
Well, certainly if, as they were excavating a quarry, they were dumping material all over, that would certainly affect it. I don't want to hypothesize about, speculate about specifically what led to variations in the soil in this particular location with respect to that quarry. But as a general sense, anytime you're digging a big hole and putting that dirt someplace else, you're altering both the area that you're in and the area that you're dumping that material.
Okay. Setting that aside, though, 3 of the soil samples underneath the undercarriage of that vehicle were inclusive of 3 of the soil samples that were collected on the west side of that road. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Again, just so we're clear, those 3 items that you defined as inclusive as compared to the car, you aren't positive that those samples are the same as those found on the car, right?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not possible for you to define that those are the same soil samples.
I believe what you're saying is that I can't say that there is no other soil anywhere that might also share those characteristics. So I'm not saying that the soil from that location is the only soil. I'm sorry, if I could reverse that, the soil from the vehicle that its source had to be from exactly right there and couldn't have been from anywhere else. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes,
I mean,
that is true.
And there's no way you could have said that.
There's no way that you can say that a soil sample from a vehicle, for example, originated from one specific location and could not have originated from anywhere else that has those same characteristics.
Okay, then that begs the question. You couldn't tell me whether the dirt from the car came from, New York, some other place in the United States. Obviously, granted, your study behind, dirt and its locations.
It is possible that there are other locations which share that. However, those locations would have to have the same parent material. They would have to have those same soil forming factors, the climate, the organisms that contributed to it, the parent material, and all of that, that as well.
Sure, and those would have to be defined by how, regions were formed.
That's part of it, yes.
Okay, and then, so being that Iowa is part of the Midwestern region, those samples could technically be found anywhere in Iowa, right?
I wouldn't say that they could be found anywhere. I looked at the color, the texture, and the composition. I looked at it under a microscope, identified specific minerals that were present, and those same colors, textures, and compositions are not going to be present everywhere, even in places where the soil is generally similar. And I think that you can see that in the variability that you see right at that site. Some of those soil samples found from the west side of the gravel road were found to be inclusive. Others, small differences were found as well.
And I'm imagining that the Mississippi River has something to do with that. Am I right?
Well, the Mississippi River is massive and certainly has affected the development of soils in this region. Yes.
Sure. So given that we're very close here, especially this place by the Kunal implement is close to the Mississippi River, anywhere along that river, you could have found inclusive soil samples that, as compared to that car.
Again, I wouldn't say anywhere. What I would say is that I can't exclude as having as a possible source any area that I have not specifically looked at.
Sure. So you would have to look at it before you could make that determination.
Yes, if you had another location that needed to be compared, then yes, I would have to look at that.
And lastly, then of course, and I think you might have already testified this, but you didn't look at any other location, right? Every sample came from that one location.
The only examinations that I performed were on soil or debris that was removed from the vehicle compared to soil from this location that we're referring to.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Saganor, would you agree that throughout the course of any given investigation, law enforcement will gather facts that they're able to develop either through witness statements and in a situation such as this, paths of travel that the vehicle was known to have taken?
I suppose that's true.
Certainly. As a component of this particular investigation, I would represent to you that there was a large amount of video surveillance footage that was seized. And in the course of the investigation, locations that vehicle had traveled to, there were soil samples collected from those locations where it was would have potentially been off a paved roadway. That being said, is it significant to you that at any given location where that vehicle had traveled and would have been off a paved roadway, that soil samples would have been collected from those locations and compared to the undercarriage of what was found underneath the maroon Chevy Impala?
I'm sorry, are you referring to the soil samples that Ms. Webb analyzed?
Absolutely.
So I apologize. I don't know exactly what the question is. Were you asking, is it significant?
Well, let's just say this. If a vehicle is traveling on a paved highway, we wouldn't imagine that there would be mud stuck up underneath the undercarriage, would we?
That is often the case, but when the specifics of how soil ends up on a vehicle depend a lot on the conditions, how wet it is. So it is possible to drive down the road and pick up debris from that. It is possible to drive down the road and not. So I can't say that any place a car goes, it will pick up soil from that location.
Certainly, I understand that. But if law enforcement had gone to locations where that vehicle was identified as having traveled in areas or parked in areas where there could be soil up underneath that undercarriage, isn't it significant to you that soil samples would have been collected from each of those locations and compared to what was underneath the undercarriage?
I would say that the examination that Ms. Webb did showed that the soil samples that were collected from those locations that you're referring to were different from the soil that is on the vehicle and is therefore excluded from having come from a common source.
Thank you. But yet with your findings, when you compared 10 of those samples to the dirt under the undercarriage, 3 of those 10 soil samples were inclusive of what was taken from under the undercarriage of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We'll be adjourned for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30.
Unmute Sheila so people can hear you. I'm muted when unmuted when I coughed, and I forgot to unmute when I talked. So the soil samples matched. So I'm not sure who this next guy we're going to get into. Or girl. Come on, play. Thank you. My computer didn't want to work with me for a moment there. The dogs are laying down. Lola has been a pest today. She is wanting all kinds of attention, but she's laying right here at my feet now that I ended up feeding her half my fish and half of my snap peas. But, you
Ms.
know,
Cunningham, you may call your next witness.
Thank you.
she's sleeping. She's resting. And meat's on the
Your Honor,
bed.
the state calls Detective Evan Obert to the stand just very briefly.
Obert again? Oh my God. I'm sure he is so tired of being on. Ah, I just pushed something. I hope I don't lose anything. Okay. I'm sure he's tired of being on the stand. I am so sure he's tired of it. You're like, give me a break.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat. You may proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record, just so that we have that on our written record.
Evan Obert.
Detective Obert, I want to go back and just discuss one exhibit with you. Your Honor, could you please let the
Again.
record reflect that I'm showing
Again.
counsel states exhibit number 116, which was previously introduced? May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's previously been introduced as State's Exhibit 116. Are you familiar with that particular exhibit?
Yes,
How are you familiar with this exhibit?
it is the FBI CAS data of Jared Brink's cell phone activity from July 10th.
Can you go ahead and identify Mr. Brink's cell phone number for us?
563-468-0641.
With respect to the processing of that cell phone for any type of GPS location information of July 10th, does it have that phone hitting off cell towers that are relevant to our investigation around the time frame of 4:30 a.m. in the morning?
That is correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with the activity that's depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish this exhibit?
You may.
All right, Detective Obert, as we look at the information that was gleaned from his cell phone, identifying the location for that phone relative to the time frame of 4:30 a.m., what was determined?
That it hit off a cell tower near the area of where Breasia's remains were located.
All right, can you show us on that map where Highway 61 and Highway 30 meet? Then can you show us the location of where 212th Street and Kunal Implement is located?
In that general area.
Now, on this particular exhibit, is there some type of emblem that's been placed on this exhibit to denote the area of Kunal Implement?
Yes.
And then in this rural area, are there red dots to identify the location of various cell towers?
Yes.
All right. Is there a cell tower that his phone was hitting on out in that area?
Yes.
Could you please point out the red dot to show which cell tower his phone was hitting off of? Okay. And then for purposes of our written record, read what's right underneath that red dot so that we have that.
Like the location on the map or
Yeah.
or the details of the time.
No, the location on the map.
It appears to say Charlotte.
Certainly. When we think of the cell tower, if you consider the entire circumference of that cell tower, what would be the entire circumference in terms of degrees?
Just less than 180.
Okay.
So
Well, not that, but is a cell tower, as far as the cell phone's ability to hit off of it, are there three different sectors?
I'm not the expert in that matter.
Certainly. Then let's go ahead and do this. As far as what we see on this particular exhibit, does it show us where that cell phone is hitting that cell tower as far as a sector is concerned?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be facing the area of Kunal Implement?
It would be
And then what time is his cell phone hitting that cell tower?
4:28 a.m.
On what date?
July 10th, 2020.
Mr. Brink had indicated that he was traveling to work when he pulled a maroon Chevy Impala out. Do we have his phone then hitting on a cell tower down in the southwest portion of Scott County in the area of Linwood Mining? And let me adjust that.
That is correct.
Can you show us on the map where Buffalo, Iowa is located at? Okay. Are there a number of cell towers down in that area of Davenport?
There are.
Is his cell phone hitting on a tower that would be in the area of Buffalo?
That is correct.
And then what time do we have his cell phone registering that cell tower down in that area?
6:59 a.m.
All right. I have no further questions.
No cross.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls FBI criminalist Jennifer Pullen to the stand. DCI criminalist Jennifer Poland.
Come forward. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
She's getting her water and everything. Look at her. Oh, is she
Please
part-
state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Jennifer Pullen, Jennnifer Pullen.
What is your occupation?
I am a criminalist with the Iowa DCI Crime Lab.
How long have you been employed with the Iowa DCI?
About 8 years.
Please describe your prior educational background.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biochemistry and Forensic Science.
Where did you graduate from?
Simpson College.
When did you complete your formal education?
In 2013.
Following the completion of your formal education, is that when you started your career with the DCI laboratory?
No, I worked at what was then called DuPont Pioneer.
What type of work did you do for DuPont Pioneer?
I worked in research and regulatory and compliance.
And what types of research were you doing for that business entity?
It involved crop research.
How long were you with that particular organization before you joined the DCI laboratory?
Approximately 1 to 2 years.
Okay. Now, when you were hired at the DCI Crime Lab, did you go through some type of formal training?
Yes.
Describe what that training consisted of.
Initially, I was hired as a forensic science technician, and I received on-the-job training. And then I became a criminalist and received on-the-job training specific to DNA analysis, which is my primary role. And then once I began serving on the crime scene team, I attended 2 separate crime scene schools.
What is the function of the crime scene team?
It is to respond when requested to crime scenes throughout the state.
And then when you do respond to crime scenes, what type of role do you play in the investigation?
We are there to document, preserve, and collect any evidence.
What types of processes do you engage in at crime scenes?
Could you rephrase?
Certainly. So for example, if you go out to crime scenes, do you photograph the crime scene?
Yes.
All right. Are there times when you're involved in the collection of physical evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And when you respond to crime scenes, other than taking photographs, do you ever take videos of crime scenes to give us a real life perspective of the crime scene itself?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, were you working in that capacity on or about March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Prior to that morning, had you been contacted by any of your superiors requesting your assistance in an investigation conducted by the Davenport Police Department involving a child named Breasia Terrell who had been reported missing back on July 10th of 2020?
We, meaning my partner and I, had been contacted by Special Agent in Charge, Rick Ron, regarding some remains that had been located in the Davenport area.
Okay. And who was the other member of the crime scene team that went out to that location with you to process it?
Anna Young.
All right. What address were you directed to?
We were first directed to arrive at the, could I please look at my notes?
Certainly. Would it help to refresh your recollection by looking at your notes?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the witness refresh her recollection.
She may.
We were requested to arrive at the Clinton County Annex building.
And then when you responded to the Clinton County Annex building, what would have been the time of your arrival at that location?
8:38 a.m.
Was there a briefing that took place?
Yes.
What types of information was shared with you and Anna Young for purposes of the task that you were to perform?
We were informed that skeletonized remains had been located in a wooded area near a pond and a farm implement, and that we were requested to document and process the scene and then collect any items of evidence that were located.
Now, were you working in conjunction with a number of law enforcement officers who had responded out to the scene the previous evening and even that morning?
Yes.
In addition, did you work in conjunction with an anthropologist from the State Medical Examiner's Office identified as Dr. Heather Garvin?
Yes.
If you could describe for us then the working relationship that existed amongst you as a member of the crime scene team, law enforcement officers, and Dr. Heather Garvin, so that we know how those processes played out relative to one another.
We all worked together. Our job was primarily to document, so take photographs, video, notes, and sketches, the scene first overall. And then we were assisting Dr. Garvin in locating and collecting remains.
Okay. Now, was there a video made of that scene before the process of collecting those skeletal remains began?
Yes.
And then as far as the photographs were concerned, was there a progression in how those photographs were taken?
Yes.
Explain the progression and how that process works.
The photographs begin as overalls to get a bigger picture or overall depiction of the scene, and then they will move closer in to the remains.
Okay. And then as the recovery process began, would you then take even more photographs to document what was present there at the site?
Yes, more photographs and overalls and closer photographs of specific items were also taken.
I want to direct your attention to an exhibit that we have up on the easel. Give me a moment so that I can look at the exhibit number. This is State's Exhibit number 41. Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
It appears to be a satellite image of the area around where the remains were.
Is this where you performed your functions on March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 61. May I approach?
You may.
Okay. Ms. Poland, I'm handing you an envelope marked State's Exhibit number 61. Was there a disc that was prepared that the video you collected was downloaded onto for purposes of introducing into evidence at trial?
Yes.
Okay. And then so as far as State's Exhibits number 61 is concerned, I would tell you I've already uploaded that disc into our little disc player so that we don't have any delay associated with that. But is that what we're talking about when we talk about State's Exhibit 61?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 61 and ask to publish it.
No objection. Exhibit 61 will be admitted.
All right.
And you may.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Poland, can you set the stage so that we understand how this video starts out and what it is capturing? And can you give us a perspective of that before we start to play it?
Yes. So I believe the video will start out on 270th Avenue, moving to the north.
Okay.
And it will show the area as we are moving closer towards the remains.
All right. So as you're moving north on 270th Avenue, at some point in time then, are we going to have a perspective developed of that steep incline or that roadway that goes down toward the area of the remains and the pond?
Yes, you will be able to see the steep incline.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, would it be all right for the witness to narrate for us as we go through this video?
Sure. She may.
So in the back there, you can see the pond. And then the area where the remains are marked off with that yellow crime scene tape. And the embankment is on the right side of the screen. And the video is being taken from 270th Avenue. And that is facing north. This is just a different perspective, starting facing to the south and moving, that would be facing straight west and then moving towards the north more. And that is the embankment right there in the dirt. And it ends north.
And looking at this video, even though there is no plants that are blooming or no leaves on the trees, was the brush really, really dense?
Yes. So that is zooming in on the remains. you can see a white spot.
Is that where the skull of Breasia Terrell was located?
Yes. This is on the south side of, there's a circle drive there in the middle, which is, the south side is opposite of the remains. So again, the pond is in the back towards the west, and then the remains are about there.
Okay. Again, can we see the skull?
Yes.
With the zooming in of the camera, is it focusing on the skull where it's laying on the ground?
Yes. And then the camera is just moving further to the north, and it ends on the embankment there. So it actually goes all the way back around.
There are two access points that have been discussed. This particular access point, was that
Content warning, guys, and I'm sorry I didn't say that before. That was a little bit more than I expected. I have to say this trial has really taken a lot of guesswork out of the visuals, you know, if you know what I'm saying. Take a breath. Oof.
at the shorter of the two access points down toward the area of the pond?
I cannot remember which was shorter.
At any rate, does the video show us those two separate drives into the
Yes.
area of the pond?
So now the video is within the crime scene tape. Again, starting facing west. And you can see the remains somewhat through the trees there. There's also a slide, a shoe slide.
Is that the white object that we see there, just
Yes.
a little to the south of the skull?
They really didn't leave much to the
So that's
imagination
one of
with
the
this one.
embankments there.
Sorry. Even my comedy and the chaos
This would
isn't even
be
working for me
taken
right now.
from
This is a lot.
west of the remains a little bit inside of the tape. So a little closer to the pond than to the road.
Are you closer to that brush line?
Yes.
And by brush line, I'm talking about on the brush line where the remains would have been encompassed.
Yes. Just zooming in on where the remains are located. And then you can see one embankment on the left, and then the other is to the right of that.
There was discussion about a satellite center having been set up out here at the crime scene. That large RV, was that the satellite center?
Yes.
What are we seeing here now?
This is standing more in that brush line. Again, just showing the area around and the remains, and then closer to the remains.
Okay.
So there's a tire there, and then next to that are the remains.
Can we get a really clear perspective of that skull? At one point.
How much clearer do you
So-
need, ma'am?
And then when you zoomed in just to the north of that tire, what was being depicted there?
Right, Cindy.
There was additional remains located there. I'm not sure what they were.
Now, Deputy Wojciechowski had indicated that from the location of the remains, if you moved further north, that there essentially was a large rock wall that would create its own barrier. Is that what we can see here in the background?
Yes, I believe so.
And then what are you trying to show here at this point? Okay.
I think the remains that were a little further north of the main concentration.
As we look at that large rock that has the moss on it, can we see a portion of the skeletal remains associated with the skull?
Yes, there are some darker portions and then the whiter portions as well.
And additionally, were you able to see the hair associated with these human remains?
I'm not sure if you can see it in the video or not.
All right. We'll just leave that up to people who are watching it. What are you trying to show here?
Just showing the area to the north, just kind of showing what's above and behind.
As we see the area of the skeletal remains, even though there are no leaves on the trees and the vegetation obviously is, still dead, was there a significant amount of branches and just debris around those skeletal remains?
Yes, there was a large amount of plants and leaves.
Is it easier to see the slide that you've talked about in relation to the skull?
Yes, it's at the bottom right. It's slightly blue with white.
All right. And then finally, what is being depicted right there in the video?
That just shows the team members that were present and the date and time and location.
Thank you. Once that process was completed, is this where you then started to document the scene with photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take an extensive amount of photographs?
Yes.
I will represent to you that we have gone through and tried to narrow those down, all right? But for purposes of our record, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15-1 through 15-134. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15-1 through 15-134. I'd like for you to look through that exhibit and tell me if you recognize what's depicted.
Yes, they appear to be photographs or copies of photographs from this case.
Okay. And would that document just what we've already seen on the video, but then go through and document the evidence that was collected as well as skeletal remains?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce the group exhibit.
No objection.
Group Exhibit 15 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I think what we'll do is, Colin, just for ease of the record, as I publish each photograph, what I'd like for you to do is just describe what's depicted in each image, and that's how we'll make a record of what this exhibit consists of. State's Exhibit 15-1.
That is what we call the scene marker, indicating the members and the location and the date.
Does that set forth your name and Ms. Young's name?
Yes.
15-2.
That is an image facing northwest, standing on 270th.
All right, so for purposes of our perspective, taking your pointer here, and then let's go to State's Exhibit 41. Just give us an idea generally of where you're standing.
Approximately around here.
All right, State's Exhibit 15-3.
That is generally a similar photograph, possibly moving a little further north.
Now, if I could, I want to go back to 15-2. I want to direct your attention to the roadway, but then essentially the shoulder. And then again, going back to 15-3. As we look at this photograph, is there much of a shoulder along the roadway?
Not much.
Okay. And then relative to what shoulder there is, where we have a break in that shoulder is a pretty steep drop off of the roadway.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 15-4.
That is a view facing northwest from 270th Avenue. You can see the pond through the trees, and it is standing kind of on the edge of 270th.
15-5.
That is a view from 270th Avenue. We have moved a little further to the north.
15-6.
View also from 270th, and you can see the pond, and you can tell that we're kind of moving north, kind of towards the embankment and where the remains are located.
15-7.
And if it's more of the same, but just a progression forward, it's fine to say that.
Okay, it's a progression forward.
Okay, 15-8,
Progression forward.
15-9,
That is kind of the same. You get a bigger view of the road, and you cannot see the pond as well.
all right. Are we starting to see that roadway that goes down to the area of the remains?
Yes, I believe it's kind of where that white vehicle is.
15-10,
This is a view from 270th facing the opposite direction, so facing south.
15-12,
A view from 270th facing west. You can see the pond barely through the trees.
okay. So when you're facing west, would you be looking in a direction toward Highway 61?
Yes,
All right. Can we see Highway 61 though through these trees or
Mm.
vegetation?
I don't think so.
All right. 15-13,
Progression forward, moving towards the remains.
all right. And then I'm going to jump ahead on some of these photographs since we've got so many, just to get to a point where we start to see the development of some different perspectives. As we go to 15-16, did you take a photograph of the area on the east side of 270th Avenue?
Yes.
And this particular photograph, what is it showing?
This is showing the area east of where the embankment is. So the embankment would be behind the photographer.
All right, looking at State's Exhibit 15-17, is that a broader perspective?
Yes.
During this period of time then, along this area, the east side of the roadway, did you notice any type of, what I want to say, large chunks of concrete or rebar where this area was being used as essentially a dump site?
I don't recall seeing that.
All right, but this is what it looked like back then on March 23rd?
Yes.
Going to State's Exhibit 15-21.
This is a photograph from on 270th Avenue, facing west, and one of the embankments is in the bottom right corner of the photograph.
In other photographs or video we have seen, that steep embankment, it appears that it goes down and there's a circle drive around a large tree. Is this a good representation of that location?
Yes, the tree there kind of in the middle is the center sort of the circle drive.
Going to State's Exhibit 15-26.
That is a picture of the embankment.
15-27.
A different perspective of the embankment.
15-30. 15-31. 15-32. 15-33. 15-34. What is being shown in that progression of photographs?
Those show the remains, most specifically what appears to be the school, and then a blue and white slide.
I'd like to discuss what we have in State's Exhibit 15-38. As far as the location of the remains to what would be the shoreline for that pond, was it fairly close?
I guess define fairly close.
Well, why don't you go ahead and
I'd
give
say
us
the
your
same thing
perspective?
to find that.
It was near it, I guess. I mean, maybe 20 yards,
Okay,
if I were to guess.
that's fine. That helps us understand its relationship to the pond. And as we get to State's Exhibit 15-47, what are we seeing here?
That is a close-up of the majority of the remains.
I want to use 15-48 because it appears the lighting is a little bit better here. Can we start to see the clothing items that were within these remains?
Yes.
From your perspective, can you see what it is? I know the lighting here isn't very good, but look there on the screen and tell me if you can see.
So
Wow.
in this photo, in the middle left, top left, above the tire kind of, there's a black area. Those appear to be bottoms of some sort.
Can you point to the screen so that we know what you're referencing? There's been testimony about a pair of black shorts that had the appearance of some type of netting. Is that what you are noting there?
Yes.
And as we go to 15-49, does it show the connection of those shorts to the lower limb or leg of those skeletal remains? Looking at that, and then I'm going to have you look at 15-50 as well.
Yes, I can only say that they appear to be black bottoms associated with remains.
All right. Now, I'm going to hand you 15-50 so that you can look at it up close. Do you see the shorts?
Yes.
And then do you see a portion of these skeletal remains here?
Yes.
Let's go back to 15-49. Can you point out those shorts and then the skeletal remains that I was showing you there?
So that's what appear to be shorts.
Mhm.
And then here's the remains you were pointing out.
Okay. 15-51.
That is a close-up of the skull.
15-52.
Close-up of additional remains.
15-54.
A close-up of additional remains.
In this particular photograph, are we seeing what appears to be a leg of those skeletal remains with the foot?
Yes, it appears to be what could be a lower limb.
Sure. And then also additionally, we see a series.
It's like she can't get adjusted sitting there. She's moving more than I am. It's like she's moving her hand, moving her head. You're talking about the lady in the back, the little security guard lady, I think. He seems bored. She seems bored. Yeah, he's just looking. I'm looking at this lady in the background. She's got my attention. But yeah, he seems bored too. But this officer in the back, she's just all over it.
Of curved bones. Did that appear to be a potential rib cage?
I'm not an expert on human remains, but yes, it appears consistent with ribs.
15-55. I want you to look at this up close, and then I'll put it under the elbow. All right? In 15-55, as you had an opportunity to look at it up close, I'd asked you earlier, could you see hair mixed in within those remains?
I can see a dark brown, what appears to be potential hair.
Certainly. (15-58). Is this giving us yet a better perspective of that pair of shorts?
Yes.
You know how uncomfortable it would be to sit there in that uniform all day? Just thinking about that.
Now, as the process of collecting those skeletal remains began, with the removal of debris, what process was being followed there?
The debris was
Y'all see that
removed
yawn?
and placed into buckets that were then additionally sifted through
What was the purpose for sifting through the buckets?
to ensure we had located all of the remains that we could find and to locate any potential evidence.
Certainly. And then even after the debris was completed, were you involved with Dr. Heather Garvin in using a trowel to go through the soil, or did she simply engage in that process?
I believe we were also involved.
All right. I'm just going to jump forward because I think we're all very familiar generally with that area. But just to give a perspective, if we look at State's Exhibit 15-79, describe what it is that we see developing in this photograph.
So as we were locating potential remains, we were marking them with pink flags. And so that is what this photo is depicting.
With the removal of the debris, was there photographs taken of various branches?
Yes,
Now, were the breaks on some of these branches of particular interest?
yes,
And by breaks, I'm talking about the tips of those branches.
yes,
States Exhibit 15-85. 15-86. 15-88. And even 15-90. And 15-91, as well as 15-92. What is it about the tips where those breaks occurred that was of interest?
During our debriefing, they mentioned that a machete may have been used to cut branches. And so it was requested that we document the ends of the branches.
And is that why those photographs were taken?
Yes,
And then very simply, as we go through the progression of those photos, then they show all of the skeletal remains that were located and recovered.
yes.
What further responsibilities did you have out there at the scene?
Other than documenting and collecting evidence,
Yes,
that is all.
that would have concluded it. And then was there a county medical examiner out there at the scene?
I believe a state medical examiner,
What was the name of the individual?
Mary Malcolm.
What role did Mary Malcolm play in this investigation?
She would have arrived on the scene and taken some documentation herself.
All right. Was Dr. Malcolm the individual then that would have taken control of those skeletal remains after they were placed in a body bag and sealed to be transported to the state medical examiner's office?
No, that was Charles Fleming.
And who is Charles Fleming?
He is the person who would have transported the remains.
Is he associated with the state medical examiner's office?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure, but he was responsible for doing the transport.
Yes.
All right. Did you author a report which basically identified what you did in the course of this investigation?
Yes.
And in that report, did it document just different types of articles that were collected from the scene outside of the skeletal remains?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 60. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 60. Now, in photographs that we observed from the state medical examiner's office, there were 3 articles of clothing that were contained within that body bag. Were those the articles of clothing that was recovered with the remains?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit number 60?
It appears to be a copy of the report Anna Young and myself issued in this
How is this document titled at the top?
with the laboratory's case number,
Okay. What is the laboratory case number?
2020-16859.
And relative to reports that were authored by the DCI, what report number is this?
3.
What date was this report generated?
April 8th, 2021.
And does it identify who's responsible for generating this report?
Yes.
Who?
Myself, Jennifer Pullen, and Anna Young.
All right. And then as far as the skeletal remains, what name was utilized for the skeletal remains at the time that they were recovered?
Jane Doe.
And then is there offense date of March 23rd, 2021 incorporated within this document?
Yes.
Does this document then identify what would have been items of evidence that you either generated or you collected from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 60.
No objection. Exhibit 60 will be admitted.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
As to State's Exhibit number 60, let's go through and I want you to identify what evidence
is encompassed within this report under the section denoted items collected. Use your laboratory item number versus the agency item number.
Item 8 and 9 are crime scene images. And so that would be the photographs that we took at the scene. And then item 10 is the crime scene video.
All right.
Item 11 is the white and turquoise slide. Item 12 is a white t-shirt. Item 13 is a white plastic bottle. 14 is a red shirt. 15 is a Mary Kay makeup container. 16 are pieces of a broken white plastic bottle. And then 17 is a fired bullet. And 18 is a fired bullet that was deformed. And then 19 are the tree branches that were cut from the scene.
There's specific items that I want to talk with you about. Lab item number 12 with the description of one white t-shirt, and lab item, I believe, 13. Hold on, let me make sure I'm seeing that correctly. Let me get up close. Lab item 14 with the descriptor of the partial red shirt. Did you have any contact with Sergeant Christopher Mayer, who had come out to the scene and had ran the total station, taking measurements of various items of evidence that were located at the scene?
Yes.
All right. Now, for the white t-shirt and then that red shirt, were those the two articles of clothing that had been documented when he ran the total station that were away from the remains?
Yes, those were identified prior to our arrival, and they were documented. And he did run total station on those.
Okay. And then additionally, the white plastic bottle. How would you describe the appearance of that white plastic bottle?
It looked like it had been worn or weathered. There was no label remaining on it.
Was there any contents inside that bottle?
I did not open it, but it felt empty.
All right. Now, did you know that Clorox was an item of interest in the course of this investigation?
Yes.
Did this white plastic bottle take on the appearance of a bottle that Clorox bleach would have been sold in?
It was consistent with what various household chemicals would be in.
All right. And then going down to the collected item, I believe it's 16, described as pieces of a broken white plastic bottle. Again, would that have been consistent with the other white plastic bottle that we're talking about in 13?
Yes, it appeared to be consistent with what you would expect a broken white bottle to look like.
Okay. Can you speak to this issue? Sergeant Pfeiffer had indicated that there was a white plastic bottle that had been submitted to the DCI laboratory for testing for the presence of Clorox. Was this the white plastic bottle that would have been transferred over to one of our criminalists for testing? And if you don't know that, that's fine. But if you do, I'd like for you to speak to that topic.
I don't know for certain.
Okay, thank you. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, had I moved to introduce this exhibit?
I believe you had.
That's what I thought. I have no further questions.
No cross-examination.
You may step down. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Uh-oh. This is who I think it is.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Mark Poulos, M-A-R-K, Poulos, P-O-U-L-O-S.
Mr. Poulos, if you could describe for us what you do professionally for a living.
Well, right now I'm retired. I'm a retired police officer, and I teach at the University of Iowa in Augustana. I teach scuba at the University of Iowa and then Augustana College.
Certainly. And then which agency were you employed with when you were actively involved in the field of law enforcement?
I spent 33 years as a police officer for the city of Rock Island and 5 years as a chief of police out in Coal Valley.
In what capacities did you work as a law enforcement officer?
In Rock Island, I did a little bit of everything. I spent several years undercover, spent several years doing crime scene investigation. In other words, it was called a
Undercover. I would have never guessed. I don't know, just something about his appearance. I don't know, call me profiling or whatever, but I don't think I would have ever guessed he would do anything undercover. I don't know. That's just weird to me.
a police specialist. And what we would do is we would lift the fingerprints and do the photographs and measurements and things of that sort. And then we coupled that with me as a trainee or field training officer.
Certainly. Now, I want to ask you about whether or not you have become professionally involved in a field outside of your responsibilities as a law enforcement officer that actually focuses on the issue of rescue and recovery.
Yes, in 2011, we formed a nonprofit at the request of some local agencies, called ourselves the Big River Rescue and Recovery Dive Team, so that we could provide services to first responding agencies needing underwater divers.
Where is Big River Rescue and Recovery Dive Team based out of?
Right now, it's based out of Illinois. It was based out of Scott County, and then we moved it over to Illinois here within the last, I want to say, 6 months.
Certainly. And then do you work with law enforcement agencies on both sides of
We
the
do.
river? Okay. Now, what is the focus of the Big River Rescue and Recovery Dive Team?
When an agency calls us, whether it's to recover a vehicle or a drowning victim, we report to the incident commander on the scene. We ask them what services they need. We will do a risk assessment of the environment. There have been times when it's been too risky to put a diver in, and we will tell them that, we're not going to put a diver in that environment. I've been called in to recover evidence underwater on a couple of different occasions from different agencies. And whatever the agency needs from us, if we can do it safely, then that's what we try to provide.
Can you describe for us the different environments the dive team has worked in since this particular nonprofit organization was started?
We do a lot of our work in the Mississippi River, as long as the current doesn't get above a certain level that I will call it off. We do work in the Rock River. We do work in ponds. Any environment that mostly swift water, mostly black water. What's called black water, in other words, you can't see more than this far, maybe 6 inches from your face, and that's how we train, and that's what we try to provide.
Describe the training that the members of your team go through to perform the responsibilities that you assume.
Well, we start off as open water divers. They have to learn how to dive, and many of the team. I am a public safety diver instructor, so I hold my divers to a higher level. I have them trained in black water conditions. I have them trained in a full face mask. I have them trained in dry suits. We practice with surge patterns. We will put things out into the river and have the divers go out and perform different types of surge patterns. We also go into confined water areas and practice escaping from being entangled, running out of air. Some things that we hope don't happen, but
Certainly.
we prepare for them.
Certainly. How many members do you have that work on the recovery dive team?
Right now we have, and it fluctuates. I've got 4 that are very active. I've got several others that are less active, but they're still on our roster.
Certainly. I'd like to direct your attention, if I could, to the date of April 3rd of 2021. Prior to that date, were you contacted by the Davenport Police Department to assist in an investigation that they had been conducting for a period of time involving a child, Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing on July 10th of 2021 or 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Who made that contact with you?
I believe it was Sergeant Pfeiffer.
Okay. What was the nature of the contact?
Basically, he asked me if we could help them recover, search a pond to recover some evidence.
All right. Now let's set the stage for your involvement in this investigation. Did Sergeant Pfeiffer discuss with you that there had been the discovery of skeletal remains in the area of Kunau Implement in a rural area of Clinton County back on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
And then did he describe for you the recovery of those skeletal remains, which occurred on March 23rd of 2021?
I didn't ask for a lot of details, but he did say that there was personal skeletal remains found.
Okay. With the recovery of those skeletal remains, were there items of evidence that had been recovered that prompted reaching out to your organization?
Yes.
Explain.
There were some projectiles that were found.
All right. And in that discussion, did Sergeant Pfeiffer talk with you about officers searching that area to see if they could find any casings?
Yes,
Did he give you any indication that they weren't able to find any casings in the area where the skeletal remains were located?
yes.
All right. So, Mr. Poulos, if you could, speaking to your own experience as a law enforcement officer, if there are bullets that are located with skeletal remains, but there's no casings in the area, what would that suggest to you as to the type of gun that would have been used?
Without any without any casings, my first assumption would be it would be a revolver, because a revolver does not eject casings.
Okay. So then, did that form the basis for the request made of your team?
It may have. I mean, I go into it with an open mind.
Certainly.
So that if it was a different type of item that was found, we're not going to limit ourselves to one specific item. But if we're limiting ourselves to anything that could be used as a weapon.
And that was a poor question on my part. Was the presence of projectiles, the bullets, the basis for reaching out to your team?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So what did they want you to do?
They wanted us to search. There was a pond just I want to say to the west of where the remains were found. They wanted us to do a search of the pond to see if we could find any weapons, 9mm, anything.
Just
we also did a search in the area where the remains were found with a metal detector to see if anything had been pushed down into the dirt that the investigators may have missed.
Certainly. I want you to look at State's Exhibit 41. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Or I should say aerial image. Describe what you recognize.
That is the pond that we performed the search.
Okay. What date did the search take place on?
That was April 3rd, I believe.
Before doing a search, is there any type of assessment of the area where you were going to be performing your functions?
Yes, we do a risk assessment. And in an area like this, and again, I've had several experiences diving in this type of environment where you have overhanging trees or brush or something inside the pond where a diver could get entangled. So as a safety measure, we try to make sure that, what do we have on the bottom? It's kind of a topographical assessment. And then by that, we can also take a look and see what kind of a search pattern would give us the best results.
Okay. Speak to the topic of search patterns. Why are search patterns developed and used?
The search patterns are developed so that they, in many cases, you have very limited visibility. We always go on a tether, which is a line goes from the diver to a line tender. In our situation, we have a full face mask that has communications where the diver can talk to the line tender and back and forth. The line tender can tell the diver, you need to go to your right or to the left. The purpose of the line on us, twofold. Number one, it helps, provides us a safety line. And number two, it helps the diver orient himself in the lake so that he doesn't do what's called a J hook, or he's going in one pattern and then does a J hook around. So then he really gets off guard. So he needs to keep the line tight. He needs to keep the line either one shoulder or the other, and then take the instructions from the line tender on the surface.
By using a search pattern then, is that a way to ensure that every portion of that body of water is searched?
Yes.
All right. Now, it sounds to me like you will have men on shore.
Yes.
And individuals who go into the water.
Yes.
You understand what a line tender is. Define that for us lay people so that we understand what a line tender is and how they facilitate the search.
Okay, a line tender, in this case, we were going to do what's called a pendulum sweep or an arc sweep. So the line tender will put, the diver will tighten the rope depending upon where we're going to start. If we're going to start out and work in or start in and work out, the line tender will develop where we are going to start that search. And then the line tender will keep the line taut to where the diver does an arc pattern. When he gets to a certain point, and we look at the bubbles that are coming up. When he gets to a certain pattern, the line tender says stop, and then make your turn to your left or to your right. The diver turns to the left, turns right, reorients the rope on his body, and then gets maybe 2 or 3 inches. If it's a small item, in case of a vehicle or something like that, he may get 2 or 3 feet. If it is a person, that's usually a kind of a cross between, depending upon the orientation where the size of the person. So size in this case, if you're looking for a small item, you're going to have a very small amount, maybe 6 inches, maybe 12 inches to do that path. When you're using specialized equipment, as we were in this case, we were using a underwater metal detector, professional grade underwater metal detector. You have a little bit more leeway depending upon the sweep that the diver is able to do. If the diver can do maybe a 2-foot sweep, then you can expand that just a little bit. And it's very, pardon the pun, it's very fluid. You know, it's a very dynamic situation, so that you have to, nothing is ever the same.
With the line tender working on the shore itself, I would assume then he has the ability to see that line and watch the movement of that line?
He sees the bubbles.
Sees the bubbles?
And again, the bubbles, the line, the position of the line should somewhat correlate with the bubbles.
Certainly. All right. And so then by virtue of those variables, is that how you're able to ensure that every portion of that body of water is searched?
Yes.
Okay. Now, identify first of all of the members of the team that responded out to the area of Kunal Implement on April 3rd, and then what role each individual played in these efforts.
We had Ben Wilson was our primary diver. He's been with our team for several years. Steve Ebel, he was one of our co-founders of the team. He was going to be the line tender and communications person. We had Sean Cosson, who is going to act as our, what we call a 90% diver. So he is almost ready to go in the water if need be. But, you know, he is a standby diver. We have a emergency diver. In this case, that was me. I was going to go in if there was an entanglement. My second task would be to go out, if any evidence was found, to go out and make sure that the evidence was kept in a water environment similar to the area in which it was found.
Why do you want to keep any object that is found within the water environment that it has been located?
When you take metal out of the water, oxygen hits it and it starts to rust. Now it's not a flash rust, but it starts to rust. So to maintain the integrity of the item, we try to keep it inside the water, a water vessel with the water, the same water in which it was found. In other words, I wouldn't put it in a bath of salt water, or I wouldn't put it in a batch of vinegar or something like that. I want to keep it in the same water of the lake.
Okay. And then let's go back and speak to your experience as a law enforcement officer and even having worked in evidence collection. As a law enforcement officer, were you involved in submitting guns to what would be your state laboratory in the state of Illinois for firearms and tool mark examination requests?
Yes.
And whenever a firearm is submitted to a state laboratory, is one of the requests made to determine whether or not the gun would be a functioning gun?
I have never filled that portion of it out. I have boxed them up. I turn them over to our evidence technician who mails them out. I will make sure that if it's, and most of the times it is in a dry container vis-a-vis a box, and it would be secured in a box. And most of with my experience, all of them were unloaded.
Certainly.
So before they were sent to the crime lab.
Yeah, but at the crime lab, is the crime lab going to determine whether or not that firearm is functioning if a request is made to make that determination?
That would be up to the crime lab and the detective that would be involved in that case.
And so then when we go back and we talk about keeping, if there is a gun found within the water environment that it is found, is that important for any type of later analysis to determine if that gun is a functioning gun?
It will, again, the purpose for keeping it in water is to keep it from rusting. And anytime you have rust, you have a deterioration of the metal, which could cause a problem.
Certainly. All right. So let's get back on track. I diverted for a moment. Then who else did we have out there at the scene performing certain functions?
The other person that we had was Tom Murchie. And
Spell
Tom
Murchie for our record.
Merchie. Tom is a retired Illinois State Police evidence technician.
What role did Mr. Murchie fulfill on April 3rd of 2021?
He basically took the times, took notes for our dive team so that we know how much air went in, how much air went out, what patterns we did, who went in at what time, when did they exit the water, so that we have notes that would assist the agency that requested us.
So essentially, was he acting as a scribe for this
Yes.
operation?
Yes.
Let's be kind to our court reporter. Spell Ebel, if you could.
EBEL.
All right.
And that's STEPHEN.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So then, by virtue of your assessing the environment that the operations were to be performed on April 3rd, is there anything else that we need to discuss as far as what you felt you would need to carry out this operation?
Again, we had the detectives on scene, And so anything that we would find, they had the vessels to put any evidence that was recovered, so that I could. And matter of fact, I did take the vessel out to Ben after he had found the item under the mud, under the silt, so that we put it in the paint can, brought it back. The gun was too big for the paint can, so when I got closer to shore, I was able to get another vessel, which was a blue bucket or blue pail, and I put the paint can and everything inside the blue pail with water. So that, and then I handed it to the detectives on shore.
All right, and then would they have transferred it into another bucket that had a cover on it?
There was I believe it was a rectangular vessel that they had. There was a rectangular vessel there. I don't know. I didn't watch them put it after I delivered it to the detective. Then I went back to my truck and started to get my gear off.
Okay, all right, so now let's talk about that portion of the story. The team arrives.
Yes.
Walk us through that.
We did the topographical search with a sonar to see what kind of depth we have. Is there any underwater obstructions? After we did a very brief once around the lake pond, we came back, put the boat on shore. Met with the detectives and the team, made assignments to the team. We followed the detectives down. This is the first time I'd been on the property. We followed the detectives down, and they showed us where the remains were found. We then took the metal detector and went over the area surrounding the area where the remains were found. Did not get any hits. By hits, I mean active alerts on the metal detector. After we did that, we went suited up and then got the necessary equipment, which is the full face mask and all of the dive equipment that we use. Then Ben, we decided that we were going to do that pendulum sweep. And that's I love that sweep because it is so controlled that I can go 6 inches, I can go 6 feet, and it's all controlled by the person on the surface. So, you have the time, you have the control that we prefer to have, or to at least give a reasonable assurance that we have covered the entire area that needs to be covered. We were searching on the north side, started off searching on the north side of the pond, where if this picture down below here, it would have been.
And let me go ahead and put this exhibit up. This is State's Exhibit 42. I'm going to put that up on the diagram so that you can show us what you are referring to. And then you've got that pointer. Yes, please, if you could.
May I sit down? You may. So we had our dive operations were right in this area here. We had our diver deploy, and we started searching in this area to the north. All right. After a while, the diver came back and said he didn't have enough weight on. That does present a problem. So he came back to the shore, got some more weight on, and continued searching. Came back and was going to go search. We found out that there was some concrete in there that had some metal rebar or some sort in there. So it was really giving us a lot of readings. He would reach down, this is not it, this is not it, this is an area that is going to be hard to search. So we went over to the south side. Now, during that time, Tom Murchie was right here, Steve Evil was right here. I went back over here to, this is my truck. I went back over here to my truck to stay out of their way, to not try to tell them where they had to search. That was the job of Steve Evil. Tom Murchie was right in this area here, and Sean Cosson was right in this area here.
For purposes of our written record, when you talk about Tom Murchie and Sean Cosson, are they close to shore?
Yes, they're on shore.
Okay, and then again, for purposes of our record, there is that steeper access road that if you were to travel down it, right, essentially that if you drive straight, then that's the portion where you would have entered the water,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes. We launched right in this area right here.
And then the vehicle that you said that you went back to for State's Exhibit 42, what is the color of the vehicle so that we know?
Brownish maroon. It changes color with the light.
All right, all right. And then, of course, then thereafter, was there the discovery that was made?
Yes, but Ben was directed in this area right here.
For our record, what direction are you indicating?
That would be south.
Okay.
Okay. So he was going to the south. I was over here, and I heard the toms when Ben said that he found an object. And then he said, it is a firearm. It's a gun. At that point, the detectives wanted to get a buoy out here so that they could get a picture of where the object was found. They tried to launch a drone over to get some pictures. I don't know if they got any from that or not. Where the buoy was placed out here, I entered the water and went out with the can to Ben Wilson. I could see the visibility was pretty poor, about, I don't want to say 7, 8 feet of water, very soft silt. And any movement in there would just cloud the water up where we couldn't see it all. So I went out to Ben, the weapon was placed in the can. I waited with Ben, we went back to shore. I handed the can over. I notified Steve that I would need another vessel because the gun would not, you wouldn't be able to close it in that container. And so to keep it in the water, they brought the other bucket down. I filled it with water, put the can in there, and handed it up to the detective on shore.
Mr. Poulos, if you look at that body of water, do you see that white dot in the area that you saw indicated the gun was recovered? Is that the buoy that law enforcement asked to be placed there to mark the location of the recovery of the gun?
I believe it was, yes.
All right, go ahead and take your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Poulos, just very simply, what type of gun was it?
It was a revolver, appeared to be a .38 caliber.
Thank you. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Just briefly, Mr. Poulos, the 5 of you went out to this location on April 3rd of 2021 at the request of Sergeant Piper, right?
I'm sorry, you'll have to speak out it.
The 5 of you went out to this location on April 3rd of 2021 at the request of Sergeant Piper.
Yes.
Had you known him in your law enforcement dealings prior to this?
No, of him, yes. We hadn't done a lot of cases together because at that point, most of my career was on the Illinois side.
Sure. Okay, so is this the first time that he had requested you and your team to dive?
I had been contacted by a non-law enforcement agency to see if we would be available to dive earlier when the missing person first was reported. I think that was July 10th of 2020. And I couldn't respond because, number one, I asked, is there a target? Do we have an area to search? And if you just tell me the Mississippi River, that's not going to be doable because, you know, it would be a waste of your time and mine as well.
Sure, and I understand that. So as you get here, I think you testified that Sergeant Piper had told you they're looking for a gun or bullet casings.
Yes.
Okay, so you knew before you got into that water, that's what you're looking for.
Yes.
Okay, so then where you had just pointed out on that picture, is that the only place, I'm going to say about 50% of that pond you searched?
I wouldn't even say 50%. I would say more of a 25% before the item was recovered.
Okay, and how long was it till that item was recovered?
Well, we started about 10 o'clock and it was recovered sometime around 11:30, something like that, maybe 11. I'm not sure exactly what time it was recovered. It was in the report. But it wasn't very long after we changed and started searching south. It wasn't too many sweeps before before Ben said that he had recovered the item.
Okay, so
or an item, whether it's the item, it was a gun that he recovered.
You found a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay, so after you found the gun, did you just stop the search?
Yes.
Why?
We returned the gun to the detectives and asked them if they wanted further, and they didn't really want us to. There was no point in going any further in that area. We work for the agency that called us.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Poulos, when the gun was recovered, did you have an opportunity to see the cylinder and to see?
I'm over here talking and muted again. I was trying to tell him that was enough. Be quiet. Just say you collected it. That's all you needed to collect. Done.
See if there was at least the casings that you could observe from a portion of the cylinder on the side.
Yes.
All right. And then you weren't involved at the scene during the time that these projectiles were recovered. Would that be fair to say?
I was not.
All right. But at any rate, through the course of any investigation, if there are casings within the revolver and there are bullets that are recovered, is there going to be a submission to a crime lab to examine the bullets and examine casings or even markings unique to the gun to see if there is a match?
Yes.
All right. And even if the bullets are in bad shape, are there other ways that you can look at various characteristics and see if that particular bullet would be consistent with being fired from a specific gun?
It could be compared to a gun with that same caliber. because the calibers are different. Like a 38 is a 0.357 inches and a 9mm is 0.355 inches. The different types of landing grooves would virtually create tool marks on the projectile. Whether or not the projectile was damaged would determine whether or not they could make a solid, an exact match.
Certainly, certainly. All right, I've got one other question I want to ask of you. How far was the gun in that body of water from the shoreline?
I want to say 50 to 60 feet.
Given the distance of the gun from the shoreline, would it have been easy to have tossed that gun out into the body of water about 50 to 60 feet?
Depending upon the person, I would say yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have a bad arm and I could probably
Thank
throw
you.
that gun a good 50,
Take
60
our
feet
afternoon break
easily.
at this time. We'll reconvene
With
at
a bad
approximately
shoulder.
3:20. Thank you.
And there is a fly in here. So if y'all see me doing all this, there is a fly. There's a single fly and it's little bitty. It's little bitty. It's making me absolutely nuts.
Call Steve Evil to the stand.
Steve
Raise
Evil.
your right hand, sir.
No
Swear to tell the truth,
relation to Evil Knievel. This is Steve Evil. Just saying.
the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat.
Oh, she didn't say Steve Evil. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I take that back.
Please
No, I'm
state your name
sorry.
for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Stephen Ebel, Stephenebel.
Mr. Evil, what is the nature of your occupation?
I'm a highway maintainer for the state of Illinois.
And aside from your responsibilities for working for the state of Illinois, do you also work in some capacity with an organization known as the Big River Rescue Recovery Dive Team?
I do.
When did you become associated with that organization?
From the beginning in 2011.
Okay, and what was it that brought you into that organization?
I belong to Fort Byron Fire, and I was a dive training for them. And then most of the teams around here disbanded because it was high risk and low frequency. And since some of those people that were in those departments, when they have a problem on the river and needed a diver, they call you anyway. So you go out there and you're kind of running solo, and it's dangerous.
Certainly.
So affiliates that are friends or associates that we worked with, Mark Lewis being one of them, and some others, decided maybe we better band up, and at least we can respond as a group and
I have my
some
towel
training
ready
and
just in case.
experience on those scenes.
All right. And so since the inception of this organization, have you actively worked with the Big River Rescue and Recovery Dive Team?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what roles do you fulfill within that organization?
I performed as primary diver, backup diver, safety diver, a line tender, communications, just about every role that we have, depending on the circumstances.
Certainly. And throughout the course of your career as a volunteer firefighter, and even with this organization, is there regular training that you go through to perform the functions associated with dive and recovery?
What are the functions?
No. Is there training that you go through to perform the functions,
Yes.
I should say, of rescue and recovery?
So you're asking me what training we go?
Yeah.
Okay. One of them would be public safety diver. Another one would be law enforcement diver. Rescue. Virtually all I personally have virtually all the PADI, which is Professional Associated Diving Instructors training, and I'm an instructor in some of those categories as well. Ice diving for one.
I'd like to direct your attention to events of April 3rd of 2021. Were you involved in assisting the Davenport Police Department with an investigation that they had been conducting over a period of time involving a child identified as Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing as of July 10th of 20?
Yes.
All right. Now, prior to events of April 3rd of 2021, were you aware of the Davenport, I shouldn't say that, were you aware of either Davenport police authorities or someone from the state DCI reaching out to your organization and asking for assistance?
Was I aware of it?
Yes.
Just shortly prior to our mission, yes.
All right. How did you become aware of the mission that you were going to be performing?
They contacted Mark Poulos, I believe, and then he got on me.
Okay. And then when Mark Poulos reached out to you, what information did he share with you about the tasks that you would be performing as a member of the team?
We developed that pretty much on scene.
All right. All right. So did you go out to an area north of Highway 30 and Highway 61?
Yes.
Looking over to a diagram that we have previously introduced, and I think that states Exhibit 42. Let me check on that real quick. Yes, looking at States Exhibit 42, do you recognize States Exhibit 42 and what's depicted?
Do I recognize that?
Yes. How do you recognize the depiction in that exhibit?
Is this the county road down here?
Yes, and if you look down below here on States Exhibit 41, which is up there on the easel, I think that that'll give you a better perspective. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
let me put States Exhibit 41 up there for you so that you have that to refer to.
we approach through from the right over here.
You've got a pointer behind your chair there. If you want to look just off to your right, Mr. Ebel.
Oh, a pointer?
Yeah, and then
Okay,
for our written
so-
record, describe what location you are referring to by street names.
The 270 what?
270th Avenue?
Yes.
Let me do this because it might help, and I'll do an orientation where I'm going to turn this diagram around
Okay.
so that north is to the top of the diagram. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
So we came down in this area here, I believe.
Okay.
There's a little access.
And that access road, is that the one that leads to the pond that we see off of 270th
Yeah,
Avenue?
I believe it's an old quarry, is it not?
Sure, absolutely. There was testimony provided about that.
Yeah, it looked to me like a quarry, old abandoned quarry.
All right. Now, describe what your role was going to be in this particular, I guess,
Mission.
mission. There we go. Thank you for the word.
What's my role? What was my role? I was a line tender, which I had, Ben Wilson was the primary diver with a metal detector. And I was the line tender and communications to the divers. Okay.
Describe what your responsibilities were as the line tender.
Okay, so in a case like that right there, the visibility being low, like 1 to 2 feet possibly, and then when you kick up the silt and mud down to maybe 0. So the idea is to theorize where the target might be, and then develop a pattern that we call a pendulum sweep. Yeah, starting from low probability, working to high probability, in order to establish a decent pattern and with a little bit of overlap, so that you may even repeat a little bit of where you've been through. Like if you're working for a large object, you can have a bigger, pattern. Small subject, you're pretty tight. So what the line tender does is to kind of directs that, because you can see the bubbles. A diver alone in an environment like that, if he was going to just go out and just dead reckon, he'd probably be doing just great big circles and not really have any idea where he's at. So the line tender is directing it, watching the bubbles, and then when you run out of room with your line, you pull them in or you let them out and just overlap maybe a foot in a case like this, and then so that you can establish that in your mind that you've covered pretty thoroughly. And so, and you're communicating with the diver what you want him to do, and you can go where other people can hear you too. You can put it on audio, and other people in the area can hear what's going on.
Are all of the members of the team then equipped with some type of communications equipment so that they can hear all of the conversations that are occurring?
In this case, we had 2 headphones.
All right.
Okay, and so they could hear 2 divers, and then it comes back to the comm box, and you can put that on audio, or you can just have it privately.
Now, I want to go back to an earlier statement that you had made. When you came to the scene and you were looking at the scene, you indicated that you come up with a theory of where a potential item may be located. When you arrived there at the scene, were you shown the location of where Breasia Terrell's remains had been located?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that fairly close to what I'm going to call the shoreline there on what would be the east side of the pond?
It's fairly close, like maybe
Okay.
50 or 60 feet, yeah.
All right. And then so knowing that her skeletal remains were within 50 to 60 feet of that shoreline, how did that variable play into the theory that was developed as far as locations that you were going to start to look within that body of water?
Well, the possibility that somebody could walk to the shore and chuck a firearm, pistol is what they thought, That's what developed the plan.
Certainly.
This
So,
was, you know, the
go ahead.
pattern, we want to cover what, you know, how far could it go, grown person, and how short could it go? So that's how we developed the plan.
all right. And so with that being said, then, did you work in that body of water that would have been closer to the shore versus going out to the far western shore?
No, we didn't start up really close.
Mhm.
And we got into a debris field of, must have been demolition concrete with rebar in it. So as Ben was searching with the metal detector, he's picking up the rebar. So every time he'd look at something, it was a chunk of concrete, and it was not so, the metal detector was pretty much not so useful. So we redirected him to still a probable area, but away from that, trying to get away from that debris field. And another diver was just groping by hand, looking to see if he could come up with something. So it wasn't long after that move from the north direction, basically, to the south direction. It wasn't very long, and he found a pistol.
All right.
A revolver, I'm sorry.
A revolver. Sergeant Pfeiffer had talked about making a request of the team to place a buoy in the water to mark the location of where the gun was recovered. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then did you have any involvement in setting that buoy out there so that that location could be documented in some way?
My involvement was I directed Ben not to move, stay where you're at. Then there's some discussion, and I'm not sure who came up with the buoy idea, but I believe it was Sean took that buoy out there and marked it. And he was still in the same position, marked it for the detectives for, I guess, record keeping or whatever.
Okay. If you could, what would you estimate the distance from the shoreline to the buoy that was set out in that body of water?
Trying to recall.
And if you don't recall, that's fine.
I don't want to make a bad guess.
Sure, absolutely.
50 feet to maybe 75.
All right.
Maybe,
All
something
right.
like that.
And does that essentially give us a very good perspective of your role and how you would have worked with this operation?
Would you ask that question again?
Yes. Does this give us a good perspective of your role then as the line tender and how you would have worked relative to this
Yeah, I
operation?
think so.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I have no questions.
You may sit down.
Your Honor, the state would call Benjamin Wilson to the stand.
If you raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record.
Benjamin Wilson?
Typical spelling?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, what is it that you do for a living?
I am a independent residential contractor,
What company do you work for?
Wilson Residential Construction.
Outside of that, are you associated with any organization that you perform professional responsibilities for?
Yes.
What's the nature of the professional organization you're associated with?
It is a rescue and recovery dive team.
Is that the Big River Rescue and Recovery Dive Team?
Yes.
How did you become associated with that organization?
My dive instructor was a board member on the dive team. I learned to scuba dive from him, and he immediately saw talent and asked me to come with him to join and learn how to become a rescue diver.
Certainly. How long have you been associated with this organization?
Since 2010, I believe.
And over the course of your involvement with this organization, can you describe for us the different types of rescue and recovery missions you've been involved with?
We've had countless recoveries, most of the time recoveries. I can't think of any rescues. We do work in a rescue capacity for like polar plunges and things like that, but we've never actually had to perform a rescue. We've been able to handle anything before it happens. As far as recoveries go, though, we've had everything from vehicles to bulldozers to bodies to evidence recovery, all the way down to we were in a pond and recovered a woman's wedding ring. So
Certainly. And what types of bodies of water are you experienced in working?
everything from swift river, black water conditions or better. But yeah, the worst possible condition would be ice covered swift water like the Mississippi River with zero visibility.
Describe doing any type of recovery efforts in the context of a pond and what challenges, if any, a pond would present for you as a diver.
So there are a few. Firstly, visibility. Many ponds have poor to no visibility. They also have obstructions in them, which can be anything from concrete to some people will like throw docks in the water and just let them collapse. Most often though, it's trees. Trees will fall in there and now there's an entangulation hazard. And then in addition to that, some ponds have chemicals in them that you don't really want to be exposed to, and fishing hooks and things like that that can cut you.
All right. What types of equipment do you wear then when you're working in an environment like a pond that presents those potential hazards?
If we know that there are hazards such as chemicals and things like that, we will wear what's called a dry suit. It is a plastic rubber suit that goes over the top of your clothing. So I can be wearing sweatpants, sweatshirt, things like that. And it keeps me basically completely encapsulated. We also use full face masks that will keep our face out of the water. It also gives us the ability to have underwater communications, to be able to talk to topside and let them know what we're either seeing or feeling or experiencing.
Okay. I'm going to just get very direct in my questions. Mr. Poulos has already come in and he's provided a really wonderful foundation for us that we've got a good perspective of the functions that you perform. But I want to direct your attention to the events of April 3rd of 2021. Were you involved in searching a pond just south of Kunow Implement in the northern portion of Clinton County?
Yes, I was.
Set the stage for your involvement and what occurred on that day.
I got a call the previous night from Mark Poulos saying that there was need of a dive team the following day, that we were going to be doing some evidence recovery, and he'd like me to be the primary diver in that. The next morning we showed up in the morning. They were out there with a boat, just getting a kind of a lay of the land, just to try to figure out, how deep was it? Was there anything in there? Things like that. It was determined that I would be the primary diver and I would do a sweep pattern. Steve Ebold, who was another team member of ours, was going to run comms and hold the rope for me. And we would perform a pendulum looking sweep. So basically they would start me out.
They all
a little
use
bit away
the
from
word
the shore.
pendulum, so
I
that
would
must
keep the
be
rope taut, and I would
their
kind of do
verbiage.
an arc pattern, right? As soon as I was sweeping and feeling in that arc pattern, then they would give me just a little bit more rope, and I'd do an arc pattern the opposite way and a little more rope, and just kind of work myself out in a fan shape out further and further into the water. I was given a underwater metal detector, so that way I could help aid in that sweep, and because we were looking for a metal object. So I was using that in my search. As I searched to the one side, I'm going to call it the right side from
And
shore.
if you would like to, look at States Exhibit 42, so that will give you a perspective. We've introduced a diagram of that area. I would represent to you that north would be the top of the diagram, south to the bottom, and obviously if you're looking at it, to your right would be east and to your left would be west.
So as I was sweeping towards the north-hand side, there was a lot of concrete rubble that had been thrown in there by someone. That concrete contained wire mesh that was within it. So when I was sweeping on that north side, the metal detector would go off frequently because I'm hitting these stones. So I have to feel in and around the stone, disregard it out of reach, and then continue on. So towards the north side of the pond, it took a lot longer to search over there as it did when we moved further south. Further south, there wasn't the concrete debris. It was mostly just mud and muck.
Okay. Now, when you were working the northern portion of that pond, was that in the area of the shoreline on the east side of the pond?
Yes.
Okay. As the metal detector would go off, would you then go down to try and discern what the item was that was triggering the metal detector?
Yeah, so what I would do is as I was sweeping with my right hand with the metal detector, with my left hand just feeling the dirt and stuff in the area. So when the right hand would hear something go off, because I had earphones that I could hear the metal detector go off. When it went off, I would have to set the metal detector down on top of that object where I was getting the best tone, and then reach to the end of the metal detector, feel in and around and feel what was that detecting, move that again out of reach, and then hear in that area again and make sure that not only was there nothing under it, but I wasn't getting that tone any longer. And so then I'd continue my search.
Answer this question for me if you could. I've got an image in my mind that actually you are walking on the bottom of this pond. Is that how it works as opposed to actively
Crawling would
swimming?
be a better explanation.
Sure.
It's difficult to walk. You're more on all fours crawling around, but I'm not swimming, that's for sure.
Okay.
I'm crawling around on my hands and knees.
And by virtue of your crawling around on your hands and knees, does that give you a greater ability to discern what type of object that metal detector has alerted on?
Yes.
And then for all of the hits that you got on the north side of that body of water, were you able to rule out any of those items as being a handgun?
Yes, especially considering I'm a contractor, so I'm quite familiar with what concrete rubble feels like, looks like, and everything else. There was a little bit of visibility in the pond. It just depended on how badly I was mucking it up. The more I stir it up, the less I can see. But there was some visibility, so if I brought the rock closer to my face, I could kind of see it a little bit and get rid of it. But everybody should be able to kind of imagine what a large concrete boulder feels like as opposed to a handgun.
Okay, so then as you moved toward the south side of that body of water, again on what would be the eastern portion, describe the developments in that area.
So that area was very mucky. There was just a lot of mud and silt at the bottom, but no tones from the metal detector. So as I'm sweeping towards the south side, I got a really strong tone, which for that area seemed a bit unusual. I was expecting that it might be something else, an anchor or another maybe piece of concrete or something like that. So when I felt down to the end of it, I felt a revolver. So I told topside on my underwater communications that I had found the object that we were looking for. I could hold it up to my face and I could see that it was a revolver.
All right, and then describe the steps taken to collect the revolver and then follow a chain of custody.
Sure. So once I found the revolver, I let topside know that I had found it. I then spent, to my best memory, 30 minutes laying on the bottom, holding on to this thing, waiting for topside to figure out what it is they wanted me to do. I just had to hold fast. So the police were deciding how did they want to recover it, what did they want to do, how did we want to get that back, things like that, so on and so forth. They also told me that at some point they would like to place a buoy on that so that way they could see from topside exactly where I was underwater. So I'm waiting for further instructions. Eventually it was decided that Mark Poulos was going to bring down a paint can and he was going to have me place the revolver in the paint can, and then he was going to bring that back to the police who were, there watching everything go on. So he was going to bring that paint can back. He brought the paint can down to me. I tried to place the revolver inside of it, but it wasn't, we were trying to, so we're taught to control the evidence and make sure that we put everything we have inside of a container. So when we bring the container back, it contains everything that we had. The revolver could only fit about 3/4 of the way inside of the paint can. It was just too large for the opening. So he radioed to topside, hey guys, I'm going to need a bigger vessel for this. So he brought the paint can back, keeping it underwater, and they brought down a bucket. So he filled the bucket full of water and put the paint can inside the bucket and then handed the bucket directly to the police.
Certainly. And then speak to one final issue so that we understand how that buoy is attached to that location. Can you walk us through the physical mechanics of that?
So another team member of ours, Sean, he initially went in the water because we were thinking because of that rubble, this is going to take me a long time. We didn't want to be there 3 days looking for this. So he was just going to help aid in that. So he was already in the water, suited up. Once we found it, everybody stopped everything while I was waiting there. He went back up to shore. They gave him a metal weight with a rope attached to it, with a buoy attached to that. So that way we could show exactly where we were. Once I placed the revolver inside of the paint can and Mark brought that back up to shore, Sean carried out the buoy because I was still at the location. I never moved my hand from where it was. As soon as they brought that back to the location, I shoved the weight down inside the little hole that created. And then everybody got out of the water because they were going to use, I think it was a drone or something like that to take an aerial kind of like photograph of where that buoy was.
Certainly. And then can we, well, just based on what happened there, was the weight sufficient to hold that buoy in place?
Yes.
Okay.
The buoy's not very big, but the weight, again, this is very, very mucky. think of a thick pudding. So when I had that hole, I shoved that weight a foot and a half
Oh,
down
you
in
just
that
ruined
muck.
pudding for
So
me,
honestly,
sir.
to pull that back up took quite a lot of effort.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
We have some aerial photographs that we had taken of that area. But what was the color of the buoy?
I couldn't say, I don't remember.
Okay, at any rate, what I want you to do is I want you to look at our state's exhibit. Let me try and just take down one here. State's exhibit 42, and I'm gonna have you look up close.
Okay.
Okay, just look up really close.
Yep.
Do you see the buoy?
I do.
Okay, all right, and then just take the pointer so that we can verify what is the buoy within that body of water.
So it would be right there. There's a white buoy right there.
Huh.
Again, the rubble with the concrete is over here on this side of it. And we were doing a pendulum sweep going back and forth. So that's where I hit that. So I hung out in that area for a long time, waiting for them to give me further instructions. And that's where I shoved that down in the muck and placed the buoy.
All right, once you got out of the water, given the placement of the skeletal remains,
Yes.
I'm asking a question, but actually let me throw something in there to lay foundation. Did they show you where the skeletal remains were located?
Yes.
So when you saw the location of the skeletal remains, how close was it in proximity to that shoreline?
How far was the remains to the shoreline?
Yeah.
Um,
And I'm not asking for
yeah, I'm only going to be able to give you an approximate, and mind you, this has been 2 years, but 250 feet maybe?
Certainly. Could you easily walk to that
Oh,
shoreline
yeah,
from where the
yeah,
skeletal
yeah,
remains
yeah,
were?
for sure.
And then if you're standing there at that shoreline to chuck a revolver into the body of water at the location that you found it, would that be doable?
Very easy.
Okay, I have no further questions.
You may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is all of the witnesses that we have lined.
Okay. So that's going to be it for today. Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been a long day. So I am going to close. I'm going to go spend some time with my children, my four-legged children. My two-legged child hopefully will be here tomorrow, and I'm going to make some pozole in the morning. So as y'all know, Fridays I don't usually stream. I have set up for Monday, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. I'm tired. I'm very tired. I have a stream set up for Monday, 1 o'clock usual. We'll pick back up on this. Will be day 12, and we'll probably get through half a day 13 as we get through this trial. Again, justice for Breasia Terrell. And if I didn't say it before, you are enough. You are loved. I am so happy everybody was here with me today to spend this time. I know it's 9/11, and everybody, just take a moment, protect your mental health, and I'm going to leave it with that. So again, y'all have a great rest of your night, and I will see y'all probably over the weekend. I may do a pop-up. I'm thinking about there's something that I want to do Friday night. Muffins will be here, so I don't know. So maybe I'll do it Saturday. But I just have a little small stream I want to put together about, anyway, I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to do it in a stream. So with that, I will see y'all over the weekend sometime. If not over the weekend, I will see you Monday, 1 o'clock.
Life's a ride on a